Chapter 0, I have began eating. Ni-chan, do you believe that Shinigami exist? The soldier with a scar on his cheek asked the guy beside him, under the swaying of the carriage. While drinking, the guy revealed a sarcastic smile. Shinigami? What the heck is that? Don't ask, answer me first if you believe it or not. I do not know any Shinigami, but if it's a devil who looks like a human, I have seen it so many times until I am tired of it. Since I am tired of seeing devils, if there are Shinigamis, please do let me see. Hence, if you want me to believe it, I will, as long as you hand over the alcohol. The guy snatched the alcohol bottle and began drinking from the bottle without waiting for a reply. The spilled alcohol dripped from the edge of his mouth. On the horse carriage is the cannon fodder hired with money, which are the mercenaries. For money, they are willing to do anything. Next is a certain tragedy that is about to be staged. The fellow who thought of this screenplay is definitely a devil who is dressed in human skin. Even if it was them who do not pick their work, will also frown at this task. Even so, they are also unable to refuse. This is the reason why mercenaries are mercenaries. When heroes die, there will be a Valkyrie that arrives. Like this famous legend, my hometown also has another legend. Yes, that is the Shinigami. After ingesting the alcohol, the happy man began to speak. The others, having nothing to do, also focused on listening. Yes, that is right. But Shinigamis will not visit everyone, they will only appear before people who have an extraordinary ambition or desire and yet dying before they can accomplish it. In other words, Shinigamis seem to visit people who do not give up even until the end. What? It will help to grant your wish before dying? Then that should be a goddess. I also want to see her. When I die, I also want to die under the skirt of a beautiful lady. Hee hee. The man gave off obscene laughter. The soldier with a scar on his cheek continues to say. Wearing a black hood, an ugly skeleton monster who holds a scythe. I sure do not wish to see that. Shinigamis appear because they wish to reap the strong negative emotions, and to taste the strong blazing desires. The poor lambs will be slaughtered after the Shinigami has thoroughly enjoyed torturing it. It sounds so fake. In the end, this story came out from where? That guy is still alive, right? That is, of course. The dead has nothing to say. Really, seriously, listening to you speak makes me feel like I am an idiot. In short, at least it will not come to find you. Look at you, you look like a dying dog. Hey, only you do not have the right to comment on my looks. Look, we are able to reach, start preparing. Several carriages are parked near the remote village. The mercenaries immediately began to prepare the flag of the kingdom army, wearing their helmets and armors. Together they got of the carriage, and respectively surrounded the village. Though it is for the money, but I do not have any drive for this. Maybe it is because we have to destroy a village? He played with the long spear which is used as a weapon, seemingly completely not thinking so. If you do not want to do this, then head back. But there won't be a share of the rewards for you. Hey, this is also work, just try to enjoy it. Since this is for the so-called righteous, so there is no other chance. Okay, let's go. Do not let any one of them go. If you want to play around, it's fine. But after you are done, you must deal with it. After the guy gave the command, the mercenaries disguised as the kingdom army rushed into the village. Poor villages getting destroyed because of attacks by criminals like bandits are not rare matters. This time there is a difference, which is that the predators are kingdom soldiers. The villagers under the jurisdiction of the kingdom are starving because of crop failures, but yet the ravagers mercilessly attacked. The kingdom soldiers who are supposed to protect them are waving the weapons in their hands. The taxes are already paid, but they demanded more tributes. If the village chief says they are unable to comply with tears in his eyes, the kingdom soldiers will use the swords in their hands without hesitation. The poor lives, they cannot even make a decent resistance before being extinguished. Farmers without any fighting ability can only fled in panic. Cries and screams echoed through the village, before finally disappearing. Driven by their desire, after abusing and snatching everything, they set fire to the house, destroying everything without leaving a trace. Those who found a chance to escape from the village, their backs were shot with many precisely aimed arrows, and they fell to the ground like puppets who have had their wires cut. No one can escape from this hell, no one can escape. In this purgatory where everything is to be burnt. A small and petite little girl with hollowed eyes, inside an old broken hut, preciously holding a small piece of bread that was taken in the disarray. She doesn't even have the strength to escape. The girl's family tried to abandon her in an attempt to escape, but yet they were killed during the midst of it. After witnessing this scene, the girl who was left behind fled into this dirty little hut. The girl cannot even help with the farming, and not only the villagers, even her family felt that she is useless, thinking that it is better that if she had died. Therefore only she was left behind, and survived to this moment. Because no one can escape from this village that is completely surrounded. But the outcome should be similar. What is waiting for her is death, abandonment, despair, sighs, and sadness. All sorts of emotions are intersecting in the little girl's heart. However, as she looked at the little piece of bread that was tightly held in her hands, her dirty little face showed a happy smile. Food. My bread. The bread that belongs only to me. The death of her family, the fear of death that is approaching. These sort of things do not matter. Occupying the entire mind of the girl is only one thing. The only desire that conquered all these. That is hunger instinct of the animals, the desire called appetite. From the day the little girl was born, she has never eaten until she is full. Unable to hope that this barren land will be able to produce enough crops, and there are also heavy taxes. The males were conscripted into the army. This village is only composed of the old, weak and disabled. The little available food are reserved for people who are able to work. Like those who go out and hunt, those who farms, and those who parents. The little girl is skinny and lacks strength, and hence unable to properly do these tasks. Only those who work get to eat. The little girl could only have the food which is no better than nothing. The little amount of food causes the lack of physical strength, and hence become unable to work properly, and this further results in the reduction of food as a punishment. This sort of vicious cycle continues until the very end. The girl has once became so hungry until she almost became crazy, and shoved weeds into her mouth. Surviving in such a situation is perhaps a sort of miracle. The other villages have the tragedies of killing their children to reduce the number of people. The girl who is at the death gates barely survived. Even if the ravagers came into the hut, the little girl remained motionless. Even if the intruder revealed a nasty smile, the girl did not turn her head. Even if the burly soldiers reached out to push her down, the little girl did not resist. She has no strength to escape. In this case, only the bread cannot be snatched away. She desperately gathered her strength in her hands. What is wrong with this lass? What are you carefully holding? Hey, show it to me. Dash. Do not resist. If not, I will kill you. Ah. The man gave a punch, and the little girl is brutally knocked onto the ground. What? This is only a normal bread crumb. I thought it was something of worth. Ah, anyway, there was nothing to expect from the start.
Okay, take off your clothes, I don't have much time.
The man grabbed the little girl's bread and tossed it into his own mouth, and then roughly torn away the girl's shabby clothes. The girl's naked petite little body is exposed. The others are all old women, the only young one is you. Though you are skinny, but I will just have to endure it. The man took off his clothes, and pushed her down before pressing on her, thinking to kill her after completing his matters. The girl completely did not care about her future. She could not stand continuing to endure her hunger. But she wants to kill this bastard guy. This guy stole her last amount of food. With killing intent filling her heart, her pulsing hatred gradually began to seep out. Together with the dark emotion that is overflowing, is the hunger that almost turned her crazy. Anything is fine. As long as it is something that can be eaten, she will want to put it in her mouth. Is there anything that can be eaten? The girl searched with her bloodshot eyes. Concentrating her sights, while twisting the corners of her lips, she continues to search for something that can be eaten. Then, she found it. She has discovered a prey that is more delicious than bread. The odd action of the girl caused the soldier who pushed her down to reveal a puzzled expression. When he is about to rip off the underwear, his sights met with the girl's sight. The guy could not help but cringe back. An experienced mercenary, who has to date killed many people, was shocked by a mere little lass. He did not care whether the prey cries or screams, but yet he has never seen anyone who reveals a smile when they met with such a situation. It does not seem like madness due to despair. The girl is only smiling happily. What is it? What are you laughing about? The Shinigami who is holding a scythe looked at the girl. The girl did not feel any fear. Is this an illusion? Or is this the real Shinigami who is waiting to reap my soul? Dressed in a black robe, a Shinigami who wore a skull mask. The embarrassed guy looks like he is overlapping with the Shinigami. Her vision seems to have a problem. The girl, in the gradually blurring world, only focused her gaze at somewhere. Wah! What exactly are you looking at? Delicious. What? You look delicious. As the girl looked at the man who is possessed by the Shinigami, a certain thought came to her mind. Like a wild beast who found its prey, twisting the corners of its mouth happily from the bottom of its heart, and revealing its teeth. Her thought was, this fellow's neck looks so soft, so delicious. Before the Shinigami's scythe swung down, the girl has already leapt towards the man, biting his throat. The girl grimaces as she spat out the human flesh, solidly biting on the Shinigami, suppressing the body of the struggling Shinigami. Her teeth repeatedly sunk into the Shinigami's throat. The live sacrifice's unexpected counterattack caused the Shinigami's scythe to drop and lose his balance. Even so, the girl continues to bite the Shinigami relentlessly. The male mercenary has already died when his carotid artery was bitten, but the battle between the girl and the Shinigami continues. Finally, the Shinigami cloaked in black fell, exhausted. Taking a look after removing the skull mask, there is nothing underneath it. The Shinigami who harvests the ambition and desire of the dead, has lost to the girl who is driven by her appetite. The girl's name is Schera. Born in a poor village, a girl with an appetite that's slightly bigger than an average person. Chapter 1, Bread is delicious. It was a common tale in the beginning. A poor village swallowed up by the ravages of war, its fortune, food, and lives snatched away. Invaders mercilessly trampled the village's location, which had a series of crop failures and was struggling with starvation. Unable to even resist, their miserable lives were reaped by swords, or possibly spears. All throughout the village rose shrieks and screams, and then they were extinguished. Sating their greed and to make sport, they set fire to the buildings after looting them, and they left not a single vestige behind. The invaders took careful aim at a father and child who, seeing an opening, had decided to escape, and they collapsed face down. From this cauldron of hell, not even a single person could escape. It was inside that boiling, abominable hellfire. A single, emaciated, scrawny young girl with lifeless eyes had secluded herself in a rundown hut. She had no energy nor strength to move remaining. The young girl's family tried to run, but they were slaughtered on the way. The girl who could not sufficiently do farm work was thought a burden by not just the villagers, but also her family. If she died for them, they would be happier instead, they considered. Therefore, she was the only one in the family left behind and consequently survived until now, since no one could escape the encircled village. Inside the girl's heart were resignation, despair, grief, and sorrow. Various emotions were mixed together. However, more than those emotions, there was but one thought stronger than them in her. Only one desire outweighed them. It was a sad, wretched desire that could be called a human instinct as well, hunger. Since this person was born, she never had a full stomach. An ample harvest could not be expected from the infertile earth, and furthermore, there was a harsh tax imposed. The meager remaining food was preferentially given to the laborers. The ones who went out hunting. The ones who performed farm work. The ones who raised children. The young girl who could not do a single thing sufficiently was given nothing but scraps of food. Even so, it could still be called happiness that she was just able to live, since there were cases of other villages resorting to murder to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Hence, when an invader finally came in, the girl did not even quiver. Even when the invader revealed a broad and detestable smile, the girl did not avert her face away. Even when the well-built soldier pushed her down and his arms came reaching for her, she did not shake him off. Even when death holding its large scythe looked down upon her, she did not feel dread. Was it just an illusion, or was it the real death? Had it come to harvest her soul? Death, wearing a tattered robe and a white mask. However, the feeling of hunger was not sated by the appearance of the dreadful god of death. Death and the man pushing her down could be seen overlapping each other. Her vision was becoming increasingly abnormal, it seemed. In the world which began to be infected with vice, the girl muttered that she was hungry many times over in her mind. The girl's crude clothes were violently torn off, she no longer cared what would happen afterwards, her stomach was empty. "Isn't there anything to eat?" she hummed and looked around. At her out-of-place behavior, the soldier who pushed her down displayed a puzzled face. When his gaze met the girl's, the man involuntarily drew back. The skilled soldier who had killed many people was stupefied. "Why you, what the heck? Us? You look so delicious." She fixed her gaze on the man possessed by death, and a single thought surfaced in the girl's inner mind. She distorted her lips into a delighted smile, baring her teeth. What she thought was, "This person's tender throat looks so very delicious." Two countries, the Yuuz Kingdom and the Keeland Empire, were struggling for supremacy of the Mundo Novo continent. It was apparent that the situation was critical. The impetus was last year's large crop failure. The Yuuz Empire, which held most of the land that experienced poor harvests, resorted to relying on imports of food supplies from other countries, whereupon their trading partner, the Dolbax Union, suddenly imposed an embargo. In concert, the Keeland Empire unilaterally decreed that their non-aggression pact was revoked. Originally, it was an alliance proposed by an independent region from the Yuuz Kingdom. Currently, there was a tentative ceasefire, but small skirmishes with the Empire repetitively occurred along the borders. The kingdom's decline was to their advantage for sure, with no disadvantages. Aiming for an internal collapse, they cooperatively applied pressure, increasingly cutting off the kingdom's life. Due to this embargo, the kingdom's finances were dire. They became forced to levy heavy taxes on the people, and many starved to death in the kingdom's territory. The empire further reached out their hands, and were successful in converting Princess Altora, an orphaned child of the current kingdom's prince. She was backed with funds and an army, and the Royal Capital Liberation Army was established. As the brains behind the operation, they sent in young, male soldiers of the empire and appointed the empire's second prince as second in command. It goes without saying that he would marry the princess in the future, contriving to take over the kingdom. Even the Liberation Army desperately wanted a backer, and there was no reason to refuse their aid. They knew the dangers of being a puppet beforehand. For the utterly tyrannized people torn apart by the succession struggle, the current kingdom was a more irreconcilable enemy than the empire. The plan was for the Liberation Army to consist of 30,000 soldiers, but there were not actually that many. The kingdom could have crushed them whenever at first, but they were overlooked as the kingdom poured their strength into small skirmishes with the empire. However, the Liberation Army occupied the stronghold. Salvador Fortress continued to steadily increase their region of control, and invited those suffering from the kingdom's tyranny. Their numbers increased day by day, and they eventually could not be overlooked. If allowed to multiply as they were currently, they would become an extremely threatening existence, the top brass of the kingdom judged. The kingdom finally moved their heavy asses and decided to mobilize, further squeezing out the assets from the already hard-pressed citizens. Antigua Branch Castle, the forefront of the Yuzu kingdom. Situated in the south part of the central border zone, it was an important base which effectively glared over the border with the empire. North of there was Salvador Fortress, the Liberation Army's stronghold. Large amounts of money were pumped into strengthening Antigua's walls. These were tenacious walls which had repulsed the empire's attacks on countless occasions so far. Half of the newly enlisted soldiers, appropriately called small fry, were dispatched here. Then, would they die in small skirmishes? Would they be executed for desertion? Or would they survive and earn a paltry sum of money? Which of these fates awaited them? Naturally, of course, there were curious people who desired to be enlisted, but a great majority of the soldiers were youths who were forcibly conscripted. Mixed among these new soldiers with bad expressions was a girl who was happily stuffing her cheeks with bread and dried meat. She would be classified as one of those curious people. You, as always, you're enjoying yourself eating. It isn't that delicious, that thing. It is because I can eat a lot of it, since everyone does not feel like eating much. When your stomach is bulging, good and bad is another issue. Geez, what a weirdo. The platoon leader in charge of the new recruits muttered in astonishment, but the girl finished her drink in one chug without showing any signs of caring. Schera's tastes are quite heedless, aren't they? It is a common sight. More importantly, platoon leader, is the aforementioned rumor true? The platoon soldier who hadn't experienced his first battle worriedly inquired. What rumor? The platoon leader asked back with a stern expression on his face. The one about commencing more and more offenses against the rebel army. It seems higher-ups have also arrived in groups. The higher-ups the young soldier mentioned, they were the admirals or perhaps generals who had a heap of medals affixed to their chests and boasted elite guards, staff officers, and soldiers marching along with them. They were reinforcements from Eastern Berta. Including the Antigua Reserve, their numbers would swell to roughly 100,000. It was the first large-scale mobilization in a while. Their numbers were plenty, their equipment so-so, and their experience was, needless to say, low. The so-called mishmash comprised half of the army. There should be orders before long. We should prepare for them and make an effort to train. Whether you live or die is the fruit of your habitual training, and your luck. So it was true. I still don't want to die yet though. Thank you for the meal. The young girl known as Schera put both hands together, appearing satisfied. Seeing that, the young man unintentionally threw out a complaint. Come on, man. Don't just think about eating, think a bit about what we said just now. Your life tomorrow is more important than today's bread and meat, right? For me, today's bread and meat are more essential. They are greatly valuable, more than going along with your complaining. You quibbling shit girl. Shit girl, no thank you. Hey, conscripts, leave it at that. Come on, if you're done eating, hurry up and return to training. The two saluted when the platoon leader roared out, and they hurriedly returned to the parade ground. The youth was quite the normal young man. If his luck was good, he would live, and if it was bad, he would probably die. Not even leaving his name in history, he was just a common soldier, consumable goods. But of course, he himself understood that. With just common luck, he would have the bragging right called living. The platoon leader smoked a cigarette. The smoke clouded his eyes. However, that girl, even though she was still a young girl, the girl at an appropriate age to be a soldier, was not very understood. She was an odd human who personally went to enlist in the army. Her age was around 16. Her birthplace was an agricultural village captured by the rebel army. Her reason for volunteering was a joke, to eat until full. There was but one reason why this girl who seemed unable to decently handle a sword was eligible. Because she presented the heads of 10 rebel soldiers while covered in blood. Their heads and proof of affiliation were disorderly thrown into a large, leather bag. She even was courteous enough to bring back a flag of the self-proclaimed Liberation Army. Normally, there should have been a large amount of suspicions, but there was one thing the Great Kingdom prided itself on. That there would be no problems if one possessed the power to kill the enemy, and she was immediately approved for enlistment. At that occasion, while small, a cash reward was conferred as a reward for defeating the enemy, and then, what fate was it that arranged for her to be assigned to the troop under his control? The man who commanded the platoon, hearing the whole story, could only sigh. Geez. I don't get anything. I have a bad friggin' premonition. Looking at the young girl at training, performing practice swings with her large scythe, the man involuntarily let out a sigh. In spite of it being utterly preposterous, she readily displayed her skill with handling her scythe that she obtained from somewhere, even though he allowed her to use a sword. At the time when she first participated in training, "Don't wield something beyond your ability," he said, and decided to take it, but he dropped the large scythe on the ground due to its excessive weight. That ridiculous scythe took 2 new recruits to finally lift it up. It was impossible to swing it or anything. Though it was a conundrum how a young girl with a seedy build could handle it, she certainly seemed to have more war potential when handling it than handling a sword. It would be appropriate to say that the girl had absolutely no hope in swordsmanship. He inevitably recognized her as a special case, but either way, a scythe was half-baked as a weapon. It could not outrange a spear, and it fell behind a sword in cutting. Its outward appearance was imposing, but as a weapon that was it. The reason why a scythe like that was not seen in actual combat was simple. It was not geared towards killing humans. However, when he saw the young girl swinging the scythe with a happy expression and the blade biting into the dummies made of straw, he was reminded of something, though it was unpleasant. It was an existence everyone feared and should avoid. Clad in black clothes, an aberration which hunted the souls of people. A sinister symbol which appeared at the verge of death. Death. Hey, Schera. Are you really going to fight with that scythe? It's a pain in butt, and unwieldy, nothing good about it. Even if you have some outrageous strength, the youth from before raised his voice worriedly. He had a bad mouth, but as it was, he was a good person. A normal sword just doesn't match me, so I cannot help it. This one has grown accustomed to me. I wonder why. Schera raised the scythe up with one hand, and the curved blade sent the dummy's head flying. Why? Why gee? Schera's black hair with a tinge of brown swayed left and right with that force. Not long, but neither short, her hair extended to her shoulders. With a feeling of gloominess, she made a brushing gesture with her left hand. The youth nearby, seeing that, shook his head side to side while making a shocked expression. Good grief! Where did you get your hands on such a thing? Don't tell me, is it custom made? I found it. That's a lie. Like such a dangerous thing would just be carelessly dropped. Do you want to know no matter what? If you're telling, I'll listen for now. Since we're talking about it, truth is. Schera's voice quickly dropped to a lower volume as she smiled bewitchingly. It was different from her usual curtness. The young soldier reflexively swallowed his saliva seeing that expression. Truth is? I am a death god. The words were whispered near his ear. The youth, realizing he was being made fun of, yelled as his face flushed. You shit girl. Even when a person takes the trouble to seriously listen. Since I told you, please treat me to some bread sometime. With cheese too, looking forward to it. It's a promise. Schera extended out her hand, but it was strongly brushed away. Shut up. You go eat grass or something. The youth perked up his shoulders and headed towards the location of another straw dummy. Once he was done looking at him, Schera resumed practice again. If it's grass, I've eaten that many times, it wasn't delicious. It's bitter and doesn't fill your stomach at all. Humans aren't cows or horses, the most delicious thing I've ever had was death from that time. From above, The scythe brandished vertically above her head split the straw dummy in clean halves. Yuuz Kingdom Army, 3rd Army Corps Headquarters. As the night wore on, at the same time, a surprise attack was decided to be made according to the Army Corps Commander General Yalda's suggestion. Marching during the night had high risk. There would also be an outbreak of deserters. Though the ones launching the surprise attack were the 3rd Army Corps, they were elite and had high honors. It was a division of 10,000 people under the command of Major General Schera. Their strategy was to group up with the reservists assigned to Antigua Branch Castle and launch a scathing attack on the food storehouses located around the enemy's stronghold. If the operation succeeded according to plan, it was assured that fatal damage would be inflicted upon the Liberation Army. Of course, the enemy's vigilance would be strict, but, if it's our elite troops, we would surely destroy them, were Yalda's words. After which, by the majority vote from commissioned officers who were sitting in a line, the strategy was to be carried out. It was also determined that the platoon Schera was attached to would have the honor of participating in the surprise attack. Though for the people whom it concerned, it was probably a sorrowful event. If they fought, they would die. The ones to die would be the soldiers who were scraped up after all. The surprise attack would have 2 phases. The staff officers would, after the surprise attack succeeded, pursue the rebel army without exception, or so it was planned. On the road of pursuit, half of the 3rd Army Corps which were holded up in the fort would lay in ambush, stationed in the woodlands. Then, the scheme called for the pursuit unit to thoroughly encircle the arriving enemy and drive them to extinction. If all went well this time, the insurgents calling themselves the Royal Capital Liberation Army would be driven to collapse in one blow. Will it succeed? This night attack? I feel somewhat uneasy. Dunno. I wonder too. Except, I'm looking forward to the food silo. It's a thing filled with food. We'll be able to pick anything we want, no doubt about it. Schera and the youth, who was wearing crude armor on his person, marched while whispering. The vicinity was completely enveloped in darkness. While this may be obvious, fire was forbidden as this was a surprise attack. In the woodlands which had fallen silent, the soldiers stifled their breaths and simply and earnestly marched forwards. You know, I've been thinking since then. Is there only eating inside your head? You should think more about other things. Yeah, you didn't know? Jesus, I envy how you're so happy-go-lucky. You know I can't help but be scared. I keep on thinking how I won't be able to ever go home again. I still have a lot of things I want to do. I'm fearful of dying. The youth clenched his fist tightly, as if suppressing his shivering. Schera took out a fried bean from her small bag and tossed it into her mouth. A good taste filled her mouth. It seemed out of place. If you die, then you won't be scared. Isn't that a good thing? You won't need to worry so much anymore. If you also die, then you won't feel hunger anymore, so good for you. A dead person doesn't feel hunger. I guess that's true. Isn't it? Hey, be quiet. The enemy will hear you. While they thought the platoon leader's voice was the loudest, after exchanging glances, the two fell silent. Have we marched for an hour already? Or maybe it was 2 hours. Has the vanguard already launched the attack? Soon, we will. Will we really be able to do a surprise attack without being discovered? The youth asked himself while marching forward, while trying as best as he could to not make any sound. He knew the answer to his previous question immediately. No, it should be said he was made to know. Retards of the kingdom. You will all die here. Archers, start volley. Annihilate them. Together with a powerful command, torches glowed through the gaps of the surrounding trees. At the same time, fire arrows with sounds of cutting the wind struck the kingdom's army. Enemy. Rebel army ambush. What is this? Was the surprise attack seen through? Hurry, retreat, retreat. Withdraw. Schera, who led the surprise attack unit, raised his angry voice and gave out orders. To take advantage of an enemy's carelessness, and then herd and rout them in one fell swoop was called a surprise attack. That being said, the ones being ambushed were reversed. Their situation was that of prey who were successfully lured out. The commander had to immediately reorganize the formation, or else, the fire is spreading too quickly. Sir, oil was scattered. Fire is coming all throughout the forest. Hurry and open an escape path. We'll be annihilated like this. The entire surprise attack plan had been leaked to the rebel army, and a large quantity of hay and oil was strewn ahead of the path they would march in the woodlands beforehand. A large amount of fire arrows had rained down there. There was no longer any way of reforming Jiraiya's division that had fallen into disarray. Would they be burnt to death in the forest, or would they go out and be skewered by the enemy? Commander Major General Jiraiya continued to berate his soldiers to escape somehow, but finally, he was killed by the rebel army leader. There was not a trace of that overflowing confidence which filled his expression habitually on his face. There was only one that seemed to scream, "I don't want to die." Schera's platoon which followed them was also swallowed up by the vortex of flames. The arrows did not cease and continued to rain without any gaps. Platoon soldiers were also killed in action in the furious melee. The soldiers who were killed in action were Schera's acquaintances, and there was a time when she was treated to bread by them. She took out a small scrap of bread that she had put in her pocket, threw it into her mouth, and chewed. That she would no longer be given treats was very unfortunate. Even if we stay here like this, we'll only be burnt to death. Sink or swim, we can only exit the forest. Prepare yourselves. The platoon leader strained his voice and informed the soldiers. But platoon leader, won't we be completely surrounded outside too? That time comes, we resign ourselves to our bad luck. If you don't want to, it's fine if you stay here. I don't mind if you violate military regulations. However, that you will be burnt to death, I guarantee it. Those who have the guts, unsheathe your swords, we'll attack all at once on my signal. The platoon leader and the soldiers in the prime of their lives took out their weapons and looked to the right. Through a break in the trees, an open field could be seen, and no enemy soldiers were found. Of course, there was a good likelihood that enemy soldiers were lying down. From the front arose black smoke, screams, and flames, compelling every soldier to make their decision. Another platoon from the rear raised a strange voice and sprung out into the plains. At the same time, the platoon leader also gave out his orders. Start the attack. Charge. Forwards. Don't look bay. Fire. At the platoon's bold dash, arrows came flying level to the field. The Liberation Army's soldiers were eagerly, restlessly awaiting them. There were no soldiers who were performing the ambush that had revealed themselves to their enemy. Camouflaged, arrows knocked, spears gripped, they had concealed their sharp killing intent. It was already too late for the other platoon that used to be behind them. Dead bodies pierced by arrows were scattered everywhere. An arrow pierced the brow of the platoon leader who went first. His body as well, several shafts were stuck in his armor. And the platoon leader died in action without being able to raise a scream or be surprised. The youth, whether fortunate or unfortunate, only had been struck in his shoulder and right knee, and he bore no fatal wounds. However, that did not change his fate. The difference was only now, or later. The enemy soldiers changed to spears from bows and were impatiently closing the distance. The wounded platoon members in the vicinity were also already in no condition to fight. No reinforcements, and the platoon behind them was already walking the road to Hades. Yuuz. With his posture destroyed, there was no meaning in pointing a sword towards the enemy. He entertained the thought of throwing away his sword and surrendering, but he quickly threw it away. They wouldn't take one common soldier as a prisoner after all. I will die here. The youth did not want to die from the bottom of his heart. Platoon leader, he died, huh? Even though he treated me to many meals. Truly unfortunate. Eh? He thought he had heard Schera's usual and unchanging voice next to his ear. In that moment, something charged into the enemy soldiers. It was too quick, and the youth could only do his best and follow it with his eyes. Then, at the same time blood danced from within the torches, screams roared. U-U-G-A-R-R-R-R. Phew. WHWH. An enemy soldier's right arm was lopped off by a large scythe, and the head of a man who stood next to him dumbfounded was sent flying. The blade of the scythe was keen, and the heads of the Liberation Army's soldiers were decapitated and sawed. It was just like mowing weeds. The man who had his right arm severed had no idea of the circumstances which had befallen him, and he fell face down. His bleeding was severe, and he probably wouldn't be able to avoid death. Oi, what are you guys doing? The opponent is just a single person. Surround and key. Into the face of the man who gave orders like a commanding officer stabbed the tempered edge of the scythe's point. Those at the sides fell silent as the person's face was torn into irregular shapes. It seemed he had unknowingly gotten in range of the scythe. Hee. The soldiers' screams resonated. Anyone would upon seeing a disaster befall a human who was just living. Kind of annoying when there's many people. But, I won't leave anyone alive. I will massacre all of you rebel army. While whispering a monologue, it aloofly intersected a spear that was thrusted. At that opening, the edge of the scythe pierced deeply from overhead the opponent. And like that, the vicinity became a sea of blood, and the meaningless corpse was thrown away. The Liberation Army's troops that had fallen into a state of panic fired arrows while trembling. Schera spun her scythe and brushed them off like it was nothing. It was as though a conqueror or hero had come from the legends, the youth thought. One, and then another enemy soldier began to retreat. Having lost their drive, the troops crumbled like being hit by an avalanche. The instant Schera made a slight smile and stepped forward with her right foot. Help. This guy's a death god. Monster. We can't win. I don't want to die in a place like this. The several people who lived raised screams and started running away. Schera decided one man as her target from amongst them and heaved the scythe in her hand with vigorous force. The scythe stuck into a large tree ahead of her and cut the body of the soldier in its path in two, which started spasming and twitching as its entrails leaked out. It was instant death. While the youth and the surviving platoon soldiers were dumbfounded, Schera in a trot went to pick up her large scythe. She postured the scythe on her shoulder, and her figure was one of utter, sincere happiness against a backdrop of fire. Her face was smeared with blood, her armor as well. Pieces of meat and viscera stuck to her scythe. It was a terrible spectacle that one couldn't look straight at. Hi. What's the matter? Your face is pale, you know? From the middle of the plains, which was filled with the dense smell of blood, death itself headed towards the youth. It was Schera's silhouette projected by the flickering illumination. As if clad in black, tattered robes, the monster of death was imprinted onto the youth's vision. The sinister scythe slowly swayed side to side, as if it was hunting its next prey. That was as long as the youth could maintain his consciousness. Chapter 2, Cheeses. Very delicious. Chapter 2, Cheese is very delicious. The youth finally opened his eyes at the sharp pain running through his shoulder. The surroundings were oversaturated with the rising groans of patients. The more his consciousness cleared, the more his breathing became disheveled. His vision swayed. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself and looked at his own body timidly. What limbs am I missing? That was his only worry. If he paid attention, he had no arms or legs. Was the tragedy that was all too close to him every day? The happy news was that his limbs were intact, and he was not missing a single extremity. He had been laid on a shabby bed, and his shoulder and knee, which were injured by arrows, had been dressed in bandages. The youth needed a moment before feeling relieved that he was somehow saved. When he covered his face with both hands and ruminated on the fact that he was still living, his main benefactor, whom he deep down dreaded to meet, came along, holding a tray with a pitcher of water and 2 plain pieces of bread on it. Morning. Hungry. He here is? Branch Castle Antigua, our home. So, hungry? No, just gimme the water. I don't want to eat anything right now. The youth lightly waved his hands to refuse, and Schera pointed to the bread and asked. Then, you don't need this bread. Ah, you can eat it. I don't have an appetite. Much thanks. It'll be tough if you don't eat in the times that you can. I won't give it back even if you tell me to. Never. She passed the youth a glass of water and gnawed at the bread that did not look very delicious. She made a smile of supreme bliss, and slowly chewed the dry, hard bread. This person is actually happy, the youth thought. Hey, after that, what happened to our platoon? Half of Schera's division was annihilated. The soldiers that somehow escaped were worn out. The surviving members of our platoon were you, me, and maybe 3 other people. Unfortunately, platoon leader was not carried here. Platoon leader, so he passed away. He can't treat me ever again. Truly unfortunate. The glory of Schera's division was that the commander died in battle and that a great majority were annihilated. General Yalda and the 3rd Army Corps members that were hiding as the ambushers, upon receiving news of defeat, were greatly disconcerted, made a commotion, retraced their steps to the fortress with hasty speed, and tightly closed the gates. The other party, the Royal Capital Liberation Army, wrapped up the rest of the defeated army, and their morale momentously started increasing. The young man commissioned officer Finkatev who killed Schera was greatly extolled as a hero. The Empire, which had hitherto been waiting and watching, sped up their military expansion and began to harbor aspirations of crossing the Alusha River, the national border. They began to assemble military forces in the northwest as well. At the moment, the two were glaring at each other, and tensions were minimized, but if the Empire declared war, the outbreak of war might involve the whole continent. Presently, it was the kingdom's civil war, and it wasn't a war that involved fellow nations yet. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time. Until new personnel are attached to our unit, I will be the acting platoon leader. My rank was that of a common soldier, so I have been promoted to temporary 2nd lieutenant. In other words, your superior officer. You'll be in my care from now on. Leave the jokes to your scythe. My wounds tingle. I wasn't lying. The enemy commander from that time seemed to be of some renown. Having brought back proof of his affiliation, I received words of praise. Along with tasty food subsequently. Schera had repatriated, bringing back the head of the enemy commander in the midst of defeat with an additional bonus of carrying back a teammate. She had been extolled with words of praise from the company commander, and until a successor could be determined, she had been entrusted with commanding the platoon. It wasn't a promotion per se, anyone would have been fine actually. Who took command of a mishmash of reservists was not a matter of concern. Really? It's the end of the world. With your injuries, it seems you won't be able to return to duty presently. You should go back to your hometown, and live a quiet life to the utmost. Plough the fields fervently, and send me some food please. Soldiers with wounded shoulders, knees, etc. were not usable. They would be sent back to the country before long, and maybe they would be recruited again once they were healed. After all, that was just what consumable goods were. Well, just being sent back could be said to be exceptional. The worst case would be being abandoned on the battlefield. The youth was innerly relieved. For the moment, he had been saved. He could say he was fortunate enough. Phew. Well then, take care of yourself. Once you leave here, we will probably not meet again. Schera held the tray under her arm and pivoted on her heel to leave. The youth raised his voice in a panic. He had forgotten to say something important. Wait a bit. What is it, I wonder? Thanks for saving me. Really. If you weren't there, I would have died. So, thanks. The youth lowered his head so he would not make eye contact. In that impulsive moment, he feared that death's scythe would sink into his own neck. That wasn't a good thing to think about his companion who had saved him. However, he was scared. Treat me to a meal something. Of course, with cheese. That would be nice. With a light wave of her hand, Schera left the field hospital crammed with casualties behind while chewing her bread. Antigua Branch Castle, headquarters. Shouting at the downcast staff officers was a single, middle-aged man with a flushed face. He was the commanding officer of the kingdom's Third Army, General Yalda. He had a short temper and largely lacked discretion, but as far as military offense went, he could boast that none in the kingdom could match him. His niche was his heavy infantry and heavy cavalry, nicknamed the Steel Division, and constantly repeated fierce assaults. They boasted stubborn defense like an iron wall. Yalda had poured his blood into raising them. He piled up spectacular achievements for suppressing insurgents and thieves and skirmishing with the Empire. Thus, he acquired actual results along with pride. It was to his disgrace that 10,000 soldiers had been wiped out, thoroughly caught in the enemy's ambush, and that his confidant Jireh had been killed in the end. He ground his teeth so hard that blood flowed from his lips, and his face was so flushed that it looked like a blood vessel would burst at any time. Fuck. Those rebels are making fun of me. The glory of the name Third Corps is sobbing at this rate. Sir, please calm yourself. Certainly, we lost 10,000 officers and men, but our main body is still unhurt. It is vital that we harden our defense of this castle right now. Chief Staff Officer Sidamo Arta calmly advised. Born from a fallen aristocratic family, he rose in rank with just his wit. Naturally, it had been painstaking to set up a network of personal connections, and his pride had been trodden on countless times. But perhaps as a result, he had splendidly made the position of Third Army Corps Staff Officer his own and even went so far as to earn Yalda's confidence. He was 30 years old and still young, and even as only a support, there were good indications that he would be further promoted. He had first been opposed to Yalda's surprise attack idea, but he couldn't usurp a military officer's authority. He could do nothing but give a gentle warning. Since if Sidamo incurred the displeasure of a superior officer, he could kiss his position goodbye. You don't have to say that, I know already. However, I was entrusted with 100,000 soldiers from His Majesty, like I could just hide here. I'll be made a laughingstock. Yalda raged while sending his spit flying. The Liberation Army, no, the Rebel Army, has reconciled with and absorbed the soldiers from Jireh's division who had surrendered. Furthermore, they are working on expanding their region of control. Another staff officer reported on the Liberation Army's state of affairs. If we just twiddle our fingers like this, those friggin' rebels will only grow more impudent. Those fools, have they forgotten their obligation to the kingdom? I will eradicate everyone, even their families. Yalda forcefully slapped his desk. The documents having been affected scattered, and the civil officials gathered them. There are currently no movements from the Empire's army. However, there are often strange signal fires being sent up from observation posts. Humph, didn't that start a while ago? I don't believe those Empire scum would do something like seriously attack. They're focusing all their efforts on backing the rebel army from behind. They are desperate to protect their own assets, no mistake. One military officer let out a sigh, and a civil official objected. However, they are increasing their military preparations. This is news from a spy undergoing military drills as we speak. Misinformation, or perhaps deceived by lies. How many times has this happened up until now? Each time, we strengthen our defenses. Every time, it's been a fool's errand. I won't let you say that you've forgotten that. Strengthening the defense of our national borders is commonplace. Calling it a fool's errand, is that not an exaggeration? What do you plan to do if perchance the Empire crosses the border and launches an attack? HMPF. Even if the Empire mobilized all of their troops, they still would not even reach half of the kingdom's soldiers. War is won by numbers. In other words, no matter what skirmishes we lose, at the very end, we, the Yuuz kingdom, will win. Don't you understand that, you civil official? At some statistic that was pulled out of somewhere, the civil officer let out an overbearing sigh. Won't even reach half our numbers? What kind of intelligence is that? The Empire is attempting to expand in their military more than they have before. And so what of it? Don't you know how many weak soldiers there are? With that spark, the military officials and civil officials started arguing on their own accord. This was a frequent occurrence, and Sidamo could no longer stop it. Just intervening would be ridiculous. Your Excellency, this is our best chance, while the enemy is drunk on their victory. Our numbers overwhelmingly exceed theirs. There is no need for planning and such, let's squash them with a frontal attack. When a single, brave division commander raised his voice, other military officers followed with words of agreement. Haven't they learned the hard way? Sidamo was amazed, but it wasn't shown on his face. This was often the case with the 3rd Army Corps. Mile per hour. You guys' proposal is agreeable. Shall I show you all the fearsomeness of our steel division? Chief Staff Officer Sidamo, do you have any comments? Sir. Salvador Fortress, where the rebel army is holed up, has been deteriorated by age and is unfit for defense. I fear that an ambush may come while we march on the Alusha plains. Sidamo spread out a map on the desk and pointed to the plains. If so, let them come. Our heavy infantry will round up all of them. One military officer pushed the horse piece representing the kingdom's army straight to Salvador Fortress. Their small force is quite unlucky. If they stay in the castle, we crush them. If they are aware of their disadvantage and come out onto the plains, then it will absolutely be our victory. Isn't our victory assured? Yalda humorously laughed, and guzzled down water from an extravagant vessel. No doubt about it, the enemy is formulating a plan. There is need for sufficient caution against fire. We must not fall prey to the same one that Major General Jireh fell prey to. If we engage on the plains, then isn't there no need to worry about ambushes? Even if there is one, their numbers are few. We can crush them underfoot. The enemy is reading our path of advance. With certainty, they have some kind of trap, I believe. Sir Chief Staff Officer, you worry too much. You'll die early at this rate. At a division commander's teasing, the military officers laughed. Your Excellency, this is not excessive caution. We ought to send out the scouts while taking maximum precaution. I get it. I get it. Chief Staff Officer Sidamo's words also have reason. As you say, we will be sufficiently vigilant, and then entirely crush the opposition. Is that enough? Sir, I am grateful for having my humble opinion taken into consideration. When Sidamo respectfully bowed his head, Yalda nodded in approval many times. Right. The Third Army's course of action has been determined. We will decapitate the heads of the rebels' hags, and with our hands clear the name of Jireh. We will attack with 80,000, and 10,000 will be left to defend this castle. We depart to the front the day after tomorrow. Everyone have your preparations in order. Sir. The military officers saluted and left the military main office. Sidamo brooded for a short while, but with a light wave of his head, he followed after them. Antigua Branch Castle, Campgrounds. A 100,000-strong army was scraped up from the neighboring area, and Schera's company was driven out from the barracks that was originally theirs to use. They were forced into huddling in a shabby tent and resting around a fire. Man. Thanks to those military cadet guys from the royal capital, my body's freezing from this coldness. Ah, it's so cold. I'm actually going to freeze to death. If the military police hear that kind of grumbling, they'd gratefully start preaching to you. Don't get me involved, bro. I swear that the day I get preached to is the day I die. Don't abandon me. Shut up. Get away from me. I don't swing that way. Geez. The amount of food has also decreased. I can't do anything like this. Also, our new platoon leader is a little touched. What are the higher-ups thinking? Ha ha, if she just had a bit more meat to her, wouldn't that be nice? Even though she eats so much, just where the heck does it all go? Personally, I'd want her breasts to be a bit fuller. I'm an ass man myself. Unfortunately, our platoon leaders got nothing anywhere. The devastated platoons were merged into one amalgamated platoon. This was the platoon that Schera came to lead. However, it was a small one of just 10 men. We were saved by Schera, no, by platoon leader Schera. Her outward appearance is like that, but her strength is for real. She annihilated the enemy soldiers alone. You guys too should know that. I hear ya. I've heard that so many times already. Well, as a platoon under such a great leader, we might be able to live long lives. It's promising. I don't really care for having to die. Shall we just humbly hope we'll become heroes, not attack, and watch the show? Ha ha ha. Cheers, to Sir Platoon Leader Schera, our hero. Cheers. The soldiers started drinking alcohol while revealing large smiles. The members who were originally colleagues of Schera shivered as they tightly held their bowls of soup. What's the matter? No. Nothing. It's nothing. Weirdo. Your soup finally cooled down. Hurry up and finish it. After this is happy time drinking alcohol. Schera was the one who got him out of trouble. If she wasn't there, he would have died there. Therefore, though he thought of her like death itself, he wouldn't say so. Even though the figure of death could be clearly seen, he wouldn't say so. If he did, it might be his turn next. Therefore, he wouldn't say so. He would attract the eyes of death. When he finished his soup that was as thin as water, he decided to join the soldiers in basking in the warmth of the bonfire, and he stretched out both hands. Around that time, Schera was elegantly walking in the cold weather with the proof of second lieutenant rank triumphantly attached to herself. Although she was greatly dissatisfied at the fact that the amount of food had decreased recently, she was gifted bread with cheese from a colleague she saved. While walking on the ramparts and gazing at the stars, she was enjoying her luxurious dinner. Suspicious shadows detected. Quite free anyhow, shall I go check them out, I wonder? I might be able to receive some delicious food. Once in a while, I want to eat fruit. It's only been dried stuff recently, said Schera, who licked her lips. In her line of sight was a group looking around restlessly while walking as if trying not to make their footsteps heard. Over their shoulders hung a large bag. It was as if they were doing a moonlight flit. She could see that there were about 10 or so people, but she couldn't tell in detail. She lightly flipped her second lieutenant proof of rank with her fingers, and Schera descended down the stairs and walked towards the group stealthily working. When the moonlight shined on her scythe, its warped blade cruelly glinted as if having found prey. Chapter 3, Roasted Beans are Fairly Delicious. Chapter 3, Roasted Beans are Fairly Delicious. Antigua Branch Castle, back gate. A single soldier ascertaining the state of the vicinity beckoned with his hand and called his comrade. The guard who should have been the gatekeeper at this time sent a signal with a light shake of his head and took out a key. It was not the key to the stiff, shut castle gates. It was for the small but sturdy iron gate built nearby. It was a small door that was forbidden to be opened unless in dire circumstances. The guard burdened with the duty of guarding this very gate opened it for the soldiers who decided to escape. This gatekeeper had colluded with the Liberation Army, and was appointed with the covert duty of lowering morale and offering his kind services to deserters. This was a scene that had repeated itself many times already. The guard system inside the castle was quite slack, and this evening as well, there was nothing happening and should have ended as usual with him seeing off the deserting soldiers. So you do not get found by the lookouts. In a moment, stoop and go forward. In a dilapidated house deep in the North Forest is a contact on standby. Here's a map up until there. Once it is not needed, make sure to destroy and dispose of it. When the gatekeeper handed them a map, a man received it and took a glance. Sorry. You've saved us. Also, give these documents to the guy on standby. The colluder took out an envelope with the documents inside. Yeah. I understand. The surveillance is weak, but be cautious enough. You over there, what's going on? In the middle of handing over the documents, a voice unsuited to the occasion spoke to the men. Though they felt like their hearts would stop, the gatekeeper and the deserters turned in that direction. If I'm correct, you guys were from the 11th Infantry Platoon, I believe. Where are you heading out to, carrying that kind of luggage? Are you guys also going on a stroll to gaze at the stars, I wonder? You are. The 13th Infantry Platoons. Oi, wait.
This person is okay.
The still very young man, who was in a posture as if ready to draw his sword at any moment, seeing Schera's figure, let out a large sigh of relief. He was relieved since she would let them go. The gatekeeper did not relax his vigilant gaze. If she let out a loud voice, he planned to kill her. Everything would be over if she made a racket. Temporary Second Lieutenant Schera. Ah, the kid who had an annoying job pushed onto her. Isn't the temporary just so tear-jerking? It's become a topic in other platoons as well. How long does she have to live, they say. She's also become a target of some bets. More importantly, what's going on? Asked Schera, smiling while putting her large scythe on her shoulder. Isn't it obvious? We're running away from this shitty army. Everyone wants to be on the winning side, right? Rumor has it that the Empire will be joining soon. At this rate, we'd die a dog's death. We will join the Royal Capital Liberation Army. I heard that one can earn a lot of money. Sorry, but I have no intent of dying for the kingdom. All the group members have agreed. We have appropriate weapons as gifts as well as food. We probably won't be treated badly. The man who seemed to be the leader with his hand patted the bag on his back with a pomp. Schera, who had heard their response, nodded several times, having understood the situation. I see. Well then, this is where we say farewell. You wanna come too? You'll just die somewhere at this rate. Hey. One of the deserters spontaneously retorted. He was worried that their extraneous burdens would increase. We can't just leave her like this. She's an eyewitness to our crime. Hey, you don't mind if we bring one more person, right? The gatekeeper frowned when the platoon leader asked, but as there was no recourse, he nodded his head. It's not in the plan, but there's no recourse. Killing women and children is unsettling as one would expect. However, just you. You may not call any other of your group members. So he says. You're coming, of course? We, a small fry, have absolutely no obligation to an army like this. I guess. Then I'll be coming along. Mostly likely it'll be a short while, but take care of me. With a bright, sweet smile, Schera expressed her consent. The men nodded in assent, and they escaped quietly out the side door. Desertion was a serious crime. If exposed to the military, arguing would be useless, capital punishment. The deserters stifled their breathing and hurried to the woodlands while pressing their bodies into the grass. There. P. G. Was nothing more difficult than moving with unwieldy baggage, but they couldn't go on empty-handed. Schera had her large scythe as well, and she was no different from the men. Hey, Miss Temporary Second Lieutenant Schera, how about throwing away that outlandish, gargantuan scythe? Isn't it a constant pain in the butt? Without this, I cannot fight. Schera gently brushed the handle of her scythe. The man, while shocked, whispered. Geez. Fine. I'll let you carry that scythe. Since you wanted to. You don't look the part though. Once we reach the Liberation Army, hurry up and go back to your village. I won't think any less of you. I'll keep that in consideration. Platoon leader. Isn't that it over there? One of the group members reported while opening the map to confirm their current position. There was a large tree with an X gashed into it to serve as a landmark. Though it was dark and they couldn't see well, 30 strides away from them, there was certainly a single, large tree standing out amidst the many smaller trees. The deserting soldiers started silently walking, aiming at their landmark tree while trying not make any noise. They had gradually reached the point further than the surveillance of the kingdom's soldiers. But they did not relax their guard even until the end. This was the sole thing they had learned from the armed forces, it was the key to survival. Certainly, this incision seems like it was made by a human. So we turn left here? Yes. Most likely this way, I think. There's some kind of animal trail. Only around here are there some random footprints left behind. It seems like we'll arrive if we follow these. Despite the enemy conducting their operations so close, they didn't notice at all. How comfortable. Are the heads of our leaders hollow? Muttered the platoon leader while stroking the large tree with his hand. All the group members spoke up in agreement. I can guess why our surprise attack was found out, Herr. Our decision to escape was spot on. To have been able to choose the correct choice at the last moment, we are blessed men. If I make it home, I'll pray to the stars. This is God's favor to us devouts. Praise the star god. Here. These men had left behind families, they did not want to die in vain, to die a dog's death. Even though they would be called traitors, survival was everything. This compulsive thought was shared by everyone. Schera was happily gazing at the scene from a place slightly distant from them all while fiddling with her beloved scythe. Why? Perched on her shoulders. Incidentally, her stomach was empty, and she tossed into her mouth the preserved roasted beans that she had been carrying with her. The beans this time were just a little salty. It was not good, but it seemed like it was also not bad. All right. Our break is over. Let's tear up the map and bury it. A promise is a promise. Leave no traces behind. Understood. Hey, Schera. Don't just be eating those bin things, help us out a bit. One member of the group complained to Schera, who was leisurely chewing her beans. Instead of a response, she struck out with the point of the large scythe and made a small hole. So that scythe is a substitute for a hoe? If you get home, make sure to help your parents out. As long as they live, give them the proper respect. He said with a touch of a preaching tone while turning his gaze in Schera's direction. The map was torn, put in the hole, and then violently covered with soil. They stamped on the soil with their military boots. They dealt with it in a way to not leave any vestiges behind. That's good enough, signaled the end for everyone. If I feel like it. Start putting in some effort and feel like it.
Okay.
By the way, are you my dad? I have a cute son waiting for me at home. Sorry, but I can't be your dad. Go find a nice guy with your own power. Very unfortunate. While having this frivolous talk, Schera tried imagining her formerly existing parents. However, she couldn't dig up any memories. She did not particularly think it unfortunate in the slightest, however. Her hatred towards the Royal Capital Liberation Army was certain. Her recollections of her village being destroyed were certain. Nevertheless, she could not remember the faces any of the people who should have been there. She did not think that sad. What she could recall that was sad, was only that deathly sense of hunger. Yes. The only thing she recalled was that maddening feeling of starvation. Schera silently threw the last bin in her mouth. She violently crushed it and was not aware of its taste. Liberation Army, Intelligence Corps, a concealed, dilapidated house. Normally, only scouts would use this spot, but this evening, a single commander of the Liberation Army, Colonel Voller, was visiting for an inspection in the face of the enemy. Voller was a senior military officer sent from the Empire's army as reinforcement. He had a tall physique and his muscles were bulging. The military genius he was born with had been habitually tempered and then further polished. His skill with the spear was recognized as distinguished even among all of the Empire. As a spearmanship instructor, he also served as the instructor for second-in-command Second Prince Alan. His fortitude and vigor were beloved by the soldiers, and he also possessed talent as a commander. Well done continuing your task late into the night. I come to ascertain the situation with Antigua Branch Castle with my own eyes. Colonel, Your Eminence need not to have come. The situation here is the same as usual. Please, use this. I will. One scout passed an eyepiece to Vola. This magic tool, which had a special enchantment placed on it, could project the scenery across the lens like it was daytime. It was a technology excavated from a certain labyrinth city. It was an item permitted to be held by only commissioned officers tethered to the Empire's intelligence core. I view everything through the lens of, is this a trap meant to lower our guards? Please, take a look at the main tower over there. Vola turned the eyepiece in the direction that the intelligence core member pointed out. Inside the rampart walls was a blatantly conspicuous tower. It was surely a watchtower used to discover the enemy. However, the lookout was leaning against the wall with not a single movement. The lookout is sleeping on the job. Has discipline fallen apart? Vola murmured with an amazed tone while ascertaining the state of affairs of Antigua Branch Castle through the eyepiece. It is quite rare for there to be a lookout that takes his post seriously. While we are maintaining a sense of tension, it is making it quite hard. Nevertheless, absolutely do not be negligent. The enemy must as well have someone incredibly sharp. The kingdom would not have lasted up until today otherwise. Vola passed the eyepiece back to the scout and gave a warning. Orders understood, Colonel Vola. Something tripped our cordon. I will go confirm immediately. The special warning cordon had been developed according to the Empire's sorcery technology, and it had been uniformly laid out around the perimeter of the dilapidated house. One subordinate man utilized an eyepiece and went to identify that something. They appear to be deserters mentioned by a contact. They number 10. No, 11. There is one person more than the contact indicated. There were people who deserted before, too. At this critical moment, these guys are also deciding to after asking them the usual questions, lead them to the Liberation Army headquarters. Don't forget to take their documents from the spy. Understood. The intelligence corps, has it been guiding the deserters? Vola inquired while rubbing his chin. Yes. Orders from our tactician: we are to act to further pressure interior collapse. The number of deserters have already surpassed 1,000. Of the betrayers we receive contact from, there have even been those who have reached a superior rank after starting from the bottom. At any rate, the fruits of our efforts should be apparent. There were a great many people who held animosity towards the kingdom. It had been easy work to take advantage of them. The people who naturally came to sell out the kingdom were not few. That's so. So the kingdom has started rotting from the inside. Yes. It is exactly as you say. A giant tree could have an imposing appearance on the outside but could be completely decomposed on the inside. Even if nothing was done to it, it would miserably wither, and its collapse would only be a matter of time. In that case, the intelligence corps was responsible for the duty of hastening that process. I would like to ask the deserters about the situation inside. Do you mind? I am not quite in agreement. There is no way those guys have sworn loyalty to the princess. As they are, they ran away because of their dissatisfaction. I am saying this just in case. The intelligence corps member warned, but Vola shook his head sideways, saying there was nothing to fear. What if we were sneak attacked by the deserters? I am also a man who takes that into consideration. I will have you let me ask them for information, with these ears firsthand. Understood. However, please allow us to accompany you. If anything were to happen to the colonel, we would be held responsible. When the group member cracked a smile, Vola dryly laughed. Herr, when you have a subordinate with a strong sense of responsibility, it's quite troubling. When one has a strong-willed superior officer, there are various troubles. Vola exited the small shed, and the intelligence corps members on standby followed after him. I am Colonel Vola, member of the Empire Loyalty Battalion of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Are you the people who have come from Antigua Branch Castle? Why, yes. That is correct. We have escaped from the castle to join the Liberation Army spearheaded by Princess Alturia. From now on, we will expend our lives and fight for the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Shamelessly fibbed the platoon leader. Voller knew that, yet he solemnly nodded his head. After all, as far as a single, private soldier was concerned, hegemony wars were just that kind of thing. Umu. We heartily welcome the arrival of comrades of the same mind. Hereon, under the Liberation Army, I would like you to freely wield your strength. Sir. The platoon leader, and the rest of the soldiers respectfully bowed. Voller gazed over the faces of all of them one by one. But, his gaze stopped, on a single soldier holding a peculiar weapon. Girl. What's so funny, will you let me hear? I'm asking you why you had that smile plastered on your face this entire time. Aha, ahaha. What is so funny, you ask? Everything, everything. It's so amusing, I just can't help it. What? I mean, we have escaped from the castle to join the Liberation Army. He said something like that so seriously, yet, he ran away because he didn't want to die in reality. Schera laughed while holding her stomach, now no longer able to hold back. The Intelligence Corps members on standby scowled and reached for their personal weapons. If she continued her disrespect any further, they planned to immediately dispose of her. Hey, that's impolite. Schera. Stop. The platoon leader reached out his hand to restrain Schera, but she sharply swatted it away. Oh no. Could a dog of the rebel army not touch me? You aren't my ally anymore after all. Hey Schera. Are you being serious? So you haven't come to join our Liberation Army? Voller posed the question. As killing intent had been released from Schera, this would be the final question. He grasped the spear tightly and strengthened his grip. Isn't it clear that I haven't? All this sneaking around, I've come to hunt you. I saw hounds. The larger the prey, the sooner I can become distinguished, right? Hey Schera. No, that's not it. Please forgive her somehow. This person is a little disabled in the head. The platoon leader went to plead for Schera's life, but she swept him away, saying he was an annoyance. Can you not treat people like idiots? Being protected by a dog, it kind of hurts my feelings. Seeing this play out, Voller let out a large sigh. So that's your answer. It seems you've gone mad due to the stormy army life. Now, I'll give you peace. Please stop, Colonel. For someone like this, we will deal with her. Your worry is not needed. I at least have some pity. I cannot bring myself to raise my hand against a girl of such tender age. But there is no other remedy. Her appearance is already that of a rabid dog. I can't bear to look. With a wave of his hand, Voller stopped the Intelligence Corps members and took a stance with easy movements. After several seconds, Schera would die. She would be no match for such a large man, and furthermore a Liberation Army's colonel. Nothing could be done for the deserters anymore. They would get implicated and die surely. What they could do was only swallow the saliva held in their mouths due to tension and ascertain Schera's final moments. However, Schera, despite their worry, took a step forward with a cheerful expression. Fufu, for the sake of my delicious food. Sorry, but will you die for me? Strength entered her body, and she flourished the large scythe held in her hands. Schera's lips warped, and she pointed her scythe at Voller. Chapter 4, Bright red meat pies are delicious. With regards to the history of the Mundo Novo continent, it would probably be correct to say that most if not all stories produced in future posterity would be about this time period. Starting from the Battle of Demons for Labyrinth City Arta, there was the breakup of the Star Church, the formation of the Royal Capital Liberation Army, the Kingdom's Civil War, and then this store heading towards the Great War. Many heroes would appear, heroic epics would be left behind as numerous as the stars, and then they would be handed down for generations. Of all of the stories, the one most popular with the people of the New Kingdom would be the one about Altura Yuuz Unicafe, the young princess spearheading for the Liberation Army. In place of her deceased father exiled after losing a war of succession, she was a beloved character who rose up for the unhappy, suffering, and oppressed citizens. In the end, she was a woman who struck down the incompetent king, established the new Yuuz kingdom, and reigned as its first-generation queen. In her biography, she was a woman of honest speech and conduct, a woman who charmed the heart of many people with her behavior, and a woman of much fascination. The runner-up in popularity would probably be the story of the second prince of the empire, Alan, who after the Great War became Altura's husband. It was a love story of the bonds between a man and women of hostile nations, and despite the many exaggerations mixed in, it spawned many narratives. It was highly valuated from a military perspective, and the fights he participated in are considered excellent exhibitions of leadership. It was written down in Yuuz kingdom history that he did everything he could to negotiate with his home country, the empire, and he continued to counsel harmoniously from beside the queen. In addition to those characters, many others were mentioned. There was the man who left his town and started walking the road of a hero, Finn, the tactician who led the Liberation Army to victory, Vina, and the invincible general, Beiruz. In the shadow of the magnificent glory of the winners, there existed history of the vanquished too. In the role of the villains, the ones who appeared most often were probably veteran army general Sharov, the indomitable Yalda, and his loyal retainer, Sidamo. High Noble David and Prime Minister Farsam were also recorded. Of course, the works were heavily distorted when convenient, and they had the thankless role of being utterly crushed by the Liberation Army. In all those perverted literary works, or rather biographies, was a single character whose portrayal stood out ever more distinct, Death God, Schera Zade. In the frail army of the kingdom, she was a female commissioned officer who spilled the most blood of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. She took the family name, Zade. Sometime midway, and details of her descent were completely unknown. She was a character so mysterious that even her age was uncertain. This girl's name first appeared on stage, front and center, at the Alusha engagement. It was the first battle between the large-scale armies of the kingdom and the Royal Capital Liberation Army. 80,000 was the fighting force of the kingdom, and 40,000 for the Royal Capital Liberation Army. It was a battle that the kingdom would win, they had believed. Not one of the kingdom's executives had doubted it. Antigua Branch Castle, Northern Woodlands, deserted house. Vola had been completely repulsed by a girl young enough to be his own daughter. His thrust with his body weight behind it that had been fired to quickly do her in had been lightly brushed aside. This girl's blow had been of such weight that he had almost accidentally dropped his spear. Vola had changed his mindset, and he was increasing the severity his attacks. Thrust. Sweep. Strike. He attacked with every method of offense he had, but he could not inflict any wounds. Schera nimbly moved and only deflected attacks deemed unavoidable with her large scythe. And then, she would start grinning like a fool. Like she was waiting for Vola to exhaust all his stamina. It had been several minutes, or maybe several tens of minutes. With sweat running down from his cheeks, it was finally time that Vola's breathing became haggard. Well then, this time I'll be the one attacking. Ha ha. Make sure to parry. Just like I had done. Schera started her attack in the exact way Vola had before her. The bulky Vola was unable to evade as he would have liked, and the tempered blade protruding from the handle of the large scythe pierced through his armor, his steel armor that could even deflect arrows was destroyed with ease. It was preposterous to try to somehow parry the crash of the downward swung large scythe with his large spear. Just what was that thing made of? For now, every single blow had such tremendous weight. Both his hands were numb. His knees were quivering. He was bleeding, and his stamina was starting to run out. Ku. You bastard, what kind of person are you? You can't be, just a single common soldier. Schera. Schera spun her scythe when she bared her teeth and answered. If left alive, you would surely become a calamity of the Liberation Army. Right here, I absolutely have to kill you. Do your best, K. You swine. His waist lowered, Vola thrusted with every fiber of his being. It was at a speed the onlookers watching in amazement around him could not at all cognize. It was a flawless strike joined with tangible fighting spirit. It had been a strike magnificent to that degree, had been, that is. Ridiculous. Oops, too slow it seems. Well then, I'll have that head of yours. The blow with all his might behind it appeared to have gotten through to her. The extended spear was entangled with the large scythe, and tip was forced into the ground. The instant he leaked out a cry of shock, the curved blade like a snake slithered, and Voller's trained neck was easily severed. See Colonel Voller. The colonel was. The intelligence corps members were lost for words. The deserters could do nothing but look at the spectacle in front of their eyes in amazement. With this guy's head, it seems I'll be able to eat some delicious food again. It was worth coming along with those dogs all the way out here. Schera cheerfully smiled while casually gripping the head that had a look of regret. One intelligence corps member thought to put an end to that recklessness. That instant. Can you not get in the way? My eye-ish. With no prior movements, a small sickle used for trimming grass concealed on her waist was thrown into the intelligence corps member's face, the tip of the small sickle with a mean cutting edge viciously stabbed into the eye socket of the intelligence corps member. After he had writhed in pain and sloppily rolled around. Noisy, and an attack was inflicted on the crown of the pitiful man's head with the scythe's handle, and he no longer let out even a single cry. The remaining intelligence corps members were filled with excess terror and they started trembling. Approaching them in front of their eyes was an existence that was the incarnation of death. Already, in these guys' eyes, they saw her not as a girl, but only as the shadow of death, and there was no way they could win against death. The only road available for these people who were overwhelmed was to pray. Well now, I wonder if I should go treasure hunting. I expressly came all the way out here, bringing back just a head is boring. Leaving behind the weaklings standing stock still, Schera entered the dilapidated house with the scythe on her shoulder. After a short time, sounds of a violent struggle came from inside, and after extremely gruesome screams could be heard, the now blood-stained Schera came out in a good mood. While stuffing her cheeks with a red-dyed meat pie. I'll be borrowing this eyepiece as it seems handy. The owner can no longer use them, so he won't mind. It was the magical instrument eyepiece that the intelligence corps had been using just before. This clearly wasn't something good to hand over. But spare us. Oh yeah. What should I do, I wonder? Take them with you. We won't mind. So, don't kill us. Please. Spare us. This intelligence corps member who would not talk even under torture had fear welling up from the bottom of his heart. The basic fear of having one's soul reaped drew near before his very eyes. It was dreadful and unbearable. In exchange for this meat pie, I will spare you. You're quite lucky. You might have used up an entire life's worth of luck.
Your life from now on, be careful, okay?
Schera slowly whispered in a soft voice with condescending laughter into the ears of the trembling intelligence corps member. Since her luggage had increased, isn't there anything useful I could use? Thought Schera as she started looking around the vicinity. When she heard a whinny from behind the small house, she discovered a finely built, black horse. It was Voller's favorite horse that he had used to come to this dilapidated house. At the sudden appearance of a person, the horse intensely neighed and drew back, but when Schera glared at it with narrowed eyes, it stopped stirring about like it had been struck by lightning. From now on, I will use you. Let us cordially advance onto the battlefield together. When Schera gently brushed him, the horse lowered its head in front of Schera, as if completely submitting himself to her. With a few pats and a soothing there, she nimbly jumped atop and gripped the reins. Her display of easily handling the large horse proved her to be an expert. Wait, Schera. What should we do? The deserted platoon leader hurriedly came to ask Schera, who was just about to depart. If left behind in this place, they would be accused of being responsible for the colonel who lost his head lightly. Having said that, they could not just return to Antigua Branch Castle. There was only one punishment handed down to deserters, the death penalty. Hell if you stay. Hell if you return. Isn't it fine just to pick whichever you like? Choosing is the only happiness left you for guys. No way. Should I end you for you? Reward for the trip here. Hi. When she pointed her scythe at the platoon leader, his legs gave out. Maybe his situation was funny. Schera let out a quick laugh. She gently put the half-eaten meat pie into the waist pouch and dusted off her hands. Dried blood was smeared on her hands. Or not just her hands, but even her entire body, but Schera didn't notice that at the moment. Well then, goodbye. If fate decides it, see you later. With a light wave her hand, she kicked the horse's abdomen, and they started galloping vigorously. In her hand was Vola's head, and on her back was her large scythe. Antigua Branch Castle, interrogation room. Schera, who had spurred on her horse and gaudily repatriated, was of course seen by the lookouts, bound, and taken for questioning. All the more because in her hand seemed to be the head of the enemy commander. And so, you accompanied the deserters, took the head of the enemy commander, who just happened to be there, seized his horse, and then repatriated. Is that what you are saying? Exactly. I've said it many times before, right? What an absurd story. Who would believe it? Is what I want to say, but the head of the enemy commander is the real thing. Affiliated with the Empire's army, spearmanship instructor Vola, no doubt about it. Well then. Isn't this good enough? I'm tired and hungry. I wonder, isn't it about time to release me? After stretching out her hands and loudly yawning, Schera reached into her waist pouch and took out her half-eaten meat pie. The meat pie dyed bright red was her spoil of war. The smell of iron and a savory smell met and mixed together. She opened her mouth wide and was about to take a bite, but she was hindered, and it was tragically, roughly plundered. Schera's complexion instantly changed. You are in the middle of a hearing. Eating can wait after, Hey! If you don't want to be beheaded, immediately return my meat pie.
I won't say it a second time, okay?
Come, hurry. Up. Schera abruptly reached out her right hand and tightened her vice-like grip around the neck of the military policeman. It was just a small hand, but the military policeman was starting to hear disgusting, creaking sounds. Her facial expression had become ferocious, like that of a starving beast. Why? Return it, just let go. The military policeman, who had decided he would be killed at this rate, let go and dropped the stolen meat pie in front of Schera's eyes. Can you not interrupt my meal? Please and thank you. Schera's dangerous appearance immediately took an about face, and she was in a good humor stuffing herself. The military police officer, though violently coughing go-ho, looked over his shoulder at the door behind him. He sent his gaze, which said, "Please give me a break," to the man examining from behind the observation window. The person observing was the man with the title 3rd Army Chief Staff Officer. It was Sidamo Arta. With a profound sigh, he opened the door to the interrogation room and entered. Sidamo had been troubled over the increasing numbers of deserters. He soundly knew that there was a betrayer in the midst of them, but never did he expect that he completely overlooked the gatekeeper. Inconceivable. Due to Schera's testimony, the secret collusion actions of the gatekeeper were settled, and he was immediately restrained and executed. He had thought it would be over with that, but then he was surprised by the head the girl in question brought back. No doubt about it, it was the man who served as the bodyguard for the imperial family at the memorial ceremony formerly held in 3 countries. That Sidamo had recollection left of him was because Sidamo attended and was in charge of security from the kingdom's side. From appearances, he was a grave, warrior type of person, and even if Sidamo was wrong, he was not an opponent a young girl could take on. Yet, the reality was that Vola, who ought to have been flourishing on the battlefield, had his head detached from his body. In other words, this girl, Schera, was someone stronger than Vola. Stupid, but this was reality. He could only recognize it. Your temporary second lieutenant Schera? Assault towards military police is a crime of treason. Take care and act accordingly. Sir, please forgive my discourtesy. Also, cease talking while eating. That is defamation of a superior officer. Sir. Schera forcibly inhaled the meat pie, stood up from her seat, and saluted. At that action, Sidamo further knitted his brows together. In the end, was his judgment correct, or was it not correct? He was gradually losing confidence in himself. First of all, for the discovery of the turncoats. Well done. The increasing numbers of deserters was giving me a headache. Sir. Due to that achievement, the title, temporary, will be taken from you. Hereafter, you will squarely have the title of second lieutenant. Thank you very much. Then, for the execution of enemy commander Voller. His Excellency Yalda would also be pleased. Because he is busy with work right now preparing for an offensive, he is unable to give you any further reward. Therefore, at my own discretion, for this current military operation as far as you are concerned, I have recommended you for a special duty unit. However, you will be detached from the duty of commanding your current platoon and be put in a detached force. If you distinguish yourself, I can guarantee that you can anticipate further promotions. How about it, do you aspire? Of course, this is not obligatory. Sir, Second Lieutenant Schera aspires. She immediately replied without a second of hesitation. Very well. Details will be left for later, and instructions will be given. For now, rest your body. You are dismissed. Sir. Please excuse me. After performing a splendid salute, Schera withdrew, closing the door. The instant Schera left the inspection room. I'm not used to that way of speaking. So tired. The leaked-out complaint was said in a ridiculously loud voice, and of course, it even reached Sidamo's ears. Let's hurry and eat. He could also completely hear that. I guess my judgment was mistaken. What do you think? Sidamo-sama, I think your judgment and discernment is correct. That girl is most likely, no mistake, she is a monster. Is that so? Looking at the military policeman whose life was spared and appeared relieved from the bottom of his heart, Sidamo folded his arms and brooded for a while. Chapter 5, Carrots have good consistency, delicious. Royal Capital Liberation Army Headquarters, Salvador Fortress. The heads of all the commissioned officers were having a final war council aimed towards the engagement expected to arrive in the near future. As per information from our scouts, as expected, the enemy's main force means to expand to the Aleutian Plains. There is almost no mistake, as information from the betrayers also indicates this. Then it is a frontal attack, wouldn't you say so? Their ambush in the woodlands failed, and they also have to cross the river. Judging from General Yalda's personality, one that believes in strength in numbers, he is thinking of coming at us from the front. The tactician Vina disinterestedly murmured while placing a knight piece, representing one unit, on the map spread out on the desk. How is the usual construction going? We have conducted construction work all around the predicted enemy invasion route. We will finish before long, it is said. We're playing tricks on them, is what they are probably thinking. Our forces are in reality weaker than theirs. This will be suitable bait to catch the kingdom's forces. Now that the tactician Dono has read this far, the rest is work for us officers and men. Yay. My arm is tingling, said the 50-year-old senior commander, Yuuz. Unhappy with the kingdom's deterioration, he was a man with an abundance of morality who led his men to join the Liberation Army. Steady fights were customary to him, and he could calmly judge the progress of battle. So everything is complete. However, we cannot limit ourselves to progressing according to plan. We do not know what will occur. This is a battlefield. Mildly warned Dinah at Altora's, nodding her head in satisfaction. Altora spontaneously made a bitter smile and replied, I know. Even a single moment of hesitation is taboo. I was taught that ad nauseum after all. In times when the wind is at one's back, the nerve to hold fast is necessary. Even looking at history up until now, there have been many cases of people with extravagant merit who have fallen to ruin. For the sake of the citizens, we must absolutely not permit a repeat of the same mistakes. The arrayed commissioned officers silently agreed at those words. Incompetent statesmen. Harsh despotism. Widespread disorder in domestic public safety. They would liberate the citizens from all of them and once again return the kingdom to its former affluence. That was the Royal Capital Liberation Army's mission, their raison d'etre. We are also backed with the full might of the Empire. At the dawn when the princess takes the throne, we will bring about perpetual peace in the continent of Mundo Nuevo. We are grateful to you, Prince Alan. We have again and again received care packages, volunteer soldiers, and we have even been graciously furnished with magic weapons. That we have been to stand on our own this far is all thanks to you. We only work in accordance with His Majesty the Emperor's decree. And what ultimately moved His Majesty's heart was your fidelity for the citizens. That by no means proved trivial. No one other than you exists that can lead the Liberation Army. Thanks, Prince Alan. Real motive or public facade? It was obvious which. It was unthinkable that the greatest leader of the Keyland Empire would support being manipulated by the naive ideal of for the citizens. Even though the Empire had been hit by the effects from the large crop failure, their frenetic internal regulations did not change. The increasing insurrection, the multiplying number of bandits, the swelling war expenditures, the Empire barely managed to maintain control one step before discontent would explode and nothing more. However, their sworn enemy the kingdom had it rougher. Its incompetent king had not the faculty to suppress dissatisfaction, and it would be suffice to say that it was already too late for the crumbled public order. Piled onto that was the timing of the Royal Capital Liberation Army uprising. This was the greatest chance for the Empire to raise a liberation army, aggressively support it, and have it bear the full front of overthrowing the kingdom. They organized a volunteer army, devised to further augment its war potential by sending in the second prince to the Liberation Army, and once this event was realized, they would seize the initiative. Alan, the individual second in command of the Liberation Army, had no such whimsical thoughts to that extent. He had been captivated by Altura's charm, and he thought to honestly aid her as an individual person. After all, the one to inherit the imperial throne would be the eldest son, and he was no more than a spare. Excuse me. I have come with urgent information. In the strategy conference room came in a soldier looking flustered. One group of generals scowled, but they had inferred from the soldier's appearance that it was bad news, disorderly. Calm down and report. You are wasting time and stamina like this. Sir. Please forgive me. Presently, the Intelligence Corps members sent to reconnoiter Antigua Branch Castle have repatriated, but if I'm not mistaken, Vola should have proceeded to inspect enemy movements last night. Why yes, but according to enemy soldiers, now deserters, Colonel Vola has been killed. Alan displayed an expression of doubt. He could not believe that robust soldier had been killed so suddenly. Judging that it was probably a mistake from an incorrect report, he opened his mouth. How idiotic. Vola's spearmanship is peerless even throughout the Empire. He wouldn't be killed by something like a kingdom soldier. Go get a confirmation one more time, there's a chance this is some sick joke. The colonel's corpse has been brought here. I have confirmed it with my very own eyes. That appearance was Colonel Vola's. The Intelligence Corps members have also witnessed the whole story from beginning to end, so there is no mistake. Vola's body had had multiple wounds. His head had been cut off, and it couldn't be known what kind of expression he had as he met his end. Do we know who he was killed by? Well, that is. The troop members were in a crazed confusion. They only repeatedly said that it had been done by a god of death, and we could not get out of them any detailed circumstances. Also, the deserters who happened to be present have been taken into custody. According to them, it was a young girl wielding a large scythe. Immediately guide me there. I will ascertain this with my very own eyes. By a god of death, a large scythe-wielding little girl. Illogical. Cannot be understood at all. PL, please excuse me. The colonel's body is over here. Everyone from the Empire who had come to assist, even Alan, followed, guided by the soldier. After seeing them off, Tactician Vienna opened her mouth. Princess. This is a battlefield. There is danger at any time of death visiting anyone. Friends, lovers, brothers. All of them can all of a sudden become meaningless corpses. Do you have the determination to come to grips with this overflowing anguish from now on? Naturally. Above a great many corpses and blood I stand. At the same time, I will minimize the number of victims. That is my duty, as a commander of the Liberation Army, and my calling as royalty. Never will I run away. Altura closed her eyes and put her hand to her chest. We staff officers, generals, and even the soldiers. We devote our body and soul for the materialization of the princess's dream. Vienna silently lowered his head, and the military officers raised their arms overhead and shouted. For the victory of the Liberation Army. For the public peace of the kingdom's citizens. Long live Princess Altura. The Royal Capital Liberation Army sallied towards the Alusha Plains, heading towards Alusha Plains, en route, the 3rd Army Corps. Sidamo was reporting to General Yalda. According to information from our scouts, the enemy's main force has also departed for the Alusha Plains. I see. So rather than being confined and crushed, they chose to be grandly annihilated on the plains. They've saved us much trouble. There are reports that the enemy scout unit has been conducting work on the plains. However, we do not have any details. Have they been excavating pitfalls? Unknown, however, it seems that they have mobilized a large number of people. To head to Salvador Fortress, one could cross the plains, navigate the woodlands, or take a detour route and cross the Alusha River. Gyra's division, which had been annihilated a few days ago, had launched a surprise attack through the woodlands. If they were to do the same, it would probably take several multiples of hours if they were to be alert for traps or take a detour. For the 3rd Army, who did not have a surplus of food, that route they didn't want to take. Furthermore, the danger known as crossing a river was something they did not want to risk. There is no need for something as dull as a detour. We, the Heavy Armored Steel Division, will trample everything. Watch us. Exactly, that they are using tricks or traps is proof that they are in difficult times. A simple frontal attack would be to our behoof. Advised Major General Kairos leading the heavy cavalry and Major General Danush leading the heavy infantry. They were both born from distinguished families and had definite promise of being promoted in the future. For the sake of coming out on top of a factional dispute, they wanted to earn achievements no matter the cost. Gyra, who was one of their rivals, went and perished on his own accord, and they were snickering inwardly. Umu. Certainly, we will not go so far as to detour. Rather, a detour like a river crossing is dangerous. As per the art of war, we would likely be attacked while defenseless. Certainly. I am resolved. There is no need to go out of our way and waste more time. Speaking of which, Sidamo. What about the detached force you arranged for? Sir, under supervision, 3,000 light cavalry have already deployed. They exited the woodlands a few days ago and are tasked with an attack on the enemy food storehouse. An organized force composed of only 3,000 light cavalry had taken a route separate from the main body and were told to assault the enemy food storehouse. After having experienced being devastated by a surprise attack, the enemy would not expect them to take the same course of action, or so they planned to outsmart the enemy. On the other hand, even if the enemy had foreseen their movements, then they could divide the enemy's main force. This was an unlosable plan. Well done. Good if it goes to plan, and even if found out, we can at the very least divide the enemy's forces, with no disadvantages. What a splendid plan, Chief Officer Sidamo. Our victory is assured. I am honored to receive such a lavish praise. Also, the soldier that had killed General Voller of the Empire has also been admitted as second in command according to my recommendation. She has little experience leading, but she possesses considerable strength. She will probably prove useful after this to Your Excellency. It had been unprecedented, but a second lieutenant rank had been recommended for second in command of the detached force. Not for her leadership skills, but for her outstanding armed might, or so Sidamo anticipated. Ho! I look forward to it. After this battle, I'll absolutely promote her. Still, to have been killed by a single soldier, seems like those guys who came as support all the way from the Empire aren't that big a deal. Or is it because our kingdom is just too excellent? Yalda let out a hearty laugh. Seeing Vola's head had cleared up the humiliation of defeat from few days ago, in a good humor after kicking around the head as much as he wanted, he had went so far as to go drink. Our kingdom's soldiers are overwhelmingly superior. They are the product of habitual, rigorous training and your excellency's leadership. After all, the rebel army is just a mishmash of troops. It will not change that they are just a gathering of thieves. Also, that lot from the Empire who came to assist the insurgents are merely effeminate soldiers and brainless commanders. There is no path for victory against us, the greatest elite of the kingdom. Moreover, we are spearheaded by Your Excellency Yalda, the foremost general of the kingdom's army. Why? Ha ha ha. You give absolutely splendid flattery. Once we successfully exterminate the rebel army, next is the Empire. Then, we will once again merge, and our Yuuz kingdom will then unify the continent, would you say? Your Excellency Yalda's promotion to Field Marshal is assured. After all, the proof is that the 3rd Army Corps is the kingdom's most elite. Field Marshal Sharov is of considerable age. There is no one suitable but you to be the keystone of the kingdom after this. We swear our loyalty to you all the more. Flatter Kairos and Danush. Your Excellency could doubtlessly become the hero of the kingdom. Sidamo said, not wanting to lose. For the revival of the fallen and ruined House of Arta, he must have the top reach of Yalda without fail, for the sake of washing away the dishonor of his now deceased older brother. For that sake, he would throw away all his pride and go to the top from this social position. I will by no means forget your labor for me. Let us seize glory together. Sir. Kingdom Army, 3rd Army Corps, as planned continued to march towards Alusha Plains. Schera's assigned cavalry had exited the northern woodlands and were rushing towards the Liberation Army's food warehouse. They numbered 3,000. Hey, 2nd Lieutenant Schera. How about not eating in the middle of riding a horse? Called out a man of a tender age, turning towards Schera riding side by side with him. Eat in times when one can eat. That is my motto. If I become hungry, I cannot fight to my fullest. This is inexcusable, but I cannot follow your orders. No, it is not an order but, well whatever. Your strength that took out Vola, I have high expectations. I received a recommendation from Chief Staff Officer Sidamo personally. I intend for you two to make a desperate effort. The commanding officer of the cavalry unit was dubious, but the Chief Staff Officer had talked to him, so there was probably no mistake. Her horsemanship radiated completely from her body, and she was not a hindrance to the march. Even compared to members of the cavalry, she would fare well. He wondered where she got such skills but did not ask anything, because as a commander, she was nothing more than an excellent subordinate. Once she was no longer usable, or got herself killed, he would just quickly forget about her. Sir. Schera, while saluting, took out her uniformly cut carrots and started crunching on them like a rabbit. The horse that Schera was riding on looked pale as the sunlight and sweat made his body shine dully. Chapter 6, Chocolate is Sweet and Delicious. Royal Capital Liberation Army, Food Storehouse, Outskirts Campground. The Liberation Army furnished 1,000 regular soldiers for defense. Furthermore, they invested a large amount of money and employed a mercenary force of 3,000 strong. Their discipline was slack, but they were a well-equipped infantry force. Tactician Viner had been expecting an assault a second time. However, he couldn't divide any more fighting power away from the main battlefield, and he was only barely able to station this amount of soldiers on defense. Nevertheless, they were given the epitome of defense equipment. Commanding Officer, The scum from the kingdom are really coming. The strategist did say it was a 50-50 chance though. Well now. We will just do our jobs. Once they come, we'll kill every single last one of them. Simple, right? Let's tear it up, then the knights might be promoted. And then, you'll also join the nobility, commanding officer. As long as I get paid, that's enough. I ain't got much interest in nobility. Just what's there to be so envious about, I ain't understanding. Spit out the mercenary commanding officer, and the group member sighed. What a waste, ain't it? With your skill, I bet you could make it, commanding officer. Excessive greed brings ruin onto oneself. People have their limits. It's good enough to just strive to not die. Yeah. I gotcha. Do you really get it? Well, whatever. The mercenary commanding officer stood up after finishing maintenance on his large sword. Their military strength was a little lacking to defend the storehouse, but he wasn't worried that much. Noisemakers had been laid out around the circumference, and furthermore, their trump card, sorcery landmines, had been laid out. They were also going to be used for the engagement this time, these new weapons. Made of iron and as large as a human child, it looked like a wine barrel seen in bars. Ordinary at a glance, and junk if slandering it. However, the magic power crammed into it was absurd, and if it exploded, it could inflict a great deal of damage. There were wielders of large destructive power, so-called sorcerers, but there was a reason why they were not often used on the battlefield. One couldn't gather a large amount of them, and they took time and money to train. Incidentally, if one raised someone with no talent, it would be impossible for them to utilize magic that was decided by the magical capacity they had from birth. No examples exist so far of people who have acquired that postnatally. Moreover, it demanded considerable time to chant before using sorcery. The time to chant would increase in proportion to increasing power, and it could not be used continuously. There was also the fatal flaw that once one's magical power was exhausted, magic would become unusable. In other words, for large-scale engagements, it would more efficient by far to mass-produce cheap arrows and let them fly. In the time it would take to unleash sorcery one time, ordinary soldiers could shoot 100 arrows. This was strength in numbers. Sorcery was just that inefficient, but its destructive power was guaranteed. Every nation conducted research, looking for a way to make it practical. By the Empire's sorcery engineering department, and based the excavated technology from the Labyrinth City. A weapon having the power of one sorcerer had succeeded in being manufactured. That was the sorcery landmine. It took a lot of time to make, to pour magic power into the special metal barrel, to write down the chant incantation, and to just be careful. And then, when the sorcerer would chant the keyword, or when the iron barrel detected an action that would make it detonate, it would immediately explode. Simply put, it could also detonate simply by being stepped on. A scary weapon has finally been made, man. Eventually, there'll come an era when we can't walk freely. The guys laying them have to be careful, else they will be in danger too though. Honestly, what an annoying matter. We also have to clear them or else. True dat. Wait, whoa. An earth-shattering explosion blasted underneath the soldiers that were joking around. What? A landmine exploded from the forest. Oi. Who tripped it? The enemy, an ally. Someone set off a landmine. While praying that it wasn't a comrade, they hastened to check. The flag of the kingdom's Third Army. A raid from the enemy cavalry is coming. So they've come. The mercenary soldiers stood up. The enemy set off the landmines, their men and soldiers seemed to be in disarray. A first news came from a reconnaissance soldier: "This is our best chance. Everyone has already completed preparations. Let's go, commanding officer. Finally a time to make some profit. All right, regulars, tighten the defenses on the storehouse. Mercenaries, follow me. With the enemy in chaos, we'll bring them down in one breath." Understood. The mercenary commanding officer jumped onto his horse, unsheathed his large sword, and raised an enthusiastic shout to intercept them. The kingdom's cavalry had fallen into turmoil. They had exited the woods and plunged into an open field area, and at the last moment when they were going to charge at the storehouse, they received some kind of attack. The ground had erupted, the horses were swept off their feet, and there were many victims among the soldiers. It was as if they had received a sorcerous attack. However, there was not a hint of a sorcerer figure. The cavalry commanding officer raised his voice while the color drained from his face. "Hey! We've come this far, we can no longer retrace our steps. Put your attitude in order and charge. Attack!" But commanding officer, our horses are stunned and are not listening to us. Can't you bastards handle even a single horse sufficiently? What was all the daily training for? Even if you say that, shit, your orders. Damn it. Shit, arrows. See, commanding officer, we are being shot at by bows. We have been found out. Many arrows pierced the bodies of the unit soldiers, having a difficult time pulling at the reins. The Liberation Army garrison had noticed them. The cavalry commanding officer's spirits rose when the soldiers who rode on horseback arrived from the storehouse's direction. Their opponents did not number many. They should be able to do it. Also, the cavalry commanding officer judged. We'll be sniped at if we stay like this. Those that can move follow me. Forward. He hoisted his spear, kicked his horse's stomach, and started the assault. Further explosions roared again behind him, but he did not have the luxury to turn around. He could hear the sounds of hoofbeats, so they probably had not been annihilated. No matter what damage they sustained, it would not be a problem if they could just destroy the storehouse. Strike and then break away was the cavalry's duty. Cavalry and cavalry crashed face to face, both with momentum behind them. Your head is mine. Silence, rebel scum. Become rust on my spear. Just try it, dog of the kingdom. Ha. The cavalry commanding officer and the mercenary commanding officer brandished their weapons and clashed. The one who lost the bout was the commanding officer of the cavalry. Mercenary soldiers rushed to his body, which had fallen off his horse. They too were frantic, since if they took the head, they could get a monetary reward. The enemy commander has been killed. Just like him, slaughter the kingdom's army. The mercenary commanding officer vocalized from the depths of his stomach. This was for no other reason than to raise the morale of his comrades and to crush the enemy's will. While shaking the clots of blood from his sword, he sonorously touted his sword. Ooh. If we win, we can expect a reward. Kill them. The cavalry whose commander had been killed was completely disheartened. Individuals were surrounded and wounded, and their numbers diminished. Shit. Ha, stay away. Whoa, he like that spear will hit me. You're full of openings. Die. Aiming for the gap in between spear thrusts, a mercenary's sword approached the body of the kingdom's soldier. That instant. The face of the kingdom's soldier instantly was dyed bright red. The face of the enemy soldier that had been aiming at him was hideously gouged out and removed. It was the spurt of blood from that had rained on his entire body. If your horse will not listen to you, then dismount and fight. Come on, if you do not want to die, hurry up. Sir. Hereon, I will take over command. If our opponents don't have a leader, they are just regular mercenaries. Calm down and kill them. Understood. What a miserable voice, I'll be the one to kill you. Understood. Good. Give them no quarter and mow them down. Schera inspired the cavalry with a heroic voice that did not match her visage. Even in this situation, her large scythe had harvested the lives of 3 mercenaries. I wonder if that mercenary guy is the commander. His movements are different from the others. She identified a bearded horseman cutting down cavalry of the kingdom with a large sword. She licked her lips, turned her beloved horse in his direction, and charged. Deciding to obstruct the charge from a rider, Mercenaries gallantly turned their swords and spears towards her. Schera massacred those riffraff prey, flourishing her scythe like a windmill. Helmets were crushed, heads were severed, and blood spray gushed out from gouged limbs. Schera's path of advance was immediately stained red. "You're the mercenary group's commander? Your head, please. A brat with a damn cheeky charade. Go to hell." Ha! When Schera held her scythe aloft resolutely, the mercenary commanding officer grinned and chuckled. His own large sword would clearly be faster. Faster than the large scythe could swing downward, his own sword would pierce her body. He quickly visualized the path of his sword. His sword sailed with practiced movements. Satisfactory power went into his upper arm. It was a simple cut. His expertise in combat swordsmanship had gotten him out of life and death situations many times. "I've got you." Slow. Dash. The mercenary commanding officer's brandished sword was flicked away by the scythe's handle, and there, with his balance broken, Schera swung down her prized weapon with all her power. The mercenary commanding officer's body was vertically cleaved in two. Helmet, armor, and the horse's head were all involved. "Unbelieve," said his bloodshot eyes. His body opened up, and while a feeble breath leaked out from his oval mouth split in half, he died. "It seems I went and made an artistic cadaver. Won't this be hard to clean up?" After gazing at the red-dyed body dead from their duel, she spun her large scythe to clean it and vigorously thrusted it at the skies. "The enemy commander has been killed. Cavalrymen, continue to exterminate the dogs of the rebel army." This was an off-the-cuff mercenary force after all. If their commander that unified them were to be killed, they would promptly collapse. "See, commander has been done in. Run. I ain't gonna die in a place like this." UURR. Mercenaries would absolutely not betray while receiving pay, but they would run. As the saying goes, life comes first, and they started fleeing. Kill them, don't leave anyone alive. Send every last one of them to hell. Oh, ooh. Follow Vice Commander Schera. Cavalry of the Kingdom, charge. Trample them. Squash them. With her face painted with blood, Schera gave her orders with a merry look. The cavalry members who had their morale forcibly pulled back up ran through the mercenaries who showed their backs and crushed them underfoot. The garrison commander protecting the storehouse, seeing the mercenaries take to their heels, decided to evacuate. He took only some armaments and safely escaped without fighting. The goods there were of course valuable too, but he deemed that he could not lose his precious troops in this place. Moreover, this was not the only food storehouse. It was just that this one was the most used. Therefore, it would be best to avoid further wasting the lives of 1,000 regular soldiers. Having judged that, the commander evacuated without a single crossing of swords. The cavalry unit had sustained a little less than 500 casualties in the initial chaos. The mercenary company was almost annihilated, and the survivors had escaped to Salvador Fortress. It was Schera and her group's victory, though they had lost their commander. 1 hour later. Having gained control of the food storehouse, the cavalry unit performed an inspection of the goods left behind. They carried away important documents and left behind the large quantities of food, weapons, and warhorses. Among those were several sorcery landmines, which had tortured Schera and company earlier, that had been left behind. Naturally, they did not know what they were, and it happened that they would interrogate the mercenaries taken prisoner. There were dozens of mercenaries taken prisoner with their hands bound behind their back, preventing them from moving around, and their miserable figures were brought before Schera. Each and every face was caked with dirt, but there were none suffering from fatal injuries it seemed. They had rebellious expressions that showed they would flee if given a chance. "Well then, I have some things I would like to ask you, I wonder if you do not mind." "Heh," like anyone would answer. "Don't fuck with us," said the prisoner who spit out a wad of sputum. His head was silently sent flying. Left behind, the torso of the sorrowful mercenary tumbled forward. Not only the prisoners, but the kingdom's soldiers were also dumbfounded. As a consequence of his excessively defiant conduct, He was promptly silenced. They were shocked that a person could die so easily. It was as if he wasn't a human, but a vegetable being harvested. That's unfortunate. Then, next. The crooked edge gleamed, and it stood in front of the next sacrifice. The prisoner twisted his body, trying to escape, but a soldier of the kingdom held his shoulders firmly. Hi. What is this thing used for? Will you tell me? Schera pointed at the metal barrel that had been moved behind her. That. It's just an ordinary barrel. It's for preserving food, . The man could not continue his words. Schera smiled and cut off his head. That thing that had fallen there was in the way, so she briskly kicked it away. It tumbled around while scattering red fluid everywhere.
Lies are no good, okay?
Aren't they just a waste of time? The large amount of blood that gushed out painted the bodies of the other prisoners. Schera walked in front of the next sacrifice. What is this thing? Wait. We're just regular mercenaries, don't kill us. We'll fight for the kingdom from. Next. His words were interrupted, and the large scythe swooped down. There were still many more sacrifices. The man who should have been the next sacrifice, unable to bear the terror, revealed the classified information. A sorcery landmine. It's a weapon of the Empire that explodes when stepped on or directed to by a sorcerer. I don't know the details, really. So, don't kill me. Please. Hey. The fuck you telling her for? Do you not have any pride as a mercer? Thanks for informing me. Only you will be spared. After slaughtering the prisoner that protested, she freed the man who answered from his bonds. Her expression was that of a normal girl's smile. If her body was smeared with blood, that is.
Am I okay?
Oh, really? Hurry up and go. You are truly a blessed man, you know. Here, food and money. I'll also give you one of the many horses over there. It's fine if you also take a weapon you like. Well then, take care of yourself. Schera handed over a small bag with money and food in it and prompted him to quickly go away. The man appeared that he could not believe it, but soon. Shedding tears and with head lowered, he got on a horse and swiftly left. Vice Commander Schera. What about the rest? We can't take them with us. Kill everyone. I no longer have anything else to ask them. Spare no one and wipe them out. Schera ran her index finger sideways across her own neck. Seeing that, the soldier of the kingdom shuddered and responded. Understood. Make the execution swift and serene. It's quite bad if you don't cut precisely at the base, you know. If you don't do it properly, it's awfully painful. Kill them assuredly. Sir. No. Spare me. I'll say anything. So please wait. I don't want to die. Shut up. Act like adults. You've survived this long, have some shame. The soldiers of the kingdom poised with their weapons while shouting and started the judgment of the prisoners. Angry voices, jeers, and then screams of death agonies resounded at the storehouse many times. Schera seemed to enjoy listening to them, while looking around the food warehouse and snatching food until she was completely satisfied. It was an all-you-can-eat, all-you-can-drink full-course smorgasbord. Is this heaven? Schera thought. She stuffed a disgusting amount of food into a cloth bag and fastened it to her horse. We should withdraw soon. I'm reluctant to, but as per the plan, we shall start the fire. We don't have time to eat everything. Truly unfortunate, but there's no recourse. She said with a sorrowful expression, staring at the food piled high near her. Sir. Have you guys also grabbed as much food as you can? It would be a waste, so make sure to squeeze them in properly. One can't fight sufficiently on an empty stomach, wouldn't you say? Schera viewed the horses of every group member. Every bag was full. As per your orders, we have stuffed them. There's no problem then. Let's also take one of those sorcery landmines just in case. It's heavy, but that can't be helped. Understood. The group members scattered oil and began to start preparations to set fire. Schera took a deep breath and jumped upon her horse. To her rushed some cavalry with their faces changed color while kicking up a cloud of dust. NN? Vice Commander Schera. Bad news. He was a cavalry performing a reconnaissance of the vicinity. His faces was taut with complete anxiety and cold sweat flowed like rain. What made you this flustered? I wonder, you seem so hungry that you're about to die. If you're fine with some bread, you can eat this one. It looks hard on the outside, but it's quite good. It really is hard though. Schera took out a rock-hard loaf of bread, but the cavalryman raised his voice, saying that this was not the occasion for it. This is not the occasion for bread. You don't like bread? We also have jerky if that's the case. I'm not hungry. This is about Alusha Plains. Our kingdom's army was defeated. The Third Army Corps has sustained devastating casualties. General Yalda is currently on the retreat. All the cavalry were astir with commotion. They could not believe this sudden information. Ridiculous. The Third Army was 80,000 strong. There's no way they would lose to the rebel army. I do not know the details. However, the reality is that the kingdom's army is being pursued. The soldier reported the defeat of the kingdom's army, and his breathing was rough. He fell from his horse, sprawled out, and rested his body. His ridden horse was also on the verge of collapse. Both men and horse probably used all their energy to run here. This information that they did not want to believe was not false. Vice Commander Schera, we have to hurry and pull back to Branch Castle Antigua. That enemy pursuit force will come along at any time now. A report that their storehouse has fallen should have reached them, I fear. It is just a matter of time until they return here. Calm down. Acting confused is also no good. In times like this especially, be composed. Schera pulled out a luxury item, chocolate, from the bag fastened to her horse, and bit into it. Schera's heart was vitalized by the bewitching sweetness. Still. Hey. Someone's coming here again.
Are we okay?
Cavalry instructed with even more urgent information rushed to them. Their armor had many arrows protruding from it, and their blood flowed from their faces. They were cavalry heading towards troop headquarters to report the results of the battle. Having heard of the Third Army's defeat, their destination was no longer Antigua Branch Castle. However, Antigua has already fallen, and the Liberation Army's flag is waving from it. Our cavalry unit is completely isolated. Ridiculous. Hey. This is a joke, right? If that place has fallen, then, where do we return? The cavalry members had gone beyond agitation, and they could only be lost for words. This area was completely enemy-controlled territory. Nearby was enemy headquarters Salvador Fortress. The base of the kingdom's army, Branch Castle Antigua, was occupied by the enemy. The cavalry numbered 2,500 altogether. For them, there was no longer a place they should return to. Vice Commander Schera, we. What should we do? Vice Commander Schera. To advance was hell. To return was hell. The information that their food storehouse had been attacked had probably already reached the enemy. Furthermore, there was no doubt that the Liberation Army that had participated in the engagement was coming to surround them. Their situation was now switching to that of total annihilation. Would they throw away their swords, dismount from their horses, and humiliatingly surrender? Or would they assault the enemy's stronghold and have the glory of dying in battle? Although it would be difficult, would they open up a means of escape and repatriate to the eastern region that was their homeland? At any rate, as the current commander of this unit, Schera's decision would decide their fates. Want some chocolate? In response to the cavalry unit's gazes directed towards her, which seemed to cling to her for help, Schera, with not a feeling of uneasiness, smiled innocently like a child, and then, after forcibly breaking it into bite-sized pieces, she shoved the chocolate into the mouths of all the group members, and deliciously licked the melts stuck to her hands. In front of Schera's eyes was an armory with many of the Liberation Army's equipment left behind. While slowly sending her brain nutrition, she started pondering whether or not they could do it with what they had. The kingdom's Third Army Corps was defeated on the Alusha Plains. Presently, they were on the retreat with the Royal Capital Liberation Army in hot pursuit. The damage was enormous, and Antigua Branch Castle had fallen. Chapter 7: Red Apples Look More Delicious. The Kingdom Third Army Corps was being persistently pursued, and with their eyes on Branch Castle Antigua, they continued to desperately retreat. Everyone bore some form of wound, their equipment was dented, and they were totally exhausted. The soldiers that had been left behind by the main body were crushed, each and every one, or they threw down their swords and surrendered. Ha, ha, to shamelessly return like this, ha. If I had to receive such disgrace, I would rather die in battle. Reform the battle formation, and throw down the gauntlet for a second decisive battle. Fumed Yalda with his breathing haggard and face flushed. For him who had continued to walk to road to success, and soon to be 50 years old, this was the first time he had tasted failure. The figures of both Major Generals, Kairos and Danush, who were leading the heavy infantry and cavalry divisions, were nowhere to be seen. In the earlier engagement at the Alusha Plains, they were caught in the confusion during the explosions and died in battle. The Liberation Army set up Princess Alusha as the vanguard to act as bait, and not only were they successful in luring in the heavy divisions, but also the entire army of the kingdom to their deaths. Sidamo had fathomed that it was a trap, but he did not possess the means to stop the enthusiastic military officers, and then, when they were just near enough that they could see the enemy's faces, the ground exploded together with the roar of the detonation. Like a chain reaction, it grew and swallowed the soldiers of the kingdom, and many lives were atomized. Yalda's prided heavy infantry and cavalry were simply destroyed without ever crossing swords. While raising battle cries, the Liberation Army, in the formation of an arrow, then started the charge against the kingdom's army that had fallen into pandemonium. Yalda, the commander, shouted in a thundering voice and tried to rally everyone's condition, but the next move completely decided the outcome of the battle. From a slightly elevated hill, many flags of the Empire were raised, and war drums boomed with enough force to break the sky like it would burst. Completely unexpected, the Empire's army earnestly joined the war. The moment the cavalry unit wearing the armor of the Empire started the charge, what little fighting spirit left in the soldiers of the kingdom was blown away. After all, the kingdom's army was mostly a gathering of a mob of people. The soldiers who would throw away their lives and fight amounted to less than 10% probably. They were not a match for the Liberation Army, who had high morale. While their numbers were overwhelmingly greater, the Kingdom Army played the disgraceful role of being routed. The soldiers who decided to listen to Yalda's orders were no longer existing at the time. Kairos and Danush, who were isolated, had eaten a fierce attack from an elite unit carrying the flag of the lion, and their heads had been tragically taken. They had only found out later, but the soldiers of the Empire that had appeared at that time were fakes. The Keeland Empire were not fully committed to the war. The people who stood carrying the Empire's flag were ordinary civilians, and the cavalry wearing the Empire's armor were mercenaries. Just utilizing civilians was a mundane deception tactic, but in the state of confusion from the landmines, the army of the kingdom was thoroughly deceived. When people lose their composure, their judgment is hampered. Your Excellency, let us reorganize our position at Antigua and wait for a chance to clear up this dishonor. If we were to attempt another decisive battle in our state, the outcome is clear. It is regrettable, but we have no strength to fight remaining. At Sidamo's remonstration, Yalda looked over the soldiers around him. This is our glorious Third Army? So far we have fallen. Why? I don't get it. In the first place, I haven't heard anything like the Empire would participate in the war. What are those guys in my own country doing? Your Excellency, about that. 2 horsemen came galloping to further report bad news in the ears of the commander, who clenched his fists in disgrace. Your Excellency General Yalda. What is it this time? Have other countries taken the opportunity to make an alliance and join the war? Those ungrateful trashes. The one controlling the northern part of the Mundo Novo continent was the Yuuz kingdom, the one expanding their sphere of control from the west was the Keeland Empire. Also, the one that united the southeast was the Dolbax Union. The continent's southeast was originally controlled by the kingdom, but taking advantage of the mayhem once demons appeared, every feudal lord declared independence. They would join in alliance and would form a nation, was their ploy. They held fertile land and also had access to the ocean, they had large quantities of ore resources sleeping underground, and they held great economic power. In recent years, they had been rapidly expanding their influence, leading to great wealth and military strength. The greatest cause for the kingdom's decline was the loss of this plentiful territory. Of course, they were desperate to take it back, and they sent out expeditions many times over. But the Union offered their funds and resources to the Empire and entered into a military alliance. They cooperated and opposed the kingdom from 2 fronts. Before long, the battles lengthened, and the Union, which had sustained the kingdom's continued assaults, gave in, paid an indemnity of not a small sum of money, and entered into a ceasefire. Between each country, a non-aggression pact in name only was signed. These were the series of events that led to the outbreak of the Mundo Novo Great War 200 years ago. Why, Your Excellency, we have a non-aggression pact with the Union. At one of the civil officials' utterance, Yalda shouted. Silence. Taking advantage of the rebels and imposing an embargo all the while. What pact? No mistake, they're snickering at our impoverishment. I beg your pardon. Messenger, continue the report. They could not believe their ears at the information that departed from the messenger's mouth at Sidamo's urging. Sir, I have confirmed that the enemy's flag is waving from Antigua Branch Castle. The rebel army's flag is being flown. Antigua has fallen. For a moment, time stopped. What did you say? Like something that stupid could happen. There were 10,000 soldiers left behind over there. It's impossible that it would fall so readily. Indignant, Yalda seized the lapels of the messenger. Sidamo could not hide his unease at this intelligence outside his expectations. Another messenger further continued the report. According to soldiers who escaped from the castle, many betrayers were incited to open the gates for the enemies who rushed in. Major General Rustam, in command of defense, was killed after a hard fight with the rebel army. Antigua has completely fallen into the hands of the enemy. Aiming for the gap after the enemy's main force was drawn out to the plains, a detached force attacked Antigua. The castle was opened by coluders informed beforehand. The Third Army was thoroughly pulled in by the enemy's plan, and an important base was stolen from them. Branch Castle Antigua, a vital point of defense, from here on would not only be the Royal Capital Liberation Armies, but would probably also become a beachhead for Empire's reinforcement units. Your Excellency. As it is, we can no longer head towards Antigua. Right away, let us withdraw from here to the eastern Belta. We have a store of provisions over there. If we do not hurry, it will be seized by the rebel army. The Belta area was to the east of Antigua. The guards there were few due to the concentration of forces at Antigua. If they did not hurry, they would also completely lose that area around the border. Nay. I will take back Antigua. I absolutely have to take it back. His Majesty has personally ordered me with its defense right. Besides, though our Third Army was defeated, don't we still have 30,000 in good health? If we continue our aggression day and night. We cannot, Your Excellency. Don't forget we have the rebel army behind us, we would be pincered with Antigua in front of us. We have to change our route immediately. We do not have the luxury to launch an offense of Antigua. I beg of you, direct us to proceed east, dryly croaked Sidamo with a soulless expression. He strongly shook General Yalda's body. A siege would be outrageous. They would be certainly annihilated. Chief Staff Officer Sidamo had to stop it at any cost. Even though he might lose Yalda's faith, he had to at the very least change his mind. Coup. Your Excellency. I understand. I will go along with your words. The Third Army will change course and depart to defend Belta. We will reorganize, and then have a decisive battle again.
Is this okay?
Sir, we understand. Our course has changed. Head to Belta. All troops, change course. Afterwards, the obstinate Liberation Army for some reason stopped pursuing. With 30,000 soldiers preserved, the Third Army succeeded in withdrawing to Belta. Of course, the Liberation Army gained total control of the area around the border, but deciding that the defense of Belta was tougher than they hypothesized, they planned to reinforce their army at the occupied Antigua. There was one reason why the Liberation Army could not pursue further and gain total control of Belta: their food storehouse had been set on fire. Without food, the soldiers could not fight. The engagement was their victory. That being said, due to unforeseen circumstances, it was a huge blow to lose 3,000 mercenaries. The Liberation Army also needed time to put their preparations in order. The 2,500 cavalry unit spearheaded by Schera brazenly traversed around the outskirts of the enemy stronghold, Salvador Fortress. In order to escape to the eastern Belta area, they had decided to cross Alusha River. Just how did they succeed in passing through enemy-controlled territory? The reason could be known by looking at the figures of the cavalry unit. The flag hoisted by her was the Royal Capital Liberation Armies, and they were also disguised, wearing the equipment of Liberation Army soldiers. These items had been stored in the provisions storehouse. I did not think it would go this well. It's a rebel army. They have deserters, Empire soldiers, and also a large group of mercenaries, right? There is no way they could remember each and everyone's faces, I thought. Rather than stealthily creeping around, it would be less suspicious to be in the open. Vice Commander Schera is too courageous. Never could we imitate you. I cannot believe you would that calmly argue with enemy soldiers. I felt the chills thinking about when you would be cut down. It does help that the enemy commanders were unexpectedly stupid. Well, it is not like I cannot understand their feelings of confusion. After all, I do get irritated when hungry. Vice Commander, if it pleases you, take this. One horseman riding next to her took out a green fruit from his luggage bag and passed it to Schera. It had been slightly eaten by insects, but it wasn't rotten. Oh, what's this? I found it at the storehouse. It is a green apple. They are rare around these parts, so I helped myself to a couple of them. They are delicious when ripe. Perfect timing. I was just feeling parched. Thank you. But to think there would be green apples. They are certainly rare in the kingdom. When one thinks of apple trees, they always have red ones. I suddenly feel a craving for red ones. Fruit juices trickled from Schera's mouth when she bit into it. The horseman looked delighted as he gazed at Schera. Engrossed in chewing, crunch, crunch. The cavalry members had already accepted Schera, who had only temporarily taken command, as their superior officer. In the fights up until now, they felt the genuineness of her might and daring manner. Isn't she stronger than any commissioned officer of the kingdom? They even had such delusions when they looked at their female commander easily swinging her large scythe. Follow the strong, and one could live. The soldiers knew that all too well. It might even be fine to say that their hearts were entranced by that earlier incident especially. A commissioned officer had exultantly come in pursuit from the Liberation Army stronghold, and when she had started dealing with him by feigning ignorance, all the group members present had felt a chill in their innards. She had handed over the head of the former cavalry commanding officer who had died in battle. They had killed the commander, but the remnants had escaped into the woodlands, she had calmly explained. Mercenaries' equipment were different from regular soldiers. They were from the start more tattered, so their disguise was simple. If they took new articles from the stockpile, and suitably wore things striped from the corpses. They were the perfect mercenaries. At first, the enemy officer had thought they were someone suspicious, but in the middle of hearing the story, "If we don't hurry, they'll get away," he had said, impatient for merit, and had led his troops into the forest. This may be obvious, but there was nothing ahead of them. All that was beyond them was Antigua Branch Castle, which had already fallen into Liberation Army hands. Vice Commander Schera. Bad news. Enemy soldiers are prowling around the river area. It seems that we have been spotted. Oh. Well, that is annoying. What shall we do? With their numbers, we could run them over, said a group member, drawing his face close and speaking into Schera's ears. She turned her gaze over yonder, trying not to act suspicious, and a force of 100 was heading her way, possibly to check on the cavalry unit's situation. No other way. Let's greet them for now. If I give a signal, kill them. Skillfully avoiding conflict would be best, however. It would be problematic to attract attention for no reason in this kind of place. Understood. Schera and company changed the direction of their horses and approached the platoon. A man with a scar on his cheek, who was the only one riding a horse and seemed to be the commander, was fiercely glaring at Schera. The platoon members turned their spears towards them and took combat positions. They were vigilant, Schera perceived. Or probably, they had been exposed. Schera spoke up, making the first move. "Well done fulfilling your duty. We are the Royal Capital Liberation Army's cavalry. We are in the middle of a march to clean up the remnants of the defeated army of the kingdom. I would like to hear your full name and exact affiliation. This is our duty, so please forgive us." He spoke up in a loud voice that would not lose compared to Schera's. He would not easily be dealt with, Schera felt. He was somewhat different from the idiots up until now, it seemed. "Royal Capital Liberation Army, affiliated with the 1st Division, I am 2nd Lieutenant Schera leading the 13th Cavalry Unit. I would like to ask for the same." Understood. "We are the Royal Capital Liberation Army's reservists, affiliated with the 1st Division. I am 2nd Lieutenant Callas. I command a temporarily organized force." Understood. "Well then, we are in a hurry to proceed forward. May we leave soon? The enemy will safely get away like this. I have not received a message saying that a cavalry unit was in pursuit, however. Probably a miscommunication. This happens often on a battlefield. Earlier, we were in charge of defense of the food storehouse. Our duty now is to search for the cavalry unit that had raided the storehouse. It seems that they are lurking around this area." Callas gripped the handle of his sword. Schera was watching the situation calmly. Her scythe was carried on her back. "I see. So, what of it? Perhaps, do you think us, that cavalry unit?" The corners of Schera's mouth raised. She poised to grab her large scythe. "I will ask for just one more verification. I would like you to show me your identification papers. All Liberation Army officers and men, even to the freshest of recruits, have been given them, as you should be aware. I would like you to immediately show me those." Immediately. When Callas gave a signal with his hand, all platoon members took a stance with their spears and pointed the tips at the cavalry members. "Ah, that thing. Wait a moment, will you? I'm sure it's in this bag." While reaching out her hand, gesturing for the bag fastened to her horse, she took hold of the large scythe on her back and slashed at Callas. Callas had been alert and dodged by a paper-thin margin. "I knew you guys were the cavalry unit that started the fire. Disguising yourselves as our Liberation Army, what a dirty pretense. Your intuition is quite good. However, are you a fool, I wonder? To think that you could stop us with just those numbers. Do you have a death wish?" Silence. "Dismount immediately, throw away your swords, and surrender. Reinforcements will soon be coming. You guys are like a rat in a trap." "We refuse. After all, you're a dead man." Dash. Schera once again slashed with her scythe. Callas stopped the blow with his long sword shaped like a crescent moon, but the weight of the blow made him unable to counterattack. He did not completely kill the momentum, though normally, he would have deflected the blow. Watch out. If you don't carefully parry, that head will be taken from you. This guy. She's strong. Callus frantically swung his sword, but his strike was handled trivially. And yet, Schera's blows were strong enough to make both his hands numb. Little by little, the speed of his arm movements and the strength to react to the blows fell. His physical strength and willpower were being whittled down. Schera did not overlook that. Die. Coup, dash. After mixing in several feints, her cherished blade approached his neck, and the scythe cut in from the side. After being completely toyed with, Callus took a direct hit and fell from his horse. It was instant death. Cavalry, kill everyone. Absolutely do not let them escape. Ooh. Kill the rebels. The cavalry unit surpassed them in numbers in the first place. Within not even a few minutes, they succeeded in killing everyone. Above all else, Schera had taken the initiative, swinging her large scythe and freely slaughtering the pawns of the Liberation Army. There had been several casualties among the cavalry unit. They had also not been seen by the approaching reinforcement forces. If they were going to cross, now was the time. All right, start the river crossing. Afterward, we run with everything we've got. Sound good? Sir. We will accompany Vice Commander Schera until the end. When we get back, let us eat together. It will be my treat. In exchange, teach me more about delicious foods. Sir. Leave it to me. We've already been discovered, so there's no need for the act. This is filthy with blood anyway. After wiping the sweat from her brow, she pointed out the armor that had been smeared with the blood of their victims. Yes. To think that the Liberation Army pretense would have lasted up until now. Will we return to being glorious soldiers of the kingdom? All right, raise the kingdom's flag. Break and throw away the rebel army flag. It's an eyesore, so make sure to trample it. Sir. Schera's cavalry unit will now make their return. Ooh. After crossing Alusha River, Schera's cavalry unit had been attacked several times. It seemed as if they were discovered by scouts from the engagement earlier. The cavalry acting as the main shaft of the pursuit force had appeared. However, everyone had been crushingly defeated by Schera as the vanguard, and she succeeded in taking the decapitated head of a commander. The routed Liberation Army pursuit force numbered 4,000. 1,000 of them died in action, which was a tremendous military gain, unthinkable for a unit in the middle of a retreat. When Schera's cavalry finally reached Berta Castle, their numbers had decreased to 2,000. However, the soldiers' faces were overflowing with fighting spirit, and they did not seem like they had just retreated. Naturally at first, since they were wearing the armor of the Liberation Army, they were being watched over. But, because they were triumphantly hoisting the flag of the kingdom, they did not seem to be here for a raid. When they were ushered in the opened gates, they were wholeheartedly welcomed by the guards. Morale which had fallen in Belter Castle quickly flared up, and the will to fight was more or less recovered successfully. The one most delighted at the repatriation of the cavalry unit that was thought to have been annihilated was probably General Yalda. Upon hearing the news, Yalda had let out a strange voice, had stood up from his chair, and his body had been trembling in delight. He immediately headed to where the cavalry unit was, and with tears running down his flushed face, he took the hands of everyone there. Yalda was quick to anger, but deeply emotional, and his heart had been struck by the figure of young Schera not giving up and repatriating. When he treated Schera as the hero of the Third Army, he was rejected in a flat voice, saying that it was too great of a reward. The kingdom's Third Army had changed course for Belter Castle and worked to maintain their sphere of influence around the border. They numbered 40,000 including the guards and repatriated cavalry. General Yalda, feeling responsible for their defeat, had decided to commit suicide, but he was hindered by the hands of his attendants. From the royal capital came a reprimanding edict, saying to wipe out their shame next time, and it was decided that Yalda would continue to lead the Third Army. There was also the consideration that even if he was dismissed, there was no one capable to succeed his duty. Second Lieutenant Schera. She had taken over command from her superior officer who had died in battle and succeeded in setting fire to the enemy food storehouse. This was a big hindrance stopping the growing Liberation Army. Furthermore, she had broken through the enemy's encirclement and fought bravely, killing many enemy officers and men. In the end, she had allowed 2,000 cavalry to safely return to Belta Castle. This was an achievement that could not be belittled. With this meritorious deed, and the killing of Vola earlier, and further adding on General Yalda's backing, Schera was promoted at an unprecedented speed. 3 months after being promoted to captain, she was further given the rank of major. At the same time, she was formally entrusted with directing the cavalry unit whose commander had died in battle. A promotion to a field officer at the age of 18 was an event not seen even in the history of the kingdom. Schera herself feasted to her heart's content, and she seemed happy. The only unfortunate thing was that she could not savor the feeling of a full stomach for some reason. Chapter 8. Bread given as a present is probably delicious. Yuuz Kingdom capital city, Blanca. After incurring defeat at the Alusha engagement and the fall of Antigua Branch Castle, the generals of the First Army were conducting a debate with raised voices about their policies hereafter. While he was given twice their numbers in soldiers, he was done in by the insurgents, I heard. What a disappointment of General Yalda. The survivors of the Third Army, including guards, number 40,000. They are currently conducting recruitment from the area around Belta, but they are not making any progress. Also, as they are uneasy about provisions, a request that we send in goods and arrows has come in. We will not send anything. Send them directions telling them to requisition from nearby farm villages. The goods here are for the First Army defending the royal capital. We sent the Third Army more provisions than they needed when we dispatched the troops. The exasperated Lieutenant General Barbour hit the desk. He was one of the generals affiliated with the First Army. He had firmly insisted that the subjugation of the rebel army ought to be handed over to the First Army from the very beginning. Barbour, hearing news of the Third Army's defeat, fired off harsh criticisms about Yalda repeatedly, as if he was in his own element. He had fallen behind in the race for promotions, so he was waiting for a chance, if there was an opening, to kick Yalda down a notch. At worst, we would have to consider abandoning the central border zone. In the southeast direction is the Second Army, and in the northwest direction is the Fourth and Fifth Armies. We have no reserve to take back Antigua. The Second Army was in charge of the defense of the kingdom's southeast territory. Pressuring the empire in the northwest were 2 army corps, the Fourth and Fifth Army. A firm line of strongholds was built at the particularly dangerous northwest region to impede the main road. The reason why serious consideration was put into the defense of the northwest was simple. Without that area, one could follow the main road straight to the royal capital. That's absolutely preposterous. The rebel army would be elated if we just up and left. The central border zone with its fertile land is a vital position for the kingdom. We should resolutely defend it to the last. Still, isn't it true that we have no surplus of military might anywhere? Just where do you plan on producing soldiers? We lack money, soldiers, and provisions, we just can't do it. We have to report to the throne to further increase military budget. The senior generals with no idea of the current state of financial affairs expressed their own ideas as they pleased. They were looked coldly at by the civil officials who knew of the actual state of affairs, but they didn't notice. This, that, everything is General Yalda's fault for losing. We ought to call him back and court-martial him. Barbour strongly advocated while sending spit flying. I agree with Lieutenant General Barbour. It pains me, but this is to amend the disturbance in military regulations. Your Excellency Sharov, your decision? They asked, turning to the opinion of the veteran army general who had been listening to everyone's opinion with both eyes closed. He was an old soldier with white hair and conspicuous wrinkles, but he still retained his tempered body. This man with a stern countenance was undoubtedly the commander of the First Army, Sharov Bazarov, in the previous Great War, the one who had overcome the resistance of the Empire plus Union after their failed campaign and turned the situation around until the ceasefire deal was signed, was Sharov's great-grandfather. Henceforth, the Bazarov house continued to produce numerous soldiers, and there were many who were promoted to high positions. Sharov as well freely displayed his wit and was promoted to Field Marshal, the highest rank in the kingdom's army. Currently, he was the royal capital's final line of defense and carried out his duty overlooking the outskirts of the capital city. Right now, if we were to dismiss Yalda, Belta would fall. We ought to refrain from careless behavior. However, is it not the case that Antigua has already fallen? I do not think General Yalda could defend it anyway. There is report that the enemy utilized a new weapon at the earlier engagement. There's a high possibility of the same outcome no matter who we were to have sent. We had been making light of the rebel army. You mean, the aforementioned sorcery landmine? The landmine that had been collected by Schera was sent to the royal capital on the spot and turned over to research groups. It was currently disarmed, possibly to find a means of replicating it through trial and error. Its structure was simple, and disarming it wasn't that difficult, reports said. The danger was just the amassed stockpile of magical power. As long as it didn't explode, it was nothing more than a normal iron barrel. Moreover, they were defeated, but they have not allowed the enemy to approach Belta so far. Yalda may be frivolous, but he is a brave general. His name has even circulated throughout the central border zone. Because it's him, the neighboring feudal lords are still allegiant to him despite his loss. If we shift stations now and disrupt the chain of command, that opening will be attacked. The rebel army is waiting for an opportunity to devour us. Nevertheless, it would be best, I believe, for myself will see off soldiers from the royal capital First Army and crush the enemy together with the Third Army. These may be the words of Your Excellency Field Marshal, but the matter of General Yalda has been reported to the King through Lord Prime Minister. His dismissal is only a matter of time, I believe. Is that true? Barbour asked the civil official in a wild voice. Sir, there is no mistake. Hearing the reply, Barbour chuckled. With this, one eyesore of a human would disappear. A dismissal was half-hearted. He would court-martial him, and he even wanted to drive Yalda into a corner and strip him of his rank. In fact, he wouldn't even mind if Yalda died. Rivals had to be completely crushed. Your Excellency. With this, it has been decided. A dismissal is too lenient. We ought to refer to military regulations and have him take proper responsibility. Your Excellency Sharov. Your Excellency. Your decision. I will go to His Majesty and confirm firsthand. Until then, I will reserve judgment on this case. Sharov strongly asserted, and the mouths of the commissioned officers that had hounded and hollered at him fell silent. After a deep sigh, Sharov left the conference room behind. Blanca Royal Castle, Throne Room. Passing through the middle of the lined-up imperial guards, Sharov sought an audience with the king. Sitting on the throne was the king of the Yuuz kingdom, Christoph Yuuz Unimat. He used to have a bright future ahead of him, and he had been a young man overflowing with wisdom. However, because he had been embroiled in the succession struggle that suddenly erupted, Christoph had changed. In the middle of squirming court trickery, he had sacrificed many humans and acquired the throne. But, he gradually stopped concerning himself with politics, and it was like he was secluding himself in the inner palace. After his beloved son passed away due to sickness, it became apparent that he idolized religion, and it was around that time that he started pouring a large amount of wealth into donations and establishing churches. He kept the civil officials that admonished him at a distance, and sometimes confined them, and the only ones left near him were crafty courtiers that whispered sweet nothings into his ear. This scrawny man, who was unobtrusive beside the king, could be called the first on the list of courtiers probably. He was Prime Minister of the kingdom, Fatsam. The reason how he, at a young age of 35, acquired the highest position of civil officials was simple. This man had served near the king from a very young age, and he used that to his greatest advantage. He whispered favorable words and purged all who did not follow his ideas. He revoked their peerages, or banished them, and there was no shortage of people that he had murdered. In the first place, it was this man who had conspired against the father of the one spearheading the Liberation Army, Princess Altura. Sharov believed that it was this man, Farzam, that was the main culprit behind the domestic conflict. Your Majesty, myself, Sharov, have come for an audience to inquire about a matter firsthand. Sharov kneeled and consulted the king. Prime Minister Farzan took a step forward and asked about his business. If it isn't His Excellency, Field Marshal Sharov, what kind of business do you have? Myself would like to talk to His Majesty directly. Excuse me, but I would like the Lord Prime Minister to deter himself. How harsh. His Excellency, the Field Marshal, has recently onerously sealed off his heart, it seems. Please take care of yourself, said Farzam, making a smile and reverently lowering his head. Sharov scowled at him through narrowed eyes and returned his gaze to the king. Your Majesty, is it true that Yalda will be dismissed? That is correct. Yalda can't win. Though, I did send that guy an encouraging letter a while ago to preserve morale. There's no meaning in even sending reinforcements if Belter falls. By all rights, he wanted to immediately dismiss Yalda, but there was a lack of talented personnel to succeed him after all the major general ranks of the Third Army had died in battle. They were currently in a predicament where only staff officers were left. Until a successor could be dispatched, the role could be entrusted to no one but Yalda. Is there any chance you would reconsider? None. This matter has been decided, replied the king in a languid tone to Sharov. His face was pale, and there were shadows under his eyes. It was difficult to call the king healthy, and it seemed he was habitually neglecting his health. Well then, please appoint myself, Sharov, to the Third Army. The blame for losing Alusha falls on myself, Sharov, as well. I, together with Yalda, will destroy the rebel army without fail. I will show you. Your Majesty, Field Marshal Sharov is the most famous general in all of the kingdom. There is no one but him who can be left to defend the royal capital. Moreover, the matter of General Yalda does not condemn the Field Marshal. Farzam interjected, and he advocated that only Yalda be dismissed. Sharov had to be a decoration at the royal capital. After all, his fame could still be put to use. Sharov, you are fine as you are. As for the suppression of the rebel army, the Fourth Army will be pulled from the northwest area and sent to Berta. The Third Army will be incorporated into the Fourth Army. Then there will be insufficient protection of the northwest. I do not believe that the Empire will overlook this opportunity. It is distressing to leave only the Fifth Army defending, I believe. If we quickly exterminate the rebel army, there will be no problems. Also, there has hitherto been no large-scale military movements from the Empire. Is this not proof that they do not have no surplus either? Even if they were to move, let us say, our prided line of forts, an iron wall, will defend against them, replied the Prime Minister in place of the king. In the midst of hard-pressed finances, a large amount of capital was thrown into this line of forts. If we don't use them now, when do we? Thought the Prime Minister Farzam. Prime Minister Farzam. The northwest area is an area with extremely high tension. If we move our war potential, the Empire will absolutely move. We have to contest that area. Our solid line of forts is our last line of deterrence. Do you mean to say that we invested all our precious tax on a display of deterrence? Do you think we can just raise war funds from wherever? They were made to not allow an offensive from the Empire. If we war with the Empire, we would spend even more money. And even more blood would be spilled probably. In the first place, if we do not send reinforcements to Belter, that would be leaving the rebel army to its own devices. I would like to hear just how you plan on defeating the insurgents. The Third Army is already unmanageable. I do not think such a plan is that of a field marshal's. Farzam said, grandly gesturing and attacking Sharov. In that case, I would like approval to move troops from the royal capital. The first army would be a flying squadron. Half would be sent to the central border zone. If pincered by the Third Army and reinforcements from the royal capital, even if the enemy does not wish to, they must divide their forces. At Sharov's words, Fartsam opened his eyes widely. To split the forces guarding the royal capital Blanca, I do not think you are sane. What do you plan to do if there are people plotting a revolt on homeland soil now lacking of soldiers? Your Majesty. The First Army must absolutely not mobilize. There is nothing else we can use to exterminate the rebel army besides the First Army while simultaneously checking the Empire. 30,000 regular soldiers and all the reservists will be enough defense for the royal capital. A gigantic castle wall was built around the municipal of the royal capital Blanca, enclosing it. Around its circumference stretched a moat, and that was further wrapped around by high ramparts. To attack that would probably require considerable military forces and siege weapons. Even with those, it was certain that there would be many casualties. Many watchtowers were built around the outskirts and precise vigilance was taken. On high group visible from the royal castle to the east towered Saye fortress, built during the Great War before. From this stronghold built on a natural strategic position, the defenseless back of the royal capital that just invited attack could be clearly seen. In emergencies, it would cooperate with the royal castle and would exhibit the greatest defense capability, or so it was surmised. If this fort were to be ignored, then a pincer attack would come from the enemy's rear. If the enemy decided to attack the fortress with their main force, a lot of time and soldiers would be wasted. It was surely appropriate to be the kingdom's final fortress. In addition, in the southern mountains was a small castle under construction, though it wasn't as grand as Saye Fortress, the royal castle, Saye, and then this small castle would triangulate and completely protect the royal capital possibly. Though, an enormous amount of war funds were thrown into them obviously. Please pardon me, but as the Prime Minister, I cannot follow your words, Field Marshal. To decrease the defense of the royal capital where His Majesty resides is the worst, the most inane plan. Sharov. The First Army will stand by as they are. The Fourth Army will head to Belta. Upon arrival, we will replace Yalda and summon him back. This matter has already been concluded. You two, expend all your energy and just harden the defense of the royal capital. Your Majesty. This conversation is over. I do be slightly tired. I will return to my room. My friend, Fartsam, I leave the rest to you. Certainly, Your Majesty. Please enjoy your rest. Field Marshal Sharov. Your audience is henceforth concluded. Hurry and return to your military duties. I too have government affairs, so please excuse me. Fartsam overbearingly looked down on Sharov, took along the Imperial Guards, and withdrew from the throne room. For a short while, Sharov continued to kneel in silence. Half a year after losing the Alusha engagement Belta Castle, Sidimo's office. Wearing glasses, Sidimo was earnestly dealing with official documents when an unreserved knock disturbed him. Sidimo raised his head from the documents, took off his glasses, and responded. Who is it? This is Major Schera Zade. I have been told you have business for me. Schera called herself in a manner she was not yet used to. It had only been recently since she had a surname. Enter. Excuse me. Unlike before, Schera's physique was properly covered in armor. She entered the room and saluted. As one would expect, she was not holding her large scythe. I don't mind if you are at ease, however, I cannot say the same for eating. Restrain yourself in front of a superior officer. How many times do I have to say it before you get it? He scowled at Schera, who had promptly taken out some beans after ending her salute. I beg your pardon. Make your words have some more truth to them. Make a befitting expression when you apologize. You have been promoted to major, learn how to associate with other people. Sir. Schera quickly chewed her beans and swallowed. You were away for patrol duty, So I don't know if you know this, but instructions for a large-scale reshuffling has reached us. How will that proceed? General Yalda has had a sudden drop in health, and is recuperating in the royal capital. It has been decided that we, the Third Army, will merge with the Fourth Army from the north. In short, we will have a change in leadership at the same time reinforcements arrive. Sir. General Yalda had been extremely boisterous and lively up until yesterday. Yalda, who had received a directive from the royal capital, found it hard to bear with his anger and disgrace and raged loudly. The lord's room of the castle was in terrible disarray, and it was as if the enemy had raided it. He had finally realized that the letter of encouragement sent from the kingdom after the defeat was just simple consolation. For his Third Army that he had nurtured to be completely swallowed up, for him as a commander, was like having his own child stolen. At least he could feel relief for not having been demoted. Schera thought. To be honest, she didn't really care, so whatever. That General Yalda adored Schera like she was his own grandchild, and even had her succeed the family name of Major General Gyra, who was killed in battle. Yalda, who had thought it would be a shame for Gyra's lineage with no successor to come to an end, had the bright idea of having the brave, young warrior be the successor. Sidamo was at his wits' end at having more extraneous work again. In the first place, Schera Zade just didn't have a successor, there were still healthy relatives. He had ran into difficulties as expected, but after continuing to tenaciously negotiate, he had gotten their consent. Once he had played his final card, the gold that Yalda had prepared, the Zade relatives, understanding the situation, had made a complete about-face in attitude. The territory of the Zade family had already been forfeited, and their family name was now nothing more than an honorary position. Money in hand before honor in this era. I know that all too well. But there are things that must not be cast aside. While ridiculing himself for being manipulated by his family name, Sidamo had finished his succession chore. Schera had no means of knowing it was that troublesome of a matter. To have a surname that she didn't even care about pushed onto her, the person in question had made an extremely annoyed expression. When he remembered all his hardships negotiating, Sidamo wanted to slap her, but if she seriously retaliated, he would be the one to die probably, so Sidamo bared with it. I will continue to fulfill my duty as a staff officer. I've lost my rank as chief staff officer though. You too. Continue to devote yourself for the kingdom. Understood. And, I don't doubt that you are a great soldier, but I have some doubts left about your command of soldiers. Accordingly, I have decided that I will assign 2 adjutants to assist you in commanding. Adjutants? Correct. They themselves aspire to join your unit. There were positions for platoon leader open, but they rejected that. They are excellent people who have learned military strategy from the kingdom's military academy. I have no doubt that they surpass you in leadership, tactics, and ingenuity. Sidamo did not forget to add some satire towards Schera at the same time he professed the excellence of the adjutants. I want her to have some sense of responsibility, thought Sidamo. Yes, indeed. I think so too. Even though she was indirectly called an idiot, Schera did not mind at all. Sidamo furrowed his brow, looking at her face that basically said, I don't mind, I'm happy as long as I can eat. Your cavalry unit has become the most famous and elite here at Belta. So that you do not defile that reputation, make good use of the adjutants. Accept their counsel freely and serve the kingdom more and more. Understood. Schera's attention had started wandering because Sidamo had continued to lay a statement upon statement on her. It took everything she had just to squeeze out the word, understood. Never again as a single horseman chase the enemy around. Same with prattling power reconnaissance, and then leading the cavalry unit into enemy-controlled territory. If you idiotically fight and get killed, everyone's morale will be affected. That is what it means to be elite. I will not allow you to go off dying on your own. Do you understand? Of course. Of course, she didn't understand. If, right in front of her eyes, The enemy's food was being sluggishly transported. Of course, she would immediately attack it. She got her hands on provisions, and her stomach was full. It was a completely good thing. Though, after this happened several times, the enemy had attached rigorous guard to their food supply train. It had given her merit, so there was no problem. Was Schera's understanding? Do you really understand? Have you been listening to me with that head of yours? If you wholly understand, then acknowledge it. Sidamo trained his eyes that told of unquestionable doubt at Schera. His assessment of Schera was, she has quite an arm, but her head is inversely just as bad. General Yalda, soon be former General Yalda, thought so too. A staff officer needed much grit to deal with those guys skillfully. Sidamo, who could not handle them, had his chief staff officer rank taken from him. Hereafter, the Fourth Army would have hegemony, and it would be accurate to say that his road to success from here on had been cut. Sidamo's heart was gloomy, but he had not given up yet. Until his family was restored, he would never give up. I, Major Schera, completely understand. I will put the adjutants under your supervision later on. I have already talked to them about the future beforehand, so there should be no problems. This concludes our business. You may retire. Mentally fatigued, Sidamo quickly returned to his work. A different kind of fatigue set in than when Yalda was his conversation partner. If he talked with death any further, he would probably be brought to his now deceased older brother. Or otherwise, maybe he would go mad like his older sister. Sir, I, Major Schera, will return to my duties. Schera, who had stood at attention partaking in the long conversation, seemed giddy compared to before. But, perhaps relieved that she no longer had to put up with formalities, she let out a large sigh after leaving the room. I'm tired, she said in a stupidly loud voice while at it. That moment, some blunt-sounding thing was thrown at the office door. As the door was durable, there was not a single crack. Unfortunately perhaps, stress had accumulated in the former chief staff officer, and he had thrown a flower vase. He was surely hungry, no doubt about it. Schera sympathized with him. As I thought, the head doesn't work well and dulls when hungry it seems. Schera took out a piece of bread from the bag she was carrying, left it in front of the office door, and took her leave. It was like feeding an animal, or leaving an offering for the deceased. It goes without saying that upon discovering the bread, Sidamo's irritation surged up even stronger. The kingdom's Third Army in Belta Castle and the Royal Capital Liberation Army in Antigua Branch Castle had fallen into a mutual stalemate. Schera's cavalry, once again 3,000, were deployed, and making the best of their mobility, their main duty became patrol and subjugating nearby foes. Which was the case, but she sometimes took independent action, conducted a power reconnaissance, and raided the Liberation Army's supply trains. By all rights, this was a breach of military regulations, but as she made great military gains. Every time, her transgressions were invalidated. The Liberation Army was tormented by this guerrilla warfare that was more distressing than predicted, and inevitably, the guards of the supply trains were reinforced. It was around this time that the name of Schera was starting to be known by the Liberation Army. Schera's name is a reference to Schera Zade from 1001 Nights. Chapter 9, Grass is also occasionally delicious. Inside Belta Castle, in front of Sidamo's office. Two newcomers only just appointed were standing stock still wonder what to do. More specifically, they were wondering what to do about the object in front of their eyes. What is this, I wonder? No matter what angle you look at it, isn't it bread? What I'm asking is, why is there a piece of bread placed all the way out here? I wonder if this is some test for us. We better think this through, muttered a woman wearing a brand new officer uniform as she pushed up her glasses. That was her way of dealing with stressful situations probably. The other man squatted and gazed at the bread. Nothing special, just a loaf of bread. Nothing more, nothing less. In other words, someone probably just dropped it. You're thinking too much. All the way over here? Just who the heck would? Anyways, Let's pick it up. It may perhaps be Sir Staff Officer's. I'll hold it unnaturally and maybe he'll notice it. Do as you please. Just don't get me involved. After showing an incredulous expression, the young woman knocked on the door. A man's sharp voice replied from inside. Who is it? She took a deep breath and raised her voice. Sir, I am Second Lieutenant Katerina Nubes, assigned to the Third Army this day. I have come to make my introduction. Similarly, I am Second Lieutenant Vander Hafiz. Enter. Excuse us. Hearing the short reply, they straightened their backs so as to not be discourteous and entered the room. Inside was a man carrying out his official duties with many creases between his brow. The two newcomers guessed that this was probably the Chief Staff Officer of the Third Army, Sidamo Arta. In any situation, first impressions were crucial. They straightened their backs even more, clicked their heels, and saluted just as they practiced many times before. When they unintentionally looked down, there were pieces of a broken flower pot around the floor. You've done well to come to Belter Castle, the front lines of the Yuuz kingdom. From here on, I expect great work from you gentlemen, is what I want to say, but... Sidamo cut off his sentence. Before long, it has been decided that we will be assimilated into the Fourth Army. You guys being in the Third Army, unfortunately, will only be for a short while. That aside, what's that in your hand? He pointed at the bread Vander was holding, his brow furrowed again, and an eyebrow was twitching and spasming. Sir, this was left in front of the door, so I had thought to pick it up. Is this possibly staff? Wrong, dispose of it as you see fit. It's something the Sir Hero dropped. If you're hungry, I don't mind if you eat it. After the conversation is over, that is. Sir. Katerina and Vander both exchanged dubious expressions. But Sidamo disregarded that and continued. Returning to the original conversation, as I said earlier, immediately once the Fourth Army arrives, we will merge with them. Most likely, we will be put in charge of support. They would work behind the scenes and be unable to accrue spectacular achievements. There was no question that they might even have extremely burdensome tasks shoved onto them. Use the resources of others, not one's own, obviously. And so, what about being stationed with Major Schera's unit? Katerina timidly asked. There was the greatest chance to work beside a future hero. She didn't want to let this opportunity escape. Vander, on the other hand, was thinking that nothing could be done about it. There's no problem. As arranged, you will be enlisted as an adjutant. It would probably behoove you to take some food and greet Major Schera afterwards. She'll then seriously listen to you for certain. Understood. Hearing the word food, a question mark floated above Katerina's head, but she didn't dare to venture the question. It seemed like there was some connection to the bread earlier, but this wasn't the mood to ask it. About Major Schera, who will become your superior officer, she's a somewhat troublesome being. She likes to act arbitrarily on her own authority, she has superficial experience commanding a unit, and she is not well informed of the art of war. However, she is valiant and is the owner of many kills. Sidamo expressed with words not flowery at all. There was no point in lying, so he indifferently only conveyed the truth. However. She was promoted to major at the tender age of 18. This is of an unprecedented speed even in our army, I believe so. When Vander inquired, Sidamo solemnly nodded. Indeed. She volunteered during recruitment at 16, and on that occasion, she passed since she had brought heads of the rebel army. After a surprise attack blunder in her first battle, in the middle of a rout she annihilated an enemy platoon and was promoted to second lieutenant. She slipped amongst deserters from Antigua, infiltrated the enemy's spy base, and killed a colonel of the Empire's army. Amazing. Katerina involuntarily commended. This was a career exactly befitting a hero. If she kept it up, a promotion to general was probably not a dream. She would witness that progress from as close as possible. She aspired to be an adjutant for that sake. Moreover, at the Alusha engagement, she led a cavalry whose commander had died in battle, destroyed the enemy's food storehouse, and after all that, broke through the enemy's encirclement and repatriated. She is the owner of such feats. If we had 100 of her, there would be no doubt to our victory. Then, why do you consider there to be a problem? Schera excels in combat certainly. But, she has received no training as a military officer. Her knowledge is meager, she leads based on instinct, all she has superior power. For a single soldier, that's great, but I have a great deal of insecurities in trusting her with the lives of 3,000 cavalry. At the same time you assist her, I would like you to restrain her recklessness. So what you're saying is, think of it like this. She completely falls into an enemy trap, you keep her from being killed no matter what it takes. Don't let her fall into the same rut as we, the Third Army, is what I'm saying. How about it? Do you understand? If you understand, then say so. Finished with his almost self-demeaning speech, Sidamo urged both of them, who had been bombarded with words. Understood, I will aid with everything I have. Same. I, Vanda, will devote everything. Katerina and Vanda, despite being barraged with words, saluted and expressed their comprehension. For some reason, they felt like they had some extremely difficult work pushed onto them. Just a little bit, Sidamo made a relieved expression. Very well. In that case, you may retire. I expect achievements hereon. Sir. The two adjutants respectfully withdrew and exchanged mutual glances. Like they were wondering what just happened. For the time being, let's greet Major Schera. We won't understand anything if we don't meet her in person. Consideration can be left for later, wouldn't you say? Why, yeah. As you say. We ought to take action instead of being anxious. No, we definitely can't act without thinking this through. Absolutely not. What's done cannot be undone. Katerina muttered to herself and pushed up her glasses. Again with this? Thought Vanda as he walked forward. What are you whispering to yourself for? I'm leaving you being. Hold it right there. Don't talk so loudly. People will hear you. It's because you're leaving. Since she was aware, Katerina did not have parents, and she was a prodigy who through great effort and study struggled this far. She liked learning more than fighting, and if pressed to say, she disliked those humans who acted without thinking. Her unusual foster parents were also humans who acted before thinking. After adjusting her slipping glasses, Katerina chased after her colleague in a jog. Belter Castle, inside the stables. The two started a conversation with the soldier briskly taking care of the battle horses. Perhaps Katerina was tired of walking, her body was sluggish. Where's Major Schera? She led the cavalry and set out on her task some time ago. I think she's taking the opportunity while patrolling the perimeter to go for a raid on the supply trains as usual. But, Staff Officer Sidamo told her to put an end to that. Ha, you're telling me. Please tell that directly to Major Schera. Well, if she would stop just by being told to, I think the staff officer wouldn't be having such a hard time. The soldier laughed and returned to caring for the horses again. He was also one of Schera's cavalry unit. Maybe because he had seen his commander's strength firsthand, his morale was relatively high. Seeing that the soldier had returned to his work, Vanda lightly sighed. I can't help but feel like there's trouble in store for us. Maybe it was a mistake to volunteer. Oh, shut up. Even if you're thinking it, don't say it. It's just my personality to say what I think. Hurry up and fix that. I'll exert myself, Lord Second Lieutenant Katerina. Upon coming to visit Schera's office, they found it vacant, so they searched around inside Belter Castle. They finally heard a trace of her in the barracks, and hurried to the stables as they were told. However, they were just one step behind, and only mentioning that she was heading out to patrol the area. Schera had led 100 cavalrymen out of Belter. Schera had completely forgotten about the new adjutant matter, it seemed. Around that time in a different place, Schera had, as arranged, traveled west of Belter at full speed, and after they crossed Alusha River, they were lying prone on a slightly elevated hill overlooking Antigua Branch Castle. Naturally, they had dismounted, and their horses were hidden in the shade of the trees. Let me see. I wonder what became of what was once our home, Antigua. What an eyesore of a flag as always. That annoying, shit green flag. I get more and more irritated looking at it. I think I'm going to get wrinkles on my brow just like Staff Officer Sidamo. Schera took a look at the castle through the eyepiece stolen from the Empire intelligence operatives while prone. The Yuuz royal family's coat of arms on a green background, it was the Liberation Army's flag. The royal family's coat of arms on a red background then would be the Kingdom Army's. Schera violently teared a handful of weeds that were around her, threw them into her mouth, and masticated like a horse. Bitter. Unpleasant. Pungent. I shouldn't have eaten this, she. P.G. immediately repented. With a look so atrocious that one would find it hard to approach her, Schera looked through the eyepiece and checked the current state of affairs. The inside of the castle was calm it seemed, but it did not seem the security was loose at all. The town inside of the ramparts was crowded with people like soldiers or merchants, and smiling faces could be seen on the coming and going townspeople. Half a year had passed, and tranquility had been completely restored. Actually, maybe it was prospering even more than those days under the kingdom. There was the delight of having been liberated from tyrannical rule possibly. Schera, displeased, spit out the grass. Major, no one eats weeds after getting irritated. A soldier on alert in the back addressed Schera, feeling amazed. I've left them with the horses. So I don't have anything on hand right now. My stomach is in crisis. Please be at ease. Take this. I procured it some time ago. He crawled up to beside Schera and with a smile handed over something. In the middle of passing through Alusha Plains, he had harvested some plants from a field. As this was already enemy territory, he unhesitatingly helped himself to just one. What's this, I wonder? It seems more chewy than that grass I ate. It is a plant that is the raw material for sugar. Cut the stalk and hold it in your mouth, please. It is sweet and tasty, you know. As the soldier said, when she cut it and held it in her mouth, juice containing a sugary taste seeped out. Schera gave a whole-faced smile and bit at it. It's sweet and tasty. This is a great achievement for you. I'll bestow upon you something nice after we get back, thank you very much. Let's see, my stomach, enemy castle's defense is solid I guess next, shall we go search for food like always? They've come from so far, carrying all that all the way out here for us. We have to be grateful. She turned the eyepiece from the castle to Alusha Plains, starting to search for supply trains laden with goods. Even so, we have continued to repeat the raids over and over again, so why have we not been intercepted even once? In a meaningless place like this, maybe they just don't have the leisure for guards. It seems they're trying to concentrate their manpower around Belter after all. But shouldn't something like attaching guards to supply trains be done to the best of their ability? Oh, I've discovered this evening's meal. How's their defense, I wonder? Schera discovered a column of carriages in the distance. She could see that the guards were lacking. In that case, there would be no problem. The instant she decided to take action, she felt a strong bloodthirst. She quickly turned the eyepiece in that direction. Major? What is the matter? It seems our companions were unexpectedly free. Or I wonder if we've overdone it. Here, you take a look too, she said, and spontaneously threw the eyepiece to the soldier next to her. He panicked, and after he had gotten a hold of it, he looked towards the direction Schera pointed out. Violent dust clouds were being whirled up. It was a cavalry unit hoisting the Liberation Army's flag, and moreover, the flag of the Lion. Their numbers were about 100 maybe. They were coming towards the hill that Schera and group were on. They were advancing quite quickly in addition. They are clearly making a course towards us. Major, have we been discovered, do you think? He inquired while returning the eyepiece to Schera. He wasn't panicking because he had faith that they would get away. Those guys probably were also looking at us with this thing too. Earlier, I made eye contact with someone who looked like the commander. Schera slowly stood up, vigorously stretched, and headed to where the soldiers were hiding. Would they inflict a blow, or would they meekly dismiss themselves? Schera though while holding the stalk in her mouth. What will we do? Let's see. Our numbers are about the same, so I'll just go greet them a bit. You guys stay dismounted and lay in ambush. Make sure to prepare the long spears. If our guests come, we'll give them a resolute reception. A single horseman in any circumstances is too dangerous. If you are going to go, we will go with you. If the unit suffers injury, staff officer is going to decrease my wages again. It'll just be a quick greeting, so you don't have to worry about anything. Schera put on her helmet, jumped on her beloved brown horse, and prepared her large scythe. Her brown hair that could not completely be concealed peeked out of her helmet. Maybe it's about time I cut it, Schera inconsequentially thought while she lightly swung her scythe. The created ominous-sounding roars and growls reverberated through the surroundings. The group members reflexively sucked in their breaths. They were really glad that that scythe would not be swung at them. Schera kicked the horse's abdomen, and it started racing towards the approaching flag of the lion with all its energy. Displaying the flag of the lion, this force had discovered Schera. They were assigned the arduous duty of guarding the supply train because it had been harshly tormented by successive raids. Like starved wolves, the enemy cavalry corps had decisively assaulted them. To have this elite unit put to use as guards proved how loathsome Schera and group were thought to be. The Liberation Army's kitchen was also not in a comfortable position, and they had no surplus to donate to the enemy army. Lieutenant Colonel Finn. At this distance, they will be able to escape probably. The young man called Finn lightly nodded when a female adjutant with horse running in line addressed him. At a glance, he was a man of delicate features, but he owned a considerable arm and had killed 2 enemy major generals at the previous engagement. In that surprise fighting way before, the man who annihilated Jiraiya's division was also this man. He was conferred a lion insignia, and he was the strongest warrior. G. In the Liberation Army. This young man's name was Finn Katev. He would later be hailed as the Lion General. Even still, that is not a problem, would you not say? Our duty is to protect the supply train until the end after all. Good grief. The death god thing from the rumors is actually an extreme thorn in the side. Even we were called for escort duty. A gigantic monster that wields a large scythe, right? If that is real, I somewhat do not want to meet it. Well, as far as I can tell, it was nothing more than a rumor. When Finn checked with the eyepiece again from atop his horse, the human silhouette from earlier had vanished. If she was a real god of death, she would not be doing things like stealthily creeping around, right? A rumor after all was nothing more than a rumor. The fear in one person disseminated, and then was amplified. That was the reality behind the death god. Just as we was reassuring himself of that, horseman of unknown affiliation is coming down towards us. Armor of the kingdom's army, and holding a great scythe in hand. A soldier retreating from the vanguard said in a loud voice. When Finn hastily focused his eyes in front, certainly, there was a horseman running down with frightful momentum. Hey, it's just a single horseman. She planning on surrendering? She's postured for battle. It does not seem like a surrender. He considered a surrender, but as she was holding an uncanny, large scythe in her hands, it did not seem that was her intention. It didn't appear to be a desertion either. A rush with a single horseman? Preposterous. Drag her off her horse and expose the true nature of the pitiful Grim Reaper. The female adjutant harshly yelled, and with an enthusiastic cheer, 3 horsemen touted their spears and charged. Sir, leave it to us. I'll make her rust on my spear. I'll give her a suitable reward for making light of us. These were zealous, young cavalrymen with faith in their arm and very high morale. The small-figured horseman and the horseman from the Liberation Army crossed weapons. In a second, the head of the first rider was sent flying. A remaining horseman unleashed furious attacks determined to harm his foe. His coordinated attacks were easily handled. He was knocked off his horse by the scythe handle, and Death's beloved horse crushed his body with all its weight. The last man, deeming that this enemy was beyond him, turned his horse around and ran several steps, whereupon he abruptly lurched and tumbled down. A crude, small sickle used to cut grass protruded from the young man's brain. Schera thrown it essentially like a boomerang, and had reaped the life of her prey. She had aimed for the small gap between armor and helmet and had successfully hit it. It's the Grim Reaper. The god of death from the rumors. Are really unpleasant. Not only that, she's just a young girl. That's a disguise, no doubt. The brave cavalrymen unintentionally sounded tense. They were men of valor, but they were superstitious. That was the Y.P. symbol of death who cruelly harvested souls. At that figure construed as the embodiment of death, they reflexively felt fear. You guys, how can you even call yourselves the cavalry that carries the flag of the lion? What's there to fear about a single rider? No, some shame. However. A calm voice interrupted the distressed horseman. Just a bit, I will be the one to verify this. When Finn muttered that, he drew his bow from his back with smooth movements, and mightily drew the bow and arrow to its limit. The arrow that was fully drawn back by his tremendous strength roared as it flew towards Schera. TSK. As the arrow was many times faster than Schera had predicted, she awkwardly parried it with her scythe barely. With no pause, arrows were rapidly fired. She waved her scythe and warded them off, but just one arrow stabbed into her shoulder armor. Schera clicked her tongue, pulled out the arrow, and then turned her horse around and started climbing the hill. It seems arrows will strike even death. If that's the case, even we can probably win. She seems to be human like us. Lieutenant Colonel Finn, let us chase her immediately. This is the best opportunity to pay back everything up until now. For the sake of our killed comrades as well, please pursuit. No. I have somewhat a bad premonition. We will turn back here. We have accomplished our mission of defending the supply train. I don't think it's good to push ourselves further. More importantly, we have to recover their corpses. Lieutenant Colonel. Also, for a single horseman to have come, I can only think that she was luring us. There are surely troops waiting in ambush. To tragically die in combat, ambushed, I refuse. Come now, don't frown. Let's hurry back. Your pretty face will be spoiled. Understood. Seeing the adjutant biting her lip, he involuntarily made a sarcastic laugh. That moment, he felt a strong bloodthirst, and Finn's countenance changed. Dash. Mila, dodge. Wah. Before his adjutant, Mila, could respond, Finn promptly rammed into her horse and pushed it away. Having been unexpectedly crashed into, she was emphatically blown off her horse. A thrown, small sickle flew by where Mila was just now. It was aimed such that it would have probably torn her neck. What unparalleled accuracy! If she hadn't been pushed away, there would have been a fountain of blood, no doubt about it. Looking from far away, Schera resignedly shook her head sideways. Afterwards, the corners of her mouth twisted and she looked down at Finn and his group. Then, after provoking them by running her thumb across her own neck, she slowly returned to atop the hill. The cavalrymen had forgotten about pursuit and were stock still in surprise. The nickname of Death God is not just for show, I guess. Having protected the life of his important adjutant, Finn annoyingly looked at the retreating figuring while sighing. Probably, that petite-figured girl would take the lives of some 100 brethren from now on, or so he feared. That appearance of calmly resting a large scythe on her shoulder was nothing but that of death itself. Chapter 10, An extravagant meal is considerably delicious. When Schera led her troops back to Belter, they were met with cheers of joy from the castle soldiers. These were the cavalry unit members tasked with house-sitting, and they were eagerly awaiting the return of their superior officer. "Thank you for the reception. I've returned. I pushed myself too hard, and I feel like I'm about to faint." Schera jauntily crossed the bridge and entered the castle while holding the stalk in her mouth. After everyone had entered the castle, the drawbridge was once again raised for defense. "Welcome back, Major Schera. How were today's affairs?" "We were hindered by a certain lion. Their guard had become quite strict, it seems, as one would expect." She recalled the unit carrying the flag of the lion that had gotten in her way. That young man who had fired sharp arrows at her. As she prioritized deflecting arrows that would inflict fatal wounds, she was unable to deal with one arrow. Luckily, she was uninjured, and it was just her armor that broke. When she had thrown a small sickle that she carried on her as payback, it was just barely avoided. He had true strength, good intuition, and he also wasn't drawn into the ambush. It appeared the flag of the lions was not for mere show. They were truly a troublesome enemy. She bit the stalk that had lost its taste in two, crushed it, and then swallowed. "That is because Major Schera rampaged too much. Come, a meal has been prepared for you," responded the soldier who raised his hand, directing her to the barracks. "Thanks. Before that, I have to get brand new armor. The shoulder part here is broken. You go first, please." "Major, I definitely think you ought to get that treated. How about it?" The anxious cavalryman was worried about Schera. He was the soldier who had presented her the sweet plant at the raid earlier. When Schera remembered that, she grabbed a small pouch from her waist. "I'm fine. There are no injuries to my body. That aside, thanks for the food earlier. Use this and eat something you like." She took out a shiny gold coin. Forget a meal, one could eat as much as they liked for a week. At such excessive remuneration, the cavalryman was disturbed. "You, under no circumstances, this is too much for me to take. If you have a complaint, then go together with other soldiers. Unused money is meaningless." "But..." "Fine. If you so vehemently refuse, I'll throw it away." Wait please." When she gestured to throw it, the cavalryman hastily held out both hands. She threw it, and the cavalryman grasped the gold coin. "Thank you very much, Major Schera." "Nothing of it." Giving the saluting soldier a backward glance, Schera hurried forward, still atop her horse. She was so hungry that she was certain she would faint. No matter how much she ate and ate, her stomach would become empty again before long. Despite that, she did not gain weight. Just where did all the nutrition she ate go? Schera didn't know. When this did start happening? Maybe after that time when she ate the Grim Reaper thing? This was probably her just desserts for giving in to her greed that one time. However, Schera thought this was more preferable to those times when she felt like she would die of starvation. She may not be able to savor the feeling of a full stomach, but she could abate the feeling of hunger. Schera, presently, was very satisfied. She had become renowned before she knew it, her stomach was a little more full, and she could have a meal together with her comrades. With just those, Schera was content. Other matters were unimportant. She handed over her horse, and in the middle of heading towards the barracks, Schera was stopped by a voice calling to her. "What's the matter?" "Sir, I have heard that Major Schera is looking for new armor. By all means, please use this. It is quite a gem." One cavalryman who was on house-watching duty presented a brand new armor to Schera. It was armor dyed jet black. On the shoulders were carved white birds. What extremely nice appearance. The quality also looks very good. Where'd this come from? When asked, the soldier pushed out his chest and responded while hitting the armor with his hand, "Con. Sir, I earnestly requested a civilian blacksmith employed by the military to make this. He was very hesitant at first, but when I told him you would be using it, his attitude took a complete about-face. I think this armor is appropriate for the major who is a match for thousands. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Anyway, can I immediately try it on? I hope the size is good." Here. You mean? What, is there a problem, I wonder? No. I will assist you. The damaged armor was thrown away, and Schera was actively putting on the new armor. What's going on? What's going on? Curious onlookers around the area started to gathering, seeing as their fabled, honored major was innocently changing in her underwear. What was unfortunate was that she had not a shred of sex appeal. She had no curves to speak of. Her countenance was also bad. After quickly putting on the armor, the soldier in the spur of the moment even attached a bright red cape. Schera tucked her hair behind her ears, and then brandished her large scythe, carrying out various attack forms. She was testing out if the armor would get in the way or not. The babbling soldiers reflexively gulped. Their superior officer slowly held the scythe over her head, and then cut the air, and the corners of her mouth curved. They, at that appearance, were lost for words in fear and awe. No problem, it seems. I'll pay the blacksmith compensation afterwards. I'm going to eat now, so if something comes up, come after I'm finished. A meal was more important than armor, it seemed, and Schera left at a brisk pace. The soldiers around her that were watching, all of them, stood at attention and saluted. Sir. Understood, Major Schera. It looks great on you, really. Schera had a dubious expression, but she silently left. The group members left behind exchanged glances and let out a deep sigh. I'm really glad I'm not her enemy, they thought. Barracks dining room. Schera was silently devouring bread, steak, corn soup, and vegetables. The fragrant smells stimulated her appetite. She thoroughly chewed and slowly ate while relishing the taste. She was able to eat tasty food today as well. When she was eating, a smile would naturally leak out. But then, boorish words were thrown at her. Excuse us for disturbing you during your meal. We are. These two people who were standing still in front of Schera's desk since a while ago, with limbs going numb, addressed Schera. Of course they were aware that interrupting a meal was discourteous. But significant time had already passed, and this illustrious superior officer had not even given them so much as a glance. Deciding that she wouldn't mind if it was just something like a greeting, they dared to speak up. Immediately, a loud, thunk noise was made, and Schera with narrowed eyes and no longer smiling was radiating bloodlust. The knife that was in her hand stuck out, deeply embedded, from the table. The thing Schera hated the most was to be interrupted while eating and slowly enjoying the taste. In times like this, she would chew in supreme bliss to her heart's content all the portions she excited in the middle of battle was unable to eat. To have this interrupted was akin to dashing water suddenly over her. Just like the previous time when the military police interrogating her was about to be murdered, Schera's aggression swelled many times higher than normal. This could not be described in any other way except as a flaw, but she herself had absolutely no intention of amending this, it seemed. Silence. Can't you see I'm eating? If you don't want to be knocked out, then mute yourselves over there.
If you insist on doing something else, I won't stop you, so do as you please. Please excuse me. Schera once again started happily chewing.
Only sounds of silverware moving remained at the dining table. Completely tense, the two of them had their hearts in their mouths. They did not want to tread on the tail of a starving tiger again. Her meal would be finished 1 hour after this. Pardon the wait. So, what business do you have, I wonder? Schera wiped her mouth with a napkin, gave thanks for the food, and turned her focus towards the soldiers. The two people standing rigid over there straightened themselves, saluted, and named themselves again. We were appointed this day to be adjutants for Major Schera. I am Second Lieutenant Katerina. Similarly, I am Second Lieutenant Vanda. Ah, you're the guy's staff officer Sidamo mentioned. I heard you've come to take over command in my stead. Let us cordially work together from here on. Schera stood up and calmly saluted. Her stature was shorter than theirs, but it appeared like the motivations they carried were different. In actuality, the two adjutants were somewhat overawed. Not at all. The commander is you, Major Schera. We on the other hand will aid you to the bitter end. Katerina flusteredly corrected, but Schera shook her head sideways. I have not received any formal officer training. All I can do is swing my scythe to live. I have hope in you too. I leave the cavalrymen in your hands. We will devote everything we have. Very well. Then, I will return to my room so. If anything comes up, I won't mind if you come. Except for when I'm eating, any time is fine. Understood. After dazedly seeing off Schera, who left while humming, they both spontaneously looked at each other, and agreed that they had a problematic superior officer. Quite outside the norm for heroes, I guess.
I know another person a lot like her.
My view towards heroes is different, so no need to go into detail. Even if you begged, I wouldn't. Well, that's a relief. Still, she's a lot different from what I imagined. I thought she would be more, how do I put it? Vander crossed his arms, turned his back to the chair, and sat down. It seemed he was worn out from standing so long. However, I think the rumors are true. I really thought I was going to get killed. From a conversation I heard earlier, apparently she half-killed a military police officer. It seems that's somehow true too. It was probably punishment for interrupting the major's dignified meal. However, as an ally, there's no one more reliable. Katerina pushed up her glasses and immersed herself in thinking about this very interesting state of affairs. To be able to bear witness to a hero from up close was her dream. Vander shook his head, and feeling shocked, muttered, I can't keep up. Next day, the Fourth Army Commander General David, who had finally arrived, immediately assembled the commissioned officers. Separated into many units, the reinforcing soldiers number 40,000. Together with the residuals of the Third Army, they were 80,000 in total. The soldiers dispersed to and were stationed at each fortress in a radius around Belter. General David was impatient for merit, deciding to eliminate the rebel army by any means necessary. David was a contender to be the next field marshal, but he was losing to the brave and celebrated Yalda, and this would be his greatest chance to turn things around. If he obtained the achievement of destroying the rebel army, it would not be an exaggeration to say the cat was in the bag. En route to Belter, he had dropped by the royal capital, where Field Marshal Sharov had strictly ordered him to absolutely do not let them cross a Lucia river. But like he would preoccupy himself with that. The one entrusted with command of strategy was him, David. He was born of high-class nobility with ties to the family lineage that established the royal family. His connection to the current king was also deep. For someone of such high pride like him, it was exceedingly aggravating to be ordered around by a normal-class upstart like the Bazara family. Gentlemen, I am David, the commander of the Fourth Army. Now that I am here, there's no longer need for worry. We will immediately execute the rebels, and I promise you that victory and stability will be brought about here in the central border zone. I am honored to meet you for the first time, Your Excellency David. I am Sidamo, the Chief Staff Officer of the Third Army. I have compiled all the reports about the rebel army and notices about the reorganization plan for your perusal. David took a glance at the documents Sidamo handed over, and with a simple, unnecessary, he threw them away. I don't need compiled information from a defeated staff officer. You guys have sullied the history of the glorious kingdom. How dare you unabashedly live on? Do you not know the meaning of shame? Sidamo lowered his head at David's abuse. The civil officials on standby nearby also looked down on him in disdain. They had been gathered as persons of good lineage, and they could aptly be thought of as David's clique. Pardon me. Watch Chief Staff Officer. It would be better if you were a miserable food manager. The staff officers of our Fourth Army can think of strategy. You go think about tomorrow's food menu. Really, that you could even show that face of at this assembly. You have no pride, it seems. After all, he came from a fallen nobility. All he has ever known is shame. At one staff officer's denunciation, the other commissioned officers unanimously voiced their agreement. For someone of Humble birth to obtain achievement was irritating and unbearable. Yalda may have been frivolous, but he did not discriminate based only on pedigree. Sidamo's shoulders shook in humiliation. Sounds that broke the mood spread through the room. It was crunching, like something was being broken. The one making the noise was Schera. Tentatively a field officer, Schera, while unwilling, was participating in this war council. Because of the sudden convening of the war council, Schera had missed out on eating breakfast and was immensely vexed. The room fell silent, wondering what that was, but as Schera had quickly chewed and swallowed, no one was any the wiser. A giant man next to her gave her a fleeting glimpse, but she was playing dumb. She absolutely didn't know what happened. Well, whatever. The cleanup of the Third Army, Staff Officer Sidamo, you will do it. If you work well, maybe you won't be completely useless. Sir, I will devote everything. Humph. By the way, where's the respected hero that's become common talk recently? Hasn't he played a very active role in the cowardly Third Army? Dunno if that's true or false though. When David viewed the faces of the commissioned officers, he stopped at one point, on a small-statured girl wearing conspicuous black armor, on the seat of that imbalanced person. Is it you? The officer given the alias of Death God by the enemy? Sir, I do not know about Death God, but I am Major Schera. When Schera gave a salute, snarky laughs could be heard from the surroundings. After stroking his own beard, David gave a deep sigh. It seems Yalda has also surprisingly gone senile. To even be able to bow his head to one showing such an unsightly, shameful sight. Moreover, to exercise his own political influence and allow someone of such humble birth to succeed the name of nobility. Rank of Major, she says. The army isn't a children's playground. Jesus. He also bent over and got done in by the rebel army. What kind of leadership is this? Affirmative. As it is, his steel division thing was also after all a decoration, wouldn't you say? To be demolished by one blow, they were nothing more than plain papier-mâché. Mere show. To forcibly make this lass out to be a hero was probably to raise morale maybe. Cuckoo, is not this actually a tear-jerking endeavor? In an amazed manner, they collectively ridiculed Schera. Sniggers and scorns were included, and if it was a veteran with pride, he probably would have been indignant. However, the one actually the target of ridicule did not mind at all. In the next battle, if you don't accrue appropriate merit, I will strip you of your rank. It gives me the chills to think a layman little girl like you would stand shoulder to shoulder with us high-prided nobility. I want to instantly drop you to private by all rights. Sir, I, Major Schera, understand. With an unpleasant HMPH from his nose, David continued in addition. This will probably be the last time you will be able to speak with me. Geez, what a truly absurd story. That fool Yalda. Your Excellency David. It is about time. David's adjutant warned. David's schedule was completely packed. After the War Council, he had a business meeting with the influential men of Belter. Furthermore, a welcome ceremony was held for him. To make his own power known, and to solidify Belter's strongholds, industrious work was necessary. There was absolutely no time to worry about stray dogs. That's enough. Just the commanders of the Third Army, you all leave. We will decide what happens next. At the most, you guys should just sharpen our swords. Waving them away, David urged them to leave with hate from the very depths of his heart shown on his face. A commissioned officer also helpfully opened the door to the council room and beckoned with his head. Hurry up and leave, he was implying. The members of the Third Army helplessly trickled out. People who had lost their chief were after all just treated like this. No one said a single word of complaint, and with heavy footsteps, they reflected on their own misfortune. Though, only Schera was full of smiles, and with light footsteps, she cut in front of the leader and left. Finally that shitty talk was over, and she could finally get her long-awaited, delectable meal. It was inconceivable that she would complain. Barracks dining hall. Schera in good humor was having breakfast. Next to her was Adjutant Katerina. She was silently eating. Together with her superior officer, and slowly. Vanda had headed out to check on the training of the cavalry unit. After the meal was finally over, Schera let out a huge exhale. Thanks to the stupidly long talk, her mood wasn't quite good. "Have you finished with your meal, sir?" "Yeah. It was really good. I can still eat more, but that's enough for today." "Just how much do you want to eat?" Katerina furrowed her brows. Her glasses then slid a bit, and she hurriedly fixed it with a finger. "How was the war council? It seems you left midway through though." "Ah, the bearded idiot told us to. If we don't play an active role next time, he said something like I'll drop to a private. Major. If someone else heard you, you could be put in jail for defamation of a superior officer. He's the highest commander here at Belter." She covered her mouth with her hand, and gestured to lower their volumes. But the voice of that very person was the loudest. "If I get put in, then it's fine if I just break out. Right? Please put in effort to avoid that in the first place." "I guess you're correct. Well, do you best then, Second Lieutenant Katerina." Schera smiled and patted her shoulder, and then stood up and left with a farewell. Left behind her was an adjutant who let out an even deeper exhale than her superior officer. Chapter 11, Absinthe is to die for delicious. Around when a grand welcome event for His Excellency David the next Field Marshal was being held in Castle Belter's VIP room. Schera together with her cavalrymen were attending to a duty of sheer utmost importance assigned in the name of Belter's highest emissaries, the ruinous crest of the Third Army's flag that invited utter defeat for the kingdom. All of them would be disposed of and replaced with the Fourth Army's glorious banner. That kind of supreme order. In simpler terms, it was a present harassment from the Fourth Army to Schera. "According to the esteemed officer, you guys are fit for these kinds of odd jobs." This kind of treatment was enforced not only on Schera but also on all the other persons. There was no way mixing the stranger soldiers that came from the northern area and the soldiers that had defended Belter and Antigua would turn out well. They mutually hated each other, and fighting broke out in many places over the most pointless to speak of disputes. Thus, even when they were unfastening the unneeded flags, boos and insults could be heard nearby. Seeing the flags of the Third Army stacked like a mountain, Vanda offhandedly complained. "Should I have been an artisan, a flag weaver? I am definitely folding flags." He took the flag off the pole, and then replaced it with the new one. He was sick of it that he would collapse. "Move your hands, not your mouth. There are still some hundreds more as you can see." "Yeah. Roughly 1,000 I guess. Ah, I'm hungry. How healthy to be under such a bright, glorious sun. Anyone have a nice boxed lunch?" "There are none, Major. Though I think where His Excellency General David is has some. Luxurious food piled high like a mountain that is. They are surely having a staggering feast, you know." "Second Lieutenant Vanda, mind going over there and getting me some?" "Please excuse me, but I cannot follow that order. I personally do not want to go to jail, and I cannot escape like you can, Major." When Vanda joked around, Katerina threw the battle flag that she was holding at him. "Hey, didn't I tell you to move those hands? We won't finish by today at this rate." Yeah. I understand, oh magnificent Second Lieutenant Katerina, Major, we will do the rest. A commanding officer doing such menial tasks concerns our dignity. As he says, Major Schera. There is no need for Major to do these kinds of things. Katerina raised her voice. This was not work for a hero. However, Schera indifferently continued working. "I don't know what dignity you mean, but go feed that to the dogs. I have spare time so I don't mind. Besides, look. Those guys of my unit are doing something interesting." Where Schera pointed, a crowd of soldiers with special paint were making a commotion for some reason. It seemed they were repainting the Third Army's flag. A soldier who seemed to have some artistic skill was holding a brush and carefully moving his hand. "What the heck are those guys doing over there? It does appear that they are writing something, but..." When Vander concentrated his eyes, they had finished painting it pitch black it seemed. They had turned it into a suitable flag for Schera. They said they're putting scrapped materials to effective use. Thinking that it's trash anyway so no one will care, I gave them permission. They can still be used, and it would be a waste. If they behave willfully like that, they are going to be scolded again. They are already being glared at, it seems. Warned Katerina, but Schera had not the ears for it. I don't really care. If it's just being glared at, nothing will actually happen. Muttering that she didn't care, Schera continued her work. The many cavalry group members, deeming that it was perfect, cheered in joy. They fastened it to a pole and triumphantly waved it around. An emblem of a white bird was drawn flying on a black background. What do you think that is? A bird, right? A white crow, I was told. He said that in his birthplace, it's a sacred bird that governs life and death, and he thought it was appropriate for me and really wanted to make it. It appears to have turned out surprisingly well. Does such a crow really exist? If there is, I want to try eating one. What kind of taste does it have, I wonder? A white crow was also known as a lucky omen for people. Naturally, it doesn't actually exist. The soldiers, associating Schera's person with death, thought it was a suitable coat of arms. As Schera's name would spread, this flag would take on special meaning. Just spotting it would make the confronting person quake in fear. Just holding it would make one's blood boil and no longer fear death. All because these men, filled with anticipation, working on their own accord for the sake of their overawing superior officer. Still, is a black flag not unpleasant? And not only that, arbitrarily making a flag with a coat of arms is something to be court-martialed for. That won't happen since I've pretty much become a noble. It'll be fine if I just say it's the Zade family's new insignia. Well, if it still becomes troublesome, let's just say we don't know anything about it. More importantly, isn't there anything to eat? I have hard candy. Would you like some? Katerina took out a small bottle from inside her pocket. It seemed she carried it for her superior officer's sake. She thought hand candy would be somewhat more agreeable than eating bread in the middle of an important conversation. According to what Katerina heard, the rumor went that Schera had been eating beans at the War Council before. Katerina, who had guessing that this wasn't a rumor but more like actual truth, had given up validating it. Of course, she didn't want to ask something like, "Did you eat beans during the War Council?" "Thank you very much. I'll have some. Please." Not stopping to care at all about the soldiers who rushed up to her, she began tasting the hard candy Katerina handed out. It was just sweet and had no particular taste. Withstanding the urge to bite down, she thoroughly enjoyed the sweetness with her tongue. "We've done it, Major Schera. What do you think about this coat of arms?" Yeah? Pretty good, I wonder." "Very fantastic. Thank you very much. We will make this the flag of our unit, Schera's cavalry." Sure. Pretty good, I wonder." "Great thinking." To the soldier who asked with excitement if the flag for Schera's unit was good or not, Schera suitably nodded and consented. She didn't care for the flag. There was no problem since it distinguished between friend and foe. But that she was thinking that was unknown to the man. His face blushed in delight because he was praised by his dauntless, daring, and dashing commander. He flourished the flag overhead, almost flaunting it. The white crow flew while being shined on by the sunlight. Satisfied before long, he turned around 180 degrees and faced his comrades. "And then, we'll paint all the flags over here." With that dreadful statement, he once again started setting about his work. He had probably been gradually painted by his commander's personality. Their morale is quite high. There is a remarkable difference when compared to the soldiers of other units. I think their confidence in you is more than enough proof," Katerina said, and pushed up the tips of her glasses. This wasn't flattery or sycophancy. Actually, just try listening to their conversation. Schera congratulated me. "You may think I'm exaggerating, but I saw it with my own eyes," he said loudly. We've been together for such a long time, haven't we? Ever since Antigua fell, I think. Their commander person also lost and died in one-on-one combat. All the people who've been above her have for the most part died or met with misfortune, Schera casually thought. Maybe that would mean that Yalda, who hadn't died, would be reasonably happy. For a moment, Schera thought that maybe she was a harbinger of sorrow, but conversely, there were people that she had saved too, so she adjusted her thinking. Bearing the omen that governed life and death, Schera gazed at the white bird carved onto the black armor she was wearing. She wasn't particularly thinking anything. Oh yeah, she hadn't had bird meat in a while. I heard that Major Schera had taken temporary command after that. You struck down the enemy commander and completed your mission. The cavalrymen had proudly talked about it, you know. They say you commanded like a veteran commissioned officer. Even I think it was strange, faster than I could think, my mouth and body moved on their own. Well, we survived and were able to eat food again, that's definitely something to be ecstatic about. Most of them were also able to make it back. Schera bit the hard candy. Yep, she couldn't resist. She couldn't stand it, and completely pulverized it with her molars. She thought about taking one more, but it seemed the flow of the conversation wasn't appropriate. Schera resisted, and she continued to listen to their talk. She persevered, but the figure of a white, rounded food floated in her mind. She had probably associated this with bird meat earlier. There is probably no need for our aid. Actual combat experience is 100 times more useful than empty theory after all. Certainly. It is said, one experience over 100 pieces of knowledge. Agreed Katerina at Vanda's remark. They had experience in bandit subjugation, but they had not the experience of participating in actual combat. They certainly had come to be knowledgeable, but whether or not they could capitalize on it would depend on their decisions on the battlefield. That would mean that Schera had enough aptitude as a commander, they thought. A simple fool should not have been able to survive. But, thought Katerina, what if that fool possessed enough prowess to blow such trifles out of the water? Possibly. I absolutely want to see how Schera fights in the coming battle, soon, with my very own eyes, Katerina thought. Dauntlessness enough to be called death, what a sight it would be. She turned to look at Schera, but her hands had stopped, and she was staring into space listlessly. That aside, I kinda want to eat an egg. A boiled one. Uttered Schera randomly out of nowhere. What? Major, Schera? You know, an egg. Immediate food is far more important than desk theory. All I learned in actual fighting is that lots of food is needed for battle. And therefore, I leave the rest to you too. I have to return to my own work so. Good, said Schera as she stood up and hastily walked to the barracks. The two bewildered followed after her, where they discovered Schera happily peeling an egg. The kingdom's army and the Royal Capital Liberation Army were contesting for possession over dominion of the central border zone. Why this location was valued that much was apparent if one could see the continent map. The Yuuz kingdom's controlled territory divided the continent from the northwest to the southeast. To the west was the Keeland Empire, and to the eastern area was the Dolbax Union. The central border zone was the sole area of the kingdom's territory that bordered the other two countries. Of course, many people passed through here, and naturally, it was prosperous. Commerce was blooming. It was currently under the embargo, but that did nothing to check the flow of people. If people were coming and going, then obviously goods would also flow. Just now it would be called smuggling. Furthermore, it possessed wide plains and a Lucia river as a source of water, and the earth was fertile. One could expect a harvest of crops from the warm climate, and it was even possible to transport goods on the water using the river. As a matter of course, the towns in this region prospered and were highly populated. The regions the Empire and Union controlled as well. In this area where the borders of the three countries practically touched existed a metropolis that was the very heart of the Mundo Novo continent. It had the holy land of the Three-Star Order, the main faith of the continent, and current divided due to a factional strife, and academic city Arta, which held the labyrinth known as the Demon's Nesting Place. It had once been called Labyrinth City Arta. It was a neutral metropolis that belonged to no country, but it was defended domestically and foreignly by armed forces to protect against invasions of the Order. If the Order called to arms, it was assured that adherents in every country would take up arms. In this era, that was all that was protecting their neutrality, their temporary peace. In the northern region of the central border zone, which could expect a great deal of profit, the rebel army had risen up to seize those vested interests. The kingdom would in no way overlook this. The empire was clearly meddling, and consequently, the kingdom sought to crush the rebels in their early stages. The result was that they had suffered a devastating loss with the fall of Antigua, a cornerstone of the southern border zone. Currently, the situation was of Salvador and Antigua in the west confronting Belta in the east with the Lucia River in between them. Losing Belta here would mean forfeiting their sphere of control in the central border zone, and in concert, the road to the royal capital area would be wide open. This had to be prevented at all costs. Therefore, Sharov, the field marshal of the kingdom's army, had strictly ordered to not let the rebels cross a Lucia River. Though the Liberation Army's forces may be growing, there was a limit to how much they could support. If they devoted themselves to protecting a Lucia River, it would be sufficiently possible to preserve the front, Sharov had judged. And then supposing if they sought to exterminate the rebel army, Sharov thought to muster the First Army, and pincer the rebel army from the north and east with a gigantic force. Though unfortunately, that plan was rejected. If this plan had been adopted, the Liberation Army would certainly have been put in a crisis. Despite them being the Liberation Army, they also took into consideration that they did not want to be in any more debt to the Empire's army, who they were receiving aid from. The Liberation Army had not risen up to expand the Empire's dominion. They had risen up to overthrow the current monarchy. Incidentally, it was simple why the Union in the south had not moved. They were merely observing the situation, transporting goods, and earning money. There was no need to intervene and expressly lose military power. Moreover, this nation was made of a miscellany of small groups of cities, and thus it took an abnormal amount of time to make any decision. A head was elected via election, but every time a decision needed to be made, it would be majority rule after many, many civil meetings that would drag on forever. In this status quo where they had completely become independent from the kingdom, all the town heads were in agreement, recognizing that an expansion policy beyond this point was futile. Everyone understood that, in a situation where they acquired new land, there would be mass chaos over who would govern it. The strife would be more violent than the other two countries, and the amount of blood shed would be nothing to scoff at. Hence, they would not war. It would cost money, people would die, and when cities fell to ruin, it would not be profitable at all. The extent to which other countries fought was of absolutely no concern. They would celebrate, selling weapons and property. Commerce over war. Their trade partners were the Empire, and then the Royal Capital Liberation Army. For their bitter enemy, the kingdom, a trade embargo to bring it to ruin. Then for smuggling, they would beat down prices and buy cheap, and force a sale and sell high. Abundant gold and goods were the strongest weapon. That was the Union's current course of action. Report from armed spy. Regarding each country's movements. Yuuz Kingdom, reinforcements from the northwest to the central border zone. General Yalda reshuffled. New inaugurated is General David. Dolbach's Union, maintaining observation. No signs of military mobilization. Kieland Empire, in the process of concentrating forces in the northwest. Matters of special mention. Regarding General David. Regarding the reinforced army. Concerning the Death God, rumored in the Liberation Army forces. Report from colluders. Dividing the enemy in progress. Regarding acquired goods. Endlessly spelled out a detailed report bearing confidential information. After a quick, flip-through glance, he thanked the spy for his hard work. Well done, please continue your work. Sir. Make sure to not get noticed by the Empire's spies. It would be disastrous if the Empire finds out. As I have been informed. Please leave it to me. The Liberation Army's tactician, Vina, pondered while gazing at the report. The spy had already departed from the room. Vina had invested his own private property and trained competent people of skill. There were also skilled rangers pulled from the Labyrinth City. His independently organized armed intelligence unit was secret to even Altura, let alone the Liberation Army fellows. They conducted themselves like normal soldiers, but they were like actors who did not show their true face. Single-handedly bearing the dirty work was the tactician's job. In order to keep his princess pure, someone had to do it. The materials necessary for uprising, who would collect them? Where would they be gathered from? Where did all the resources for the growing Liberation Army come from? Did the Empire so easily support them goods every time? Nay. The effects of the bad harvest had also hit the Empire, and not enough of necessary goods were supplied to them. There would be no support from the Union in the first place. The Liberation Army's finances were originally dire. Then, where did they procure goods from? Why hadn't they gone bankrupt? The answer was simple. They would fairly collect from certain places. In enemy territory within reach, there were many storehouses just waiting to be collected from, unguarded, and completely abandoned. All the infamy would be shouldered by the kingdom's army. Actually, the kingdom had done this too, so no one was any the wiser. The realization of a dream required necessary compensation. Altura did not need to know. If she did not stay pure, the people would not follow. It was this virgin, heroic figure that the people, all the men who had given up, would see as the most brilliant white. Altura had said that she was resolute. In that case, he would have her serve as the symbol of the Royal Capital Liberation Army until the very end, Vina had decided. For her ideals, he would perform any and all deeds, and take all the impurity unto himself. But, still not enough. There are too few determined people. Another push is necessary. He closed his eyes and began polishing his plan for hereafter. His colleagues in the Liberation Army had to do it on their own, otherwise it was no use. They would win their right to live with their own hands. Their spirit was still lacking. They had the capacity, and he had prepared the means for it. All that was left was fuel to last them till the end. For this hell-like kingdom to change its present condition, it had to be once burnt to the ground. An incompetent king. Soldiers only for self-protection. Government officials lining their own pockets. Nobility living in endless luxuriously through citizens' money. Taxes increasing in severity. Rising war spending. The withering populace. The starving and dying weak. Oil was necessary to set the royal capital violently ablaze, an evil liquid, viscous like dark mud was. That was what ought to be called devil in a bottle, and it would surely ignite the souls of the people into an intense flame. Sacrifice one to save 100. Whether this was correct or incorrect, the future would probably know. If they won, tens of thousands of lives would be saved under Altura. A messiah that liberates from severe oppression, or a diabolic rebel army. Just which one will we become? He asked to no one in particular. If he executed this plan, there would be a stamping a brand which could not be erased. Did he have the readiness for it? Did he have the heart to accomplish it? Vina slowly opened his eyes, and he burned the report which could not be allowed to exist in the flame of the candle. There was no turning back. In that case, he would determinedly march forward only. Even if he were to run his body into the ground. Absinthe is an alcoholic drink also known as devil in a bottle. The Japanese call it something like devil's liquor. Chapter 12, Stuffed lamb intestine is for some reason delicious. General David, upon finishing work incorporating the Third Army into the Fourth Army, immediately began formulating a plan to recapture Antigua. Suppressing the rebel army was a matter of utmost importance for David. His forces were sufficient. Goods were in abundance as transportation had been completed. If they were to attack, there was no other time except now. Moreover, harvest season was soon approaching. Before the crops senselessly went over to the rebel army, he wanted to hurry up and reclaim them. Recapturing Altura Plains was more urgent than their tight financial situation. In the conference room blazing under the early summer heat, the staff officers of the Fourth Army were clamorously and noisily arguing. In order for their own opinions to be approved, for the sake of catching the eye of the commander, they were frantic in their own right. When one's forces are greater, a frontal attack is the yellow brick road. A cowardly battle is ill-befitting of His Excellency. That's what Yalda said, and he was defeated. We ought to clearly work out a plan here. What is vital is in what way do we cross Alusha River? There is danger associated with a large army crossing such a wide expanse. We will be attacked by the enemy is what I'm saying. On the other hand, Belta and Antigua are linked by this bridge. But crossing Sulawesi Grand Bridge also has its dangers. He pointed to a site on the map. There was an important point of traffic, where hustle and bustle could be seen, and where peddlers traversed every day. Currently, as the Kingdom and Liberation Army were glaring at one another, there were nearly no merchants using it. It would cost money, but their safety was guaranteed. They utilized ferries. It is unreasonable to make use of that bridge. At best, only around one company could cross at a time. They'll be beset by the waiting enemy and beaten the instant they've crossed. Then how about forcibly crossing the river? We'll push through in one stroke. A few sacrifices are unavoidable, right? A battle can't be fought fearing death. We'll muster all the Fourth Army and cross in a moment. We've been repeatedly training for this. He boldly spread the night pieces on the map towards Alusha Plains. Strength in numbers, that was his central dogma. With a humph, another staff officer took a piece symbolizing the Liberation Army and whacked it over there. The Kingdom's army piece shot off from atop the map. Like our opponent would just watch while we cross the river. How about you go back to military academy and go study again? What the heck are you thinking? I really want to have a peek at what's inside that upbeat head of yours. This is no different from Yalda. He vilified, and it was almost like he couldn't stand it. Strength in numbers. After that is only God's guidance and luck, more or less. What we consider is in what way before the battle starts can we prepare a force that exceeds the enemy, and we have been increasing the number of soldiers. If that's the case, we should make a confident attack. I cannot see the need to think of some clever ruse. It's pointless. P. This man was recently appointed to staff officer. He was originally an ex-military officer, and what fate would have it that he would be in this place. He clearly possessed thought and character not suited towards a staff officer. There is a need to hear other opinions. At this one line from the corps commander, everything was settled. He was a staff officer in name only and was basically a personal bodyguard. He was obstinate, but he had a mean sword arm. The chief staff officer of the Fourth Army had to consent, thinking that this was David's intention. Spare me the tedious talk. What a staff officer should consider is how to minimize damages, or how to guide the unit to victory. That's all there is. In that aspect, we cross wit instead of swords. Your thinking is that of a military officer and is inappropriate for a staff officer. Don't make that mistake again. Anyway, a forced river crossing is not possible, Your Excellency. If they aim for us when our formation is disturbed and our marching speed has fallen, we will fall easy prey. After hammering down the nail that was the ex-military officer staff officer, he informed David that the contrived river crossing was inadvisable. David was sorting documents while sitting in his seat and drinking water at the same time. The respectable bodyguard-cum-staff officer did not agree with that manner. I see. What an interesting exchange of opinions. It was gratifying to be able to see the difference in thinking between a military officer and a civil officer. Truly a sight. Then, how about we combine the two opinions? David elatedly smiled, and the staff officers exchanged glances. So, what Sir is saying is, we will use the strategy that those guys used. When we feign attack, we defend. We make them think we won't, we do. We feign numbers, but it'll be the opposite. Wasn't this the fundamental tactic learned in military academy? Are you gentlemen so busy that you've forgotten? David placed a piece at Sulawesi Grand Bridge on the map, and then another piece was moved to a spot where the width of Alusha River was relatively narrow. Then, he ran them to Antigua Branch Castle. I see. So the unit on the bridge is a decoy. No problem in that case. As expected of you, Your Excellency David. I am in awe of your wisdom. This is a very effective plan, I believe. Those guys will strengthen their formation on the riverside. And then in the long run, Antigua will be completely vulnerable. If they tighten their defenses of Antigua on the other hand, we can leisurely cross the river. Flattered the staff officer, and the other people were also exaggeratedly nodding. Still, how would we cross? Siege weapons are needed to make Antigua full, right? Also, a supply train is needed to maintain a large army. There is no way we can cross just like that. The bodyguard cum staff officer idly played with a wagon-shaped piece. Siege weapons, rams, siege Yuuz ladders, and catapults were currently being prepared. They were lacking those for capturing Antigua. As it was, it would be difficult to ferry them over the river. Regarding the siege Yuuz weapons, they are currently being assembled at that very location. Of course, the construction. Soldiers have been mobilized. Regarding the method for crossing the river, we can just use pontoon bridges. We've brought them all the way here just for that purpose. The chief staff officer placed small blocks of wood on the denoted river crossing site. Small boats would be lined up and tied together, making an instant bridge on top. Durability was a problem, but it would be fine if they would last until the crossing was done. I see. In that case, it seems this plan will go well. The bodyguard finally nodded in consent. When the chief staff officer though about how he would have to give the same explanation to the commissioned officers, he became almost nauseous, but this amount of hardship was nothing much for the sake of his own fame. If he worked hard, he would be transferred to a do-nothing job like the staff officers of the Third Army. He put his feelings in order, stood up, and summarized the contents of conference. First, we dispatch troops to Sulawesi Grand Bridge, draw out the enemy main force, and nail them down. Late at night and at the same time, we dispatch the construction unit, we build a pontoon bridge at the river crossing site. At dawn, we start the march. The cavalry unit as the 1st Division will cross the river, trample, and pulverize the enemy guards. The 2nd Division of Infantry will build a beachhead and march towards Antigua. The 3rd Division will be the main shaft of supply trains, siege weapons, and worker soldiers. Is this all, sir? David nodded, and the other staff officers showed agreement in succession. The Sulawesi Grand Bridge Diversion Unit will cover the riverside with battle flags like a shroud. Then, they will show the enemy often that they intend to advance. No, perhaps just that won't be enough. I will also take battle formation near the Grand Bridge. If the flag of the Army Corps commander is raised, that will add an additional layer of believability. Informed David, and the staff officers exchanged glances. Though it was a diversion, that did not change the fact that it was a dangerous place. Your Excellency, will you also depart for the front? A diversion unit though it may be, it is accompanied by danger. Of course. Those worthy of nobility must display their authority and stand at the vanguard of the masses. If the commander fears, the soldiers do not follow. That is war. Just as he said earlier, we cannot behave cowardly. David asserted. It was hard to reconcile pride as a noble with life. As a military person, he would devote himself to the kingdom and moreover attain the highest distinction. That was David's aspiration. Your Excellency's honest resolution is splendid. All of us here vow further loyalty. I expect great work from you all too. Sir, please leave it to us. We will absolutely bring Your Excellency victory. In order to guarantee David's safety, the chief staff officer started to further supplement the plan. The commander being killed was the worst possible scenario. Judging from the enemy's main force, for starters, it is difficult to think that they would throw caution to the wind and cross the river. However, in the off chance that they come to cross the bridge, I believe we should surround all of them and exterminate them. If they try and forcibly cross the river, we will meet them at the riverbank. We will also call for reinforcements from Belter at that time. These are further considerations, so there is a need to deploy more than 10,000. To Sulawesi Grand Bridge. The elite of the Army Corps would have to be deployed along with His Excellency's elite guards. We need to assure perfection. If they follow under the direction of His Excellency David, wouldn't there not be any problems? The deployment of the Army Corps' most elite infantry, they would pretend to be 30,000 strong via handcrafted dummy soldiers, which were straw effigies made to wear armor and to hold battle flags. They were substitute soldiers to make the enemy think that they were reinforcements. They would tie down the enemy main force, and they played the most important role in this battle. The commander's leadership would be tested. Umu. For example, if the enemy main force were to change course, we would cross the bridge and strike their backs depending on my decision. The enemy soldiers will probably be annihilated, pincered by us and the unit crossing the river. There is no doubt in our victory, wouldn't you say? David reassuringly nodded. The operation had been decided. Operation Alusha Crossing. This would no doubt be left behind in the kingdom's annals. It would probably be a brilliant military record about David. The road to rising to Field Marshal was assuredly wide open. David unintentionally leaked a smile for his own glorious future. 1st Division, Advance Cavalry Unit. 10,000. 2nd Division, 4th Army Mixed Infantry Division. 50,000. 3rd Division, Supply Train and Construction Soldiers. 3,000. Sulawesi Grand Bridge Troop Headquarters, 15,000 of the most elite. Left behind for defense of Belter, 50,000 of the former 3rd Army, on standby and prepared for battle. With around 80,000 soldiers pumped in, David's all-in crossing operation was about to unfold. Conference room. Commissioned officers who would lead the troops gathered. Duties for the operation in the near future were being assigned, and stations were instructed. Major Schera. Your unit will have 1,000 men. Rear guard of the 1st Division is your duty. Your mission is to not get in our way. Earnestly devote yourself to lookout, don't even think about excessive things. If you try to steal a march on us, I will absolutely punish you. Drive this into your skull. From the cavalry that was assigned 3,000, 2,000 were reshuffled into another unit. Even so, to be able to lead a unit could probably be said to be fortunate. If there was another field officer who could lead cavalry, Schera would have been discarded at the onset. Forget David, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all the leaders of the 4th Army Corps loathed her. That she would be demoted to a private had impressively circulated, and there was no shortage of passing snickers. Sir, I will devote everything I have. Humph, you'll probably be just a common soldier the next time we meet. How truly annoying. Contemptibly spewed out Major General Alexei, who would lead the 1st Division, and the surrounding men laughed. Though, the people who were once the 3rd Army kept silent, knowing the validity of Schera's prowess, it would be unbearable to say something excessive and be demoted. Hence, they didn't speak. The mouth is the cause of all calamity after all. Get it? Training cavalry takes an extraordinary amount of time and money. By all rights, a young girl like you would never have been entrusted with even a single rider. Take that fact, thoroughly drive it into your incompetent head, and really understand it. Absolutely do not waste troops. Soundly abide by my instructions. Absolutely do not get in the way of other units. If I judge that you cannot do even that, I will immediately execute you. Got it? Pronounced Major General Alexei. This was not a threat. When he heard at first that this little girl was a field officer and was also leading 3,000 cavalry, he had forgotten to be angry and was dumbfounded. It's because of things like this that the 3rd Army was defeated. He didn't even want to give her 1,000, but he couldn't otherwise. Even just forcibly assigning 2,000 to other cavalry units had affected command enough that he wanted to avoid any more confusion before the start of the operation. Therefore, she was assigned a duty, rear guard of the 1st Division, that anyone could do. As soon as this operation was over, he planned on petitioning for her demotion. He didn't want to see her face. That someone had prepared even a grandiose nickname, Death God, Alexei thought that ludicrous. I, Major Schera, completely understand. Then dismissed. The talk after this is not for you. Just go feed the horses. Get used to it, because after the operation is over, you'll be doing that every day. Sir. Sniggers enveloped the conference room. Schera alone left the room together with stares of disdain. After listening to such a trivial talk, she was extremely hungry. Let's hurry up and fill my stomach while feeding the horses, thought Schera while whistling. At the barracks cafeteria, she casually purveyed some vegetables and quickly headed to the stables. She threw fodder into the horses' feeding trays and gave her own horse carrots. I'll go with this. What is this, do you think? She asked her brown horse, but it intently chewed the carrots without even a glance towards her. She hadn't expected a response, so Schera was talking to herself while stuffing her cheeks. Stuffed lamb intestine. Sausage. How did something like that become something this good, I wonder? Food truly is mysterious, wouldn't you say? While gorging herself with the overflowing meat juices, Schera was enjoying the modest meal with her loved horse. Horses have it nice. They can survive off of grass and water. I'm really envious. Just once, the horse looked in her direction. With a small neigh, it began taking carrots into its mouth again. Schera sat down on the stable's floor and lightly sighed. Again, a fight would start. She should probably fill her stomach while she could in this interlude, since after they sortied, there would possibly be more dried food. She wasn't particularly dissatisfied, but she was more or less tired of it. Well, dried food wasn't bad in and of themselves probably. It was fine as long as she could eat. That was more important than anything. When she returned to her office, 2 adjutants were waiting with sour faces. They had likely heard that 2,000 people had been taken from them. They frowned. A greeting came from Schera. What's the matter? You look like you've eaten a bug. Did it taste that bad? Don't eat bugs, they may contain toxins. Eating one would ruin the stomach. Schera was not endowed with the insight to distinguish between edible and not edible. Same with mushrooms. Each and every one looked suspicious, and Schera did not have the judgment. The best thing to do would be to have someone try eating it. That is not it. The troops have finally had high morale. They just do not understand. Major Schera leading should result in even greater war gains, yet. Katerina raged with enough temper that it seemed steam would come out from her head. She had through great trouble became an adjutant, yet suddenly, there was the crisis that her superior officer would drop to a common soldier. Furthermore, that their own forces had been reduced to 1,000. Was no laughing matter. He should have seen the major's military achievements. It seems he somehow does not believe it. Yalda had fabricated it, he said. Ridiculous. There was no need to do such a thing. He would do anything to raise morale, is what I conclude our superiors to be thinking. If I do fall to a common soldier, let's do our best together. Treat me to food, please. My wages will be deducted after all. If it comes down to it, I wonder if should sell this armor. Katerina's face flushed when Schera lightly muttered, it seems expensive. Katerina had just taken up a new post, and if Schera was suddenly dismissed, maybe there wouldn't be a position for an adjutant at all. Major Schera. Your body won't last if you stay agitated. There's still much time until the operation starts. After looking at Katerina with eyes of sympathy, crunch, crunch, Schera started eating beans. The beans today were sweet. Jackpot. Today might be a good day, you heard the major. Right, honored Second Lieutenant Katerina. Vander put his hand on Katerina's shoulder, and she violently shook it off and shouted in anger. Shut up. I'll show them. I'll get some achievements somehow. Right. If I don't overcome this adversity, me becoming an adjutant would have no meaning. Katerina started fervently muttering with dazed eyes. Vanda put his hands up in surrender, seeing that she had gone to her own faraway world. Schera ate the rest of the beans while gazing at her, seemingly very interested. In years to come, this clash would be known as the Battle of Alusha Crossing. Its outbreak was near at hand. Chapter 13, Red Sauce. Garnished walnuts taste strange, delicious. 1 week after the operation had been decided, David departed from Belta, leading 15,000 troops under his command. He set up camp on his side of Sulawesi Grand Bridge and hoisted the flag of the corps commander. The Liberation Army, in response, as if hailing them, also spread out their forces on the opposite shore. They were showing their intent of "you shall not cross," as if they would let Antigua, which they so arduously took possession of, fall so easily. Seeing their camp, David snickered. From a rough look, perhaps 40,000? It seems drawing out the main force has gone according to plan. We too, as per the plan, have pretended to have reinforcement forces continuously arriving. All that is left is to rout the enemy to the spot it appears, said the chief staff officer, and David nodded. We should order the officers and men to make sure to not be negligent. We must also restrict them from forcibly crossing the river. Strengthen the surveillance. As I have been informed, scouts have been sent to the riverbank, and our lookout preparations are complete. Just as I would expect of you, Chief Staff Officer. You work as fast as ever. I tremblingly accept your praise. The Chief Staff Officer respectfully lowered his head. It'll be a long journey from here on. I will be carefully watching the execution of the plan from this headquarters. David headed back, and the staff officers followed after him. The stare down continued endlessly. Sometimes, horns or drums would sound out, and signs that they were about to attack were repeated over and over. With not even a single arrow fired, the day bade welcome to night. Alusha River, river crossing site. The construction soldiers, waiting until night, lined up small boats until the opposite shore, and built a bridge of wooden boards. As of now, there still were not signs of enemy soldiers. They had not been detected. After a few hours, several floating bridges were being created. The faces of the construction soldiers showed a little impatience. If they were discovered now, it would be all too simple to send them all underwater. They would be faced with annihilation perhaps. Even so, they safely completed their duty. When the final one was tied down, the construction soldiers went on to land. They would reinforce the bridges until carts could cross them, and they sent a signal to the cavalry of the 1st Division. The sky was growing brighter. The sun would rise shortly. The establishment of multiple pontoon bridges has been completed. The rest is up to you. We, as soon as the 1st Division crosses the river, will construct a bridgehead position. Well done completing your duty. Leave the rest to us. We'll trample them in one fell swoop, just watch us. The commander of the cavalry, Major General Alexei, encouragingly nodded. The head of the construction soldiers straightened his back and saluted. So may the fortunes of war be with you. Although the air was pleasantly cool, tensions were rising. The ones to start the battle will be us. Major General Alexei unsheathed his sword and gave his orders to the soldiers under his command. 1st Division, Advance Cavalry, Sortie. Target, Branch Castle Antigua. Start the advance. Stay and file. The 10,000 cavalry unit that would be sent ahead started crossing Alusha River via the pontoon bridges, although several horsemen who had not been trained enough fell into the river. By and large they were favorably successful in crossing. They moved out to Alusha Plains, not being discovered by the enemy. Schera's cavalry unit crossed last as the rear guard. Kind of shaky. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Cannot be helped, it will be for an instant. Please take care to not fall off. It will be a funny story if a second lieutenant falls off, Second Lieutenant Katerina. Take care now. I will not fall off. You'll scare the horses, so don't be so loud. Do it again and I will be the one to push you off. Reprimanded Schera in a commanding voice, and Katerina's shoulders drooped. Vanda next to her was gently soothing her in a humorous manner, going, There. None of Schera's cavalry unit fell off. They had not raised their new flag incidentally. The adjutants had prevented it, thinking it too indecorum. Though, the cavalry members intended to swap flags once they saw a chance to. Ascertaining that the 1st Division has successfully crossed the river, the construction soldiers continuing work and started constructing an encampment at the Alusha River crossing site. They started setting up to usher in the supply unit. Concurrently, the main force of the 2nd Division, the mixed 4th Army Infantry Division, started crossing the river. They were a large army of 50,000, and it seemed it would require considerable time to finish crossing. Major General Alexei, entrusted as the vanguard, readily marched to Alusha Plains. Mysteriously, not even a single enemy soldier was to be found. Perhaps their entire military force had headed to the Grand Bridge. Or so Alexei thought. The 2nd Division was still lagging behind them, and currently, they were in a long, column formation. The only thing the advance cavalry unit had to pay attention to were the movements of the enemies. Main force set up at Sulawesi Grand Bridge. In a situation where they were to change direction, the cavalry would have to ambush them. Upon that stalemate would come David's unit, which was aiming to distract them on their side of the bridge, to assault them from the rear.
Okay, someone.
Go check to see if the enemy's main force is moving or not from the Grand Bridge. So please leave it to me. Another rider, go check the condition of the march behind us. Make haste. Understood. 2 of his guards were sent out for reconnaissance, and for the moment, the 1st Division halted. Because there was not a bit of enemy resistance, the march had gone on too smoothly. In this interval, they would rest their horses, and all the group members would partake in a meal. Schera as well greedily consumed the provisions she was carrying. It was still just past noon at the time. Before capturing Antigua and before night fell, they wanted to set up a battle formation so that the infantry unit could immediately set up siege. A single rider rushed up to Alexei, who was sitting on a simple chair and arranging their progress with the adjutants and a map spread out. Without a moment's delay, he dismounted and loudly reported. Major General Alexei. Figures of enemy forces can be seen at Alusha Plains in front of us. It's the insignia of the rebel army's leader, Alturas. She's leading several thousand infantry. What did you say? That insurgent girl had nonchalantly come out here. Shouted Alexei, involuntarily standing up. Right in front of his eyes, the road to fame was opened. There was no option but to apprehend her. If he got her head, he would most certainly be promoted. He ought to go. Alexei decided, impatient. Your Excellency, this is a chance that will not come again. If we slay her here, everything will be resolved. There might not even be a need for Antigua to fall. The greatest achievement will be yours, Major General Alexei. I know. Signal the cavalrymen. We will immediately start the attack. Sir. Altura's head will be taken by our hands. We will have any reward we desire. Under the vigorously hot-blooded Alexei's order, the 1st Division cavalry wholeheartedly rushed towards Altura's unit, almost as they had expected that, the Liberation Army started retreating like escaping rabbits without meeting them. A slow platoon was crushed by the hands of the cavalry. The cavalry unit's momentum was fierce, with bait right under their eyes. Alexei had not noticed, but the 1st Division and the 2nd Division were already separated by a considerable distance. The 2nd Division, as they were a mix of units, had a disturbed chain of command, and it was difficult to just march. There were many deserters, and morale was low. Since the rear guard did not need to participate in fighting, Schera's cavalry unit poised at a middle area. After all, it would be completely preposterous, not even worthy as joke, for Altura's head to be taken by a little girl. Deeming that now was the only opportunity they would get, Schera's cavalry soldiers were switching flags. Catching the wind, the flag of a white crow on a black background triumphantly fluttered over them. The area was dyed by the setting sun. It would soon become the perilous night time. Will we not be pursuing them? Major Schera. We can't go against an order so. Let's just resign ourselves and loiter around here. We just can't be negligent on lookout for a surprise attack. She signaled to the cavalrymen near her, designating them as the lookouts. However, if you take her head in rebel army territory, anyone and everyone will recognize you. I have no interest in eating food laced with poison. In those times, it would be proper to let someone else eat it. Dismounted, Schera took out a walnut that she had placed in her bag. She crouched and broke the shell with her large scythe. The nut was also shattered, so she started putting the fragments in her mouth. Vanda whispered into Katerina's ear such that his superior officer wouldn't hear. When Major's doing that,